here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the Diamondbacks would be down 6 runs in the 9th, and the Indiana Pacers only led the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday, and both teams won? Yes, the Diamondbacks rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Atlanta Braves. And here was Eugenio Suarez on the win and the 9th inning.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate, for my team. We, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row as they're in Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 here on Arizona Sports at 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insanity. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and yes, the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 points with under 3 minutes to go, came all the way back, and Tyrese Halliburton ended it with a game winner with just 0.3 seconds left, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
That.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. What a night in sports we had yesterday. We had a baseball team win that had a 1% chance of winning, less than a 1% chance of winning. You had a basketball team win the NBA Finals when they had a 3% chance of winning.
I think the Diamondbacks win probability was down to 0.1.
Yeah, it was actually less than 1%.
A little bit better than John Blutarski's grade point average.
But I'm going to start today's show with a little golf story, if you don't mind. So indulge me if you don't mind, all right? So not that long ago, our buddy Nick King from AZ Family, Channel 3, Channel 5, we went golfing at Gold Canyon, Dinosaur Mountain. What Nick is doing is Nick came up with a great summertime project that was going to score him a lot of free golf. He thought, what if I go across the valley and play 18 of the best holes in Arizona? And film it and do it with a celebrity or a guest each time. So he'll play a hole here at this course with somebody, then this course with somebody. So I went with him and we did it at a Gold Canyon. And I think I've told you and shared with you that I've been in this lull with my golf game where I've been up and down, sometimes in the same round. And it's really, really asinine and bothersome. So Nick and I play the round. We go to film our shot. I side cut 2 of my drives and hit a house with a third, and it will be on television. And I was so disgusted.
Now the homeowner knows who it was.
Yeah, exactly. I was so disgusted with my performance that I've been on a deep dive to finally fix my swing flaws. So I get out yesterday, and I'm on fire. On fire. Par birdie, par to start. I get to the last hole of Sunridge Canyon. All I need is a bogey for a 79.
Oh, wow.
I hit 2 consecutive drives out of bounds, and I stormed off the course in self-loathing.
Man. Didn't even finish the hole?
Nope. Got in my cart and just drove away. Threw my bags in the back of my car and just this freaking game.
Took your snowman and left.
Snowman, is still being tallied. Infinity.
But Dan knows. Dan knows when you do that and you storm, you put the 8 down.
You put the 8 down.
You put the 8 down. You don't even look at it.
Funny on that note, when I used to play in college with my friends who all were terrible, we used to 8 would be the maximum, but it would be the difference between a natural 8, where you actually got an 8, or a gentleman's 8. But you just took the 8.
Oh, I see.
So we mark it differently.
No doubt.
That is the nature of the game. So my question to you is,
Yeah.
where are you playing today?
I've already played 3 times this week.
Man, that's the.
You didn't answer my question.
I got to stop. Start the show, Jared.
The man needs help.
Yeah, you do.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
An unbelievable comeback in Atlanta for the Diamondbacks results in an 11-10 win at a series sweep over the Braves. Diamondbacks trailed 6-0 after 3 innings, 9-3 after 6, 10-4 heading into the 9th, but the Diamondbacks would send 12 batters to the plate and score 7 runs on 6 hits, including a solo home run from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., a 2-run shot from Alec Thomas, and a 2-run double by Eugenio Suarez that knocked in the go-ahead run. Shelby Miller came in and induced a game-ending double play from Marcell Ozuna to give the D-backs the improbable win. How improbable, you say? The Diamondbacks in their history had been 0-419 when trailing by 6 or more runs entering the 9th. Now they're 1-4-119.
Yeah.
And as
all it took was 420.
And as Gino Suarez says,
all right, let's go to Cincinnati.
Dead on Bill Belichick impression right there.
That's fantastic.
D-backs looking to extend their winning streak to 5 straight against the Reds in tonight's opener at Great American Ballpark. Looks like Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball on his return from the injured list tonight. He'll be faced by Cincinnati lefty Nick Lodolo. First pitch 4:10. Pregame coverage gets rolling here at Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 3:30. And if you're looking for it on TV, tonight's game will be exclusively on Apple TV+. D-backs also made a couple roster moves before Thursday's game. Left-handed pitcher Andrew Saalfrank reinstated from the ineligible list, placed back on the 40-man roster, an option to the Arizona Complex League. Right-hander Scott McGuff designated for assignment. Saalfrank served a 1-year suspension from Major League Baseball for violating the league's gambling policy. Might he be pivotal again in the bullpen once he gets back up to speed?
How long will that take?
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you've banned for a year, I mean, obviously he hasn't been sitting around eating 2-foot subs like Jarrett.
Jarrett, how's your fastball?
I feel like pitching is something that you could, stay in shape. You could still throw a ball even if you're not officially on a team.
Yeah, I'm sure there's workouts going on, but getting back to competition level.
I would think he's going to join the bullpen.
Yeah, at some point. In basketball, 2 words. 3 words. Tyrese freaking Halliburton. Pacers guard hit a jumper with 0.3 seconds left to give the Pacers their first lead of the night and a win in Game 1 of the 2025 NBA Finals. Oklahoma City led by 15 points with 9:42 to go in the game after Jalen Williams' steal and breakaway dunk gave them a 94-79 lead. Pacers slowly chipped away. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander missed a fadeaway jumper with 11 seconds left. Aaron Nesmith rebounded, got the ball in the hands of Halliburton for the game-winning shot. The 4th time just in this year's postseason that Halliburton has hit a shot to tie or give the Pacers the lead in the last 2 seconds of a fourth quarter or overtime. We've never seen anything like this.
He's uncanny.
Pascal Siakam had 19 to lead Indiana. SGA had 38 in the loss for the Thunder. Game 2 Sunday night in Paycom Center. Where's all those people complaining about small markets right now? Stanley Cup.
All right, wait for the ratings.
Look, if you didn't watch it, you missed out.
No.
Line.
After game 1, this series at least has a chance to do well. Game 2 is going to post a big number because of what happened in game 1.
And because it's on a Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, if Oklahoma City had just cakewalked through that game, this thing might have been in trouble.
Stanley Cup Finals resume tonight in Edmonton. Game 2, Oilers gunning for a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers after winning Game 1 in overtime on Wednesday night. That game begins just after 5 o'clock on TNT. Our long national darkness retreat has come to an end. Aaron Rodgers is headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Reports say that Rodgers will fly to Pennsylvania today and sign a 1-year contract with the Steelers ahead of next week's mandatory minicamp. Rodgers met with the team over 70 days ago but didn't sign. The 41-year-old heading to Pittsburgh after 2 seasons with the Jets, whom the Steelers opened the season against in Week 1.
How funny. How
Rodgers
ironic,
versus Fields. This time it's personal.
Yeah.
Mercury notched another WNBA win. They surged past Golden State in the fourth quarter for an 86-77 win at PHX Arena. Phoenix closed the game on an 18-1 run. Lexi Held came off the bench to score 24. Satu Sabali had 19.7 boards, 5 assists. Mercury 6-3, 2-1 in the Commissioner's Cup tournament standings. They're home again tomorrow night to face Seattle. Men's semifinal action on the slate today at the French Open at Roland Garros. First, it's Italy's Lorenzo Musetti facing Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. Then, top seed Jannik Sinner facing Novak Djokovic. The men's champion will be crowned Sunday. Tomorrow, women's final. Top 2 seeds going at it. Second seed Coco Gauff of the United States facing top seed Aryna Sabalenka of Belarus. And Texas Tech even up the Women's College World Series best of 3 final with a 4-3 win over Texas in Game 2. It all comes down to tonight for all the marbles. Game 3 in Oklahoma City between the Red Raiders and the Longhorns. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, June 6th. Hallie does it again, and in Indianapolis they're saying hallelujah. Game 1 was a classic. We'll get into it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 this afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, darn near impossible, but the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first call should be to Life Changer Loan, because if you are a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, because you pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their mortgage, which does a lot of great things. Now, first of all, this isn't a new concept. This has been going on for decades in other countries. This is how 40% of the mortgages in Australia gets done. This is traditionally known as an offset loan, when you are offsetting the principal of your mortgage with your income. Does a lot of great things at the end. When you pay off your house in a matter of years, you'll now get decades to build that personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Now, you've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit. They'll be upfront with you if you're not, but if you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Jumper off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
That's ridiculous. Mike Breen on the call on ABC last night. First lead of the game. The Indiana Pacers led game one for 0.3 of a second.
That's insane.
And they win the game. And you want to talk about a team, and I mean this with the utmost respect.
Mm-hmm.
The Indiana Pacers are a team of cockroaches. You absolutely cannot kill them.
Yeah, they play for 48 minutes. They do not go away. They stay at it. They stay on their grind at all times. It's incredibly impressive. They have been doing this all playoffs long.
Yeah, as I pointed out in the splash, this is the fourth time that Halliburton has hit a shot to tie or give his team the lead in the last 2 seconds of a fourth quarter or overtime. That's a career.
Yeah,
most great players won't do that in a career.
Yeah.
He's doing it in every round of the playoffs. He's done it.
It's the fifth comeback for the Pacers when they've trailed by 15 or more in this postseason alone.
Unreal.
Yeah, it really is. So much respect to them for their stick-to-itiveness. For most of the night, I'm watching the game, and I'm wondering if this is sort of like the elevation of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Probably much of the nation getting their first real look at him.
Which is sad.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, if this dude pops for over 40 and just does this and makes this look as effortless as he does, and then Tyrese Halliburton, as he's been doing all playoff long, stole the narrative at the end of the game.
And even though he didn't have like a huge game.
Didn't have a big game, looked uncomfortable for most of it. The Pacers' offense looked especially in the first half, what Oklahoma City was doing defensively in the first half especially, not just forcing turnovers. They got their hands on every basketball.
Mm-hmm.
There was not an easy pass to be made. But at the end of it, you look down, and what were they? They were, what, it was a 4-point game at the break? I'm sorry.
It was 9, I think.
It was
11.
I thought it was 9.
12-point lead at the break.
Okay.
But still, obviously within reach. and they settled down. It's also the first time with a team with that number of turnovers, and that's the number that jumps off the page to me. 25 turnovers for Indiana. Oklahoma City turned that into 11 points.
Well,
that's where they lost the game.
The turnover number is even worse when it was 19 in the first half.
Yes.
That's absurd for an NBA team.
But 19 in the first half and only down 12.
I know. Yeah, so a lot of things about this. You mentioned something that I think is kind of sort of part and parcel with why the Pacers are where they're at. For a guy like Tyrese Halliburton to have such a bad game but to be so money at the very end, he's really the epitome of a clutch player, but he's very, very generous with the ball. And that kind of leadership, when you are a guy that can score but chooses to facilitate, this is the Steve Nash playbook. This is why Steve Nash basketball teams always had great chemistry. The guys know that you can go pop for 40 on any night, but you're willingly giving the ball up to other people. That I think is what makes, among other things, what makes them rock solid. Nembhard made that huge three last night. Neesmith with that incredible rebound at the end to set it up.
Siakam blocking SGA with about a minute to go. And I thought, look, it only would have been a 3-point lead, but SGA on that last possession for Oklahoma City, it was a vintage possession for him. He got exactly what he wanted. Got a little contact, got that 14-foot fadeaway, and that's the one that didn't go in.
Yeah. And so that to me is the powerful contrast for SGA to have the bust-out game but then miss what was a routine shot for him.
The other weird thing about the Pacers this offseason is it feels like they just stick around, slowly chip away, and steal it at the end. Especially because their last two, the one at MSG in Game 1 and then this one, were both on the road. So it didn't feel like that furious, unbelievable comeback where the crowd's going crazy and stuff. Yeah. It just felt like all of a sudden you look up, oh, wait, they have the ball. They're only down one. Like, how is that possible? And then they win the game.
Yeah, because and I've heard people say this, and I agree with it. It wasn't. I don't view this as Oklahoma City melting down. I don't think they played a bad fourth quarter.
No,
but there's just no panic with Indiana on the turnovers. Again, this is the first time a team in the NBA Finals has committed 25 or more turnovers in a game since 1998, when the Utah Jazz committed 26. Do you remember this game? The Bulls beat them 96-54.
I do remember that
in an
game.
NBA Finals game.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that game.
It's the first time a team has had that many turnovers in a Finals game and won since the Portland Trailblazers in Game 6 of 1977.
Wow.
When they beat Philadelphia.
Wow.
Here was Alex Caruso talking about that very subject. Not enough points off those turnovers.
Maybe we could have been a little more aggressive getting to the rim with the ball in transition after some of those instead of trying to come up and run sets. I don't know if that's actually true or not. That's just probably what a history of basketball kind of tells me, that we probably weren't aggressive enough pushing those turnovers. But at the same time, that's a positive note. We create so many turnovers. Like, that's something you can hang your hat on and maybe not get to that number every night, but it's a positive note to show that we were swarming and having good defense tonight.
On the winner's side, Tyrese Halliburton about the outside motivation his team is feeling.
As a group, like I've said many times, after you have a run like last year, and then you get swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, and all the conversation is about is how you don't belong there, and how you lucked out to get there, and that it was a fluke. Guys are going to be pissed off. We're going to spend the summer pissed off. And then you come into the year with all the talk around how it was a fluke. You have an unsuccessful first couple months, and now that's easy for everybody to clown you and talk about you in a negative way. And I think as a group, we take everything personal. Like, as a group, it's not just me, it's everybody. I feel like that's the DNA of this group. And that's not just me, that's our coaching staff does a great job of making us aware of what's being said.
Yeah, they have certainly used that as motivation. And look, my inclination, Bick, even after a great Game 1, is to say, Oklahoma City's the better team. They're going to win this series. We've got 14 series in the books in this postseason. 12 out of the 14 times the team that won Game 1 won the series. So this is on.
Wow. Yeah, no, this obviously changes the complexity of this. And for the lot of people who thought Oklahoma City was going to win this fairly easily, and I think that's pretty much every one of us to varying degrees.
Sammy predicted a sweep.
Yeah, my prediction's out the books.
Do you all still not think that, though?
Well, maybe not.
I got to get out of the prediction business.
Me too.
Yeah, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that's not going to happen, but I will say this, it guarantees that Game 3 in Market Square Arena or whatever it's called these days, it's going to be
Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
That's it. It's going to be insane.
Man, Market Square Arena.
Yeah, that's old school.
Shout out Herb Williams, Clark Kellogg.
I've been in that building, man. I've been in that building.
I will just say, and this comes from experience, and you guys all know this all too well, you win Game 1, feels great. You can never take away what Indiana fans felt last night. But it's a 7-game series.
Yeah. Oklahoma City is still the better team, but there's the doggedness of the Pacers. And is there a player in the NBA more underrated than Pascal Siakam?
Probably not.
Probably Tyrese Halliburton, even though now he's having this moment.
Or Andrew Nemhard.
I read somewhere he's overrated, Jared.
Pascal Siakam has already won an NBA title, and nobody ever talks about him in any capacity whatsoever. He's an excellent player.
It was the Kawhi Leonard Raptors that won that
that's
title.
right. That's right.
So we heard the Mike Breen call. You want to hear a couple of other calls?
Sure.
All right. Here's Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio.
It is rebounded by Indiana. 8 seconds on the clock. They're down 1. They have timeouts, but they're going to play it. Here's Halliburton driving, lifting, shot up, good! With 0.3 of a second to go. Halliburton does it again. How does he do it?
That's a great question. How does he do it? Here was the Indiana radio call from Mark Boyle, their longtime play-by-play voice.
Here comes the left-hand bounce, penetrates the arc. Nemhard cuts him off, and he missed off the back of the rim. Rebound, Indiana. 8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call the timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Sweet baby.
This team and that player, just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. By the way, do we have the final call from the Korean broadcasters who were at the game?
Oh, I don't have that.
We don't have that? They played that on Frankie Isola's program this morning. It was fantastic.
We got to find that. It's got to be out there.
Fantastic.
I mean, they probably have a little more resources to get NBA calls from around the globe than
well,
we
yeah,
do,
yes, yeah. I'm sure
the internet's everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure they have access to everything.
What a game.
One last thing about the game that I absolutely adored. That game went from about 7.5 minutes, nearly 8 minutes left, down to the end with no timeouts.
Yeah.
And it was gorgeous to not have constant timeout.
Unlike a great college basketball game down the stretch that just turns into free throw shooting and timeouts and video replay reviews. And
it was
great point.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, we'll have more on Game 1 coming up. Coming up next, though, in a season full of improbable losses, the D-backs got an impossible win. Dbacks Daily is straight ahead here on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Home, it's where we gather, celebrate, and create lasting memories, from cooking a family meal to enjoying a hot shower after the big game. And Southwest Gas brings warmth and comfort to everyday life in our community. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And when it comes to cooking, natural gas is preferred by chefs and home cooks alike. Natural gas gives you precise temperature control, exceptional flavor, whether you're prepping game day snacks, firing up the backyard barbecue, or getting cozy by the fire. But natural gas provides more than just comfort. It supports Arizona's economy as well, attracting business growth and keeping energy costs affordable. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 a year in energy costs with natural gas. And at Southwest Gas, their commitment goes beyond energy. Southwest Gas supports our communities, fueling growth and giving back through partnerships and programs that make a difference. Learn more about Southwest Gas's influence and prestigious recognitions from Newsweek and Time, and discover how Southwest Gas is powering Arizona homes, business, and future at swgas.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the Diamondbacks would be down 6 runs in the 9th inning and the Indiana Pacers would only lead for 0.3 seconds and both teams would win? Yes, the Diamondbacks rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Atlanta Braves and a series sweep. The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row as they're in Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was nothing short of insane. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110. And yes, the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 points with under 3 minutes left and came all the way back, ending with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner with just 0.3 seconds left. And the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Look, Dbacks Daily is only so long a segment, so it would be impossible for me to play all the radio highlights from a game like yesterday. So I will summarize and then get to the good stuff. Brandon Pfaadt had another rough outing. He gave up 6 runs, 5 of which were earned over 3 innings. He left with his team trailing 6-0. D-backs would fight back. They got 3 runs in the 4th on an RBI double from Geraldo Perdomo. It happened to me. And a 2-run single by Josh Naylor. But the inning was ended when Drake Baldwin threw out Tim Tawa trying to steal. Braves would get another run in the 5th on an Austin Riley home run, 2 more in the 6th on solo shots by Ronald Acuna Jr. and Baldwin to make it 9-3. It would be 9-4 after Ketel Marte's solo shot in the 8th. Braves would answer with a run in the bottom of the 9th on Michael Harris II's run-scoring single. 10-4, Atlanta entering the 9th. There's your summary. Here's the good stuff. Scott Blewett, who got the final out of the 8th inning for Atlanta on the hill for the Braves, struck out Gino Suarez to begin the top of the 9th. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., the next hitter.
1-0, there's a bomb. Deep left field. White going back to the track, and that thing is out of here. Home run for Lourdes Gurriel Jr., his 9th of the season. And the D-backs cut the deficit in half. It's now 10-5.
Yeah, seemingly innocuous solo shot.
Right.
Stat patter, if you will.
Yeah, right.
10-5. Then Blewett walks Tim Tawa.
Can I stop you for a minute? Has there ever been a better named athlete for a relief pitcher than Scott Blewett?
I mean, they also used Aaron Bummer yesterday.
Fantastic.
Blewett walks Tawa, who would take second on defensive indifference. Defensive indifference happens when the team ahead doesn't care. They're up so much that they just don't care.
Hey, steal away, pal.
Yeah, go
Take
ahead.
all the bases you
Take
want.
second base, Tawa. He would not stay there long. Alec Thomas, the hitter.
The 0-2 now. Swung on. That ball drilled deep to right field. Acuna head down. Ball up and gone. Home run for Alec Thomas. It's his 2nd of the year. It comes on an 0-2 pitch. And the D-backs tack on 2 more. It's now 10-7.
Yeah, Thomas.
What a difference.
Yeah, Thomas got a hold of an 0-2 slider. 404 feet to right field. 3-run deficit at that point. Blewett then walked number 9 hitter Jose Herrera. Brian Snitker came out, gave the hook to Blewett, and said this.
You blew it!
He really did blow it. He got DFA'd right after the game.
Oh, boy.
Raisel Iglesias comes in. Braves have to use their closer. He takes over with a 3-run lead and a runner at first. Corbin Carroll doubles. 2nd and 3rd. 1 out for Ketel Marte.
And now Marte swings at the first pitch. Ground ball to short. It's gloved by Allen. Goes to 3rd. Safe is Carroll. Herrera scores. It's 10-8. And now the tying runs are on the bases.
Yeah, Perdomo popped up to short for the 2nd out of the inning, then stepped in Ildemaro Vargas in the game after Josh Naylor was removed due to injury earlier on, and Vargas comes up big.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive, base hit into center. Carroll's going to come home and score. Ketel holds it 2nd, but the Diamondbacks not done yet. They are back to within 1. It's now Atlanta 10 and the D-backs 9.
Yeah, the Atlanta faithful beyond restless at this point. Braves lead down to 1. Gino Suarez, who again started the inning by striking out in the box, full count. D-backs down to their last strike.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
Listen to that crowd. I haven't experienced a downpouring of booze like that since last weekend.
Oh, wow. I like that. Good turn of the phrase there. That feeling when they sent Vargas, chills. Yeah. That was fantastic.
An unbelievable 7-run rally.
Yep.
D-backs had an 11-10 lead. Gurriel drew a walk, but Iglesias got Tawa to line out to center to end the inning. So suddenly a save opportunity for Shelby Miller. Austin Riley led off, roped a line drive to center field leading off. Thomas made a great sliding catch in mid-center field. Miller then walked Matt Olson, and Marcell Ozuna stepped in with a chance to win it for the Braves.
Slightly towards the line.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to 2nd. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10. They have taken down Atlanta, and they are back to 500 with one of the most improbable wins of the season.
Just ridiculous. Chris Garagiola on the calls. And, does that erase the 5 gut punch losses the Diamondbacks had? Absolutely not. But talk about a team that does not give up. Most teams would just kind of pack it in, take their 2 of 3, move on to Cincinnati. And this might be a sign of things to come. Torey Lovello talked about that.
You're kind of flexed. Your lineup is changed a little bit. You just are hanging on to and hoping that they turn things around, and they did. It was one at-bat after another. They linked up. Gurriel with the home run. It just seemed to give us some energy. And then all of a sudden, you got Gino, one of our top run producers, in the box with tying run on base, and he comes through. So it was a magical moment for this team. This team has been grinding, and we all know that, and working hard, not getting results for 10 or 11 days, and then all of a sudden it's flipped, and we're playing good baseball, and I'm proud of these guys.
Yeah, just improbable, impossible, whatever word you want to use.
See, that time he said, I'm proud of these guys, and I believe Torey Lovello. That was sincerity.
And he had real reason to be proud.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, listen, this clearly can be a launching pad kind of game after being on the wrong end of those kind of games. To do it the way they did it, and like you said, just sort of like a home run from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., oh, that's cute. Then Alec Thomas, and you're like, oh, whoa, what's happening here? And then that walk to Jose Herrera, even Gino Suarez said after the game, that walk to Herrera made him think, I might get up to bat again.
Yeah.
And he did. Ketel Marte's at bat. That was so well done to see that quasi shift and then just punch the ball to the left side of the infield the way he did in that situation. But mad respect to all those guys. What a comeback.
But even Herrera, when he was on the base paths, there was a play where he felt like he should have scored. Did you see his reaction when he got stuck at third base? He kind of had his head in his hands like, oh, no, what did we do?
Yeah.
And they just overcame that,
And they overcame that as well. That's about as improbable of an ending as I was expecting to a baseball game. I said yesterday when we were getting ready to sign off that when a home team, especially a home team that's supposed to be good, and they're having a really bad season, that normally the reaction is they're going to come out like monsters, and you're going to take the L and you're going to move on, and you're going to be happy you won the series. To go and get that game in the ninth inning, stunning.
I have to be honest with you. I was watching the game yesterday. It's not going well. Obviously, they're down 6 runs late in the game. Start doing some stuff around the place. I got tired. Time for the nap. Go to lay down. Set up the DVR to record just in case, because you never do know. Thank goodness I did that, because I started getting text messages that just said things like, oh, my God, or what is happening right now?
Yeah.
Check the score, so I got a chance to go rewind it after knowing what had happened. But just an unbelievable comeback.
Really, really was. And so now they're back to 500, and they're on to Cincinnati.
Not to say there wasn't concerns in that game, because the starting pitcher also still.
That Josh Naylor might be hurt. There's some things. The defense was not so good early.
Yep.
Another error from Ketel Marte. Yeah, it was shaping up to be one of those flush it kind of games. Had a lot of those.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
The Steve Ballmer Diamondbacks toilets.
Instead, they're
back. Yeah,
they're so back. Coming up next. Our long national nightmare is over, and a new local nightmare in Pittsburgh may just be beginning. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. They can also help you avoid surgery, and I know that because they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, and I am not alone. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They use state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair the damaged joint tissue, and the results are downright magical. Go ask Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. He raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain. So make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk, run, play, live the way you want to. Get a free consultation. See if these cutting-edge treatments work for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scott, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Will Aaron Rodgers ever go to the Bears?
Oh boy. Security, can we get her out of here? I need some security. Security,
can you take it easy on her on this one?
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year.
What
a road
team?
trip. I don't know. I'm not sure. Gotta check it out.
Are you speaking in code?
I love Chicago, though. Way more than they love me. It's been a great relationship, all one way.
It's Aaron Rodgers a couple weeks ago at an event where he was asked if he would ever play for Chicago. Hinted at Pittsburgh. It's been hinted for a really long time. 70 days. Over 70 days since Aaron Rodgers visited initially in free agent at the beginning of free agency, Bick. And now he's ready to sign a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The long national nightmare is over. Why, Adam Schefter, if you can't figure it out yourself, did Rodgers sign with the Steelers right now?
I think we do this and see this against the backdrop of the Steelers' mandatory minicamp that starts and ends next week. It starts June 10th. And essentially, if Aaron Rodgers wants to begin to get involved in the Steelers' offense, learn the new offense, work with his teammates, be in a new city. The time to do it would be before training camp even begins. Ideally, he might have participated in the team's offseason program, but he was not ready to do that due to a number of personal reasons. He is now ready. So he's going to fly to Pittsburgh. He's going to sign in time to participate in the mandatory mini camp next week, and that will begin the acclimation process, begin to get him on board. And there's been white smoke from the Vatican for the second time in recent weeks, and now Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's still, even though it's been rumored and basically fait accompli for quite some time, it still seems like a strange fit. And look, the personal reasons, I don't want to speculate on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers' life. I've got no idea, but it could be nothing more than personally, he didn't want to do OTAs.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
I really do. And by not having signed a contract, you can just kind of wipe your hands free of that. Hey, I wasn't on your team. You can't get mad at me, even though some people in the media actually did. Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, you're right. This is going to be a very interesting case study in the player and the organization. Already there's a lot of people, from Terry Bradshaw to others, who are not happy with the way the Steelers have acted, how they've subjugated themselves to Aaron Rodgers. The people who love the Steelers want to believe Pittsburgh as a brand is bigger than that. We don't wait for a guy like Aaron Rodgers. But the Steelers are also kind of desperate. And, Aaron Rodgers is going into a brutal division. I'm certain this wasn't his first choice, but this is where he's going to be. It's a really weird fit.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to go there and now suddenly want to be the general manager? Is he going to be yapping about bringing in this player or that player or this player?
Get Alan Lazard.
Exactly. So I would hope that the Steelers, in exchange for letting Aaron Rodgers execute this in June and miss all this stuff, that in return he understands that when he gets there, he's not running the show. But something tells me Aaron Rodgers cannot help himself.
Now, on the positive side, I agree with that, and I do. If you're looking down at the Pittsburgh Steelers for getting themselves in this situation, you're looking at Mike Tomlin at it. Look, that's fair. They put themselves in a situation at the quarterback position where they made this possible, and the fact of the matter, as far as I see it, in my opinion, is that Aaron Rodgers gives them a better chance to compete next year. That's how dire the situation was, especially for $10 million. But it can only be a one-year stopgap. It's prolonging the inevitable of finding your quarterback of the future. But, again, despite the fact that Mason Rudolph got a very, very high-up endorsement from somebody outside the football world this past week, Aaron Rodgers gives them a much better chance to win.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I guess their other plan would be to trade for Kirk Cousins. But again, I'm not sure if Kirk Cousins wants to get dropped in that division when you're dealing with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and the Ravens defense.
And do you want to be that financially hamstrung for a stopgap?
Yeah,
guy?
that's true. That too. So 1-year deal. This will be curious to see where this whole thing spins off.
I just love it. Week 1, we get Jets Steelers.
Unbelievable.
Am I naive to think that he might actually, in the Steelers way and with Mike Tomlin as coach, am I naive to think like maybe he will just play football?
I would hope. I would hope.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like telling myself like, dude, you thought this with the Jets. Like he'd go in after his Achilles, he'd just play. And now I'm thinking it again with the Steelers, quote, culture. Like Tomlin's there. He's never really put up with he's put up with mouthy athletes and receivers and stuff, but he's your quarterback now.
Right, exactly. And you need your quarterback to do a lot of things, and talking about conspiracy theories is not one of them. And that's what he likes to do. So I think Aaron Rodgers, that's what's going to be interesting, because he went to an organization in the Jets that their reputation as a clown show is very, very real. And sure, Aaron, whatever you want. Sure, Aaron, whatever you need. Yes, of course. And that's what the Packers wouldn't do. And that's what made Aaron Rodgers unhappy in the first place.
I don't think, though, that Aaron Rodgers is the type of person that was begging and pleading and auditioning and trying to convince the Steelers to give him a job. I think he probably went in and said, like, as much like they were auditioning for him.
I also,
I think it's like I'm going to be myself.
Yeah.
If you want that, I'll come play for you, and that's probably why it took so long.
Others have suggested the delay in this after the initial visit in March, and then 70 days go by.
Mm-hmm.
The reason behind that was that Aaron Rodgers, he had interest in Pittsburgh, but he had interest in other landing spots first. And those teams, looking at you, Minnesota, didn't flinch. So here we are. And now the OTAs are over. Everything becomes mandatory next week. And Aaron Rodgers, for as out there as he is from a football standpoint and from a veteran standpoint, knows, hey, if I want to be the best version that I can be this year, I better go in there and learn some of the offense and meet some of my teammates.
Right.
That's what I think went
down.
Yeah,
no, exactly. So we're going to talk to Dave Damashek, and I'm looking forward to that because he's as Pittsburgh as it gets. But, listen, they've already done weird things. Going out and signing a wide receiver to a big contract like they did with DK Metcalf, that's something they generally don't do. Generally, they sign guys, make them perform, then they reward them. Mm-hmm. So the Steelers have been operating out of a different sense of desperation, and whether or not it's going to work or not, I have no idea.
41 years old, Aaron Rodgers in the black and gold. By the way, here's Ryan Clark, former Steeler, talking about what this means for Steelers fans.
This is the worst case scenario for Pittsburgh Steelers fans. It continues to keep you mired in mediocrity. Will this team be better? Have they gotten better in the quarterback room? Absolutely. Will they contend for that championship that Pittsburgh Steelers people and fans and organization think is the standard? No, they won't. 5 years from when both of these men retire, one of them will give the most motivational Hall of Fame speech we've ever heard. Another will probably give the most interesting, and it won't mean anything. They'll be fighting for a wild card spot. They'll probably be home week 1 of the playoffs and again be looking for a franchise quarterback. If you told me you're going to pair one of this era's greatest coaches with one of this era's greatest quarterbacks, I'd expect greatness. That is not what we'll get. Maybe 6 years ago, but not now.
Yeah. He's not wrong, and has the standard in Pittsburgh just become, hey, let's just not have a losing season, keep that streak going? That's what a lot of people feel, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and that streak, it's funny how something that seems on the surface to be so positive has got a real negative connotation to some Steelers fans.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you go 9-8, woohoo.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab some lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next, we'll get into some Suns talk, some fallout on the Jordan Ott hire, and what could be in the offing on trade talks. It's always spinning. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
Walk-off homer!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the Diamondbacks would be down 6 runs in the 9th and the Indiana Pacers would only lead the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday and both teams would win? Yep, the Diamondbacks rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Braves and a series sweep. And here was Eugenio Suarez on the win and the 9th inning.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate. You know, for my team, we, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row in Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals between the Indiana Pacers and Oklahoma City was drama. The Pacers beat the Thunder 111-110, and yes, the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 points with just 3 minutes left, came all the way back in. Tyrese Halliburton ended the game with a game winner with 0.3 seconds left, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
best of luck. It's a big project, but here's the good news. Expectations are low. You don't have the expectations Bud had when he showed up there last year. Expectations are low. Team is coming off a terrible season. Durant wants to go. Who knows how it's going to work with Beal, but his stock is at an all-time low. It's not like the fan base is going to expect him to perform at a high level. So given the loss of Durant, the lack of production from Beal, Booker, and then a bunch of question marks everywhere else, threshold isn't very high for success in Phoenix this coming year, which is a nice opportunity for a young coach getting his first shot.
That's Joe Fortenbaugh from ESPN Radio talking earlier this week about the expectations being low for Jordan Ott, first-year head coach. I want to start here, Bick. It's been 46 hours roughly since news broke that Jordan Ott is the guy. Suns have not released a press release.
I know.
They've not made it official. There's nothing on the books in terms of scheduling for a press conference. Do you find that odd?
I do, but it seems to be like this is not the only time this has happened with this regime. Am I wrong about that? Listen, I have become so numb to the reporting and breaking and declaring of news versus the actual recognition in the press release that I don't even notice it anymore. There seems to be a lag all the time in all sports for whatever reasons. You tell me, is there a reason for it to be odd? What do you think?
I wish I had more of a historical record of when things broke, when it was announced, when the press conferences happened.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like it was out there, reported by Shams, and Gambo was chasing it, and everybody's after this story, and it's out there, and there's been no refuting of it from the Suns.
No, and maybe it's all the NBA finals are going on. Maybe just out of etiquette, I don't think issuing a press release gets into that realm of disrupting the focus on the NBA finals, but maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they had the announcement came out before the NBA finals started, as we kind of assumed it would. Maybe Jordan Ott's got to pass a physical.
Yeah.
So there's, obviously there's that school of thought. We heard from Joe Fortenbaugh. We've talked about it too. The expectations are not nearly the same. The bigger story to me this week with the Suns was the internal memo that came out from Matt Ishbia that hit the media and indicated Matt Ishbia is going to be way more involved in basketball operations, both on and off the floor. Again, there's a lot of vagaries here. We don't know what all of this means.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Amick, who writes for The Athletic, we've had him on the show several times. Very good NBA insider.
He's excellent.
He was on our sister station, Sacktown Sports, up in Sacramento. And they asked him about the Matt Ishbia. The host asked a question about the 5 stages of new owner syndrome, which is a phrase that Matt Ishbia really loves, by the way. And here's what Sam Amick said specifically about the timing and the tone of that memo.
Somewhere in there is denial. Like the fact that Matt is trying to pretend that he wasn't very involved before is laughable. I'm also puzzled by the timing of this getting out because, to be honest, I don't think he sent that on Wednesday. I have known about that letter for 2 weeks, and it's just weird that he decided to put pen to paper with these ideas and then have a kind of clunky rollout where, media was to some extent aware that this was his messaging. If anything, the letter that I expected was, I have learned the hard way that being too involved is not working, and I am just going to hire good people and get the hell out of the way. And he's going the other way. So we'll see what happens. It's a little vain for my taste to be so dramatic about his team's operations. Like, man, nobody really cares. Like, your team's not very good. Just go try to work and get better. Like, acting as if everybody was on the edge of their seat wondering how they were going to function next is a little strange.
That last part is interesting because I felt some of that from the national media during the announcements, the cut downs, the candidates. It was like the national media is like, who cares?
Zach Lowe was one who made fun of it.
Right. Just
here's the update. There's no update.
Yeah, right. Just hire a coach already. You're a basketball team that finished 10 games under 500. So there's a lot of that going out there. And that's, to me, this is the one area that I still have trouble with all of this is the idea that he is trying to sell us that he was not involved in the past. And so I would love to have real clarity on that, but we don't. We don't have real clarity on a whole bunch of stuff. the Bradley Beal element to all of this. And Bradley Beal, Gambo yesterday reporting that the Suns 100% do not want him. So how could you go? Who's accountable for that? Who thought Bradley Beal was a good idea when it's turned out so wretched? When it's turned out so bad that you're looking to give a guy $50 million to sit on a couch just to stay away? Shouldn't somebody be accountable for that? Shouldn't we know who is responsible for that?
We are not privy to what goes on behind the scenes. From everything that was said, I mean, at one point last year, Devin Booker referred to Bradley Beal as the heart of the team.
Yes.
It went south. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
From what you took in last year, beginning to end with the Suns season, is that warranted to have that stance on Bradley Beal? If you can't trade him this offseason, he doesn't agree to any sort of buyout to move or waive that no trade clause. Is that warranted to possibly pay a guy that much money just not to play?
You heard Eddie Johnson say, "Good luck replacing what he gives you," right? But I do think where Bradley Beal, I think, has driven maybe the owner or made him very, very angry, and it's made me very angry. He's a joker on the court, and not like Nikola Jokic. Smiling and laughing when guys are smoking him and shooting three-pointers in his face.
That didn't pop up when he got here. Just like that no trade clause didn't pop up when he got here.
Yeah.
He's always been that guy.
I know. Which is my point. So somebody said, go get him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so the idea that Matt Ishbia is claiming that wasn't me. I haven't been involved. I've been giving people money and resources, and I've been getting out of the way. It's not what people believe to be the truth.
Yeah.
And so if it is the truth, can we get some clarity as to what has gone down here recently? Finally, Sam Amick saying that he knew about that email for a couple of weeks, which is also very interesting because was it coordinated to get leaked to the media? Because that's what it's starting to sound like to me.
Certainly has that feel to it. Dwayne Rankin from AZ Central, by the way, caught up with Tom Izzo, the head coach of Michigan State University. You can read the quotes on AZ Central. Some of them really stand out, and it was in reaction to the Jordan Ott hire. Quote, "It looks like Michigan State Southwest, but the truth of the matter is it's not that," Izzo told Dwayne Rankin. He talked also very glowingly about the 40-year-old Jordan Ott. Quote, "He's a really great, smart kid, works his ass off. He's a guy that has enjoyed the process. He's a really thorough guy. He worked under some good people. I think Kenny Atkinson is one of the best coaches in the league. That will be a big plus with him." But going back to the whole Michigan State Southwest thing, which is at the forefront of a lot of people's minds that care about the Phoenix Suns.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for the parties involved. If you want that narrative to go away, stop talking about it. Go about your business. Jordan Ott's the coach now. Doesn't matter where he got his master's degree.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Ishbia owns the team. Doesn't matter where he was a walk-on and won a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Gregory's the GM. Doesn't matter that he was an assistant coach many moons ago at Michigan State University. They just keep bringing it up, and it keeps popping up. I think if they want the fans to stop focusing on that, they need to stop focusing on it.
I don't know if the fans are going to stop focusing on it.
I don't think they are either.
Not until Jordan
success.
Not until Jordan Ott has a press conference and people go, "Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, definitely. I see what they're looking at." That's what you hope happens.
Yeah, but if he shows up at the press conference and he's wearing a green Spartan helmet,
well, then there's that. Yeah, exactly.
They don't think is going to happen. But hey, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks get an improbable win, 4-game winning streak, and a historic comeback win yesterday. Can we finally say the D-backs have officially turned it around? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Devin Booker was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott. They did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're bouncing around the valley this weekend, highly recommend you go and check out Walt's TV and Appliance right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. They can take your sports fandom to the very next level. Here's 3 reasons why. Number 1, expertise. Walt's has been serving the valley since 1957. They know what they're doing. They have an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They will give you the information and the wisdom you will never get at a big box store. Experience. When you shop at Walt's, you will find all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You pair the right television built for live action sports with the right audio component, you will have magic. I know Walt's did that for me. They gave me a great price, and they will do the exact same for you. In fact, you would think with all that expertise and all that experience that they're giving you, you'd pay a premium. You don't. They are as competitive as the big box stores when it comes to pricing. And to prove it, if you found a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Walt's. Watch them beat it. Once again, off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Baysonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Luke, the answer backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
I think it just happened one after another. It happened so fast I can't recall it right now. It was just a really exciting moment inside of the dugout, especially when Gino hit that ball down the line. Gino shakes things off as good as anybody we have. He cares on an immense level, but at the end of the day, he knows that he's not any better than his last at bat, and he's got to flush it. And better or worse than his last at bat, he's got to flush it. So it's a good moment.
Yeah, Torey Lovello on the heroics of Gino Suarez. Lots of heroes in yesterday's comeback win. Diamondbacks down 6 runs on 3 different score occasions. 6-0, 9-3, 10-4. First time in franchise history they come back from 6 runs down. They score 7 in the 9th, and they win it. And it's impossible. I don't know if you felt this way too, Bick, but living through what the Diamondbacks have lived through this year and those gut punch losses, and the game in Chicago came to mind, where they had the big 8th inning, they scored 10 runs, and then they gave it right back.
Yeah.
Didn't you have that feeling? Like it's going to be all for naught, this unbelievable comeback, and somehow the bullpen will cough it back
I didn't have that feeling.
You didn't.
I think maybe more of a fear, but I thought what can't get lost in the shuffle here is it isn't just yesterday, it's the combination of the game before it and the way that ended. And what Justin Martinez did, and the emotions we all felt watching that game. Now the emotions we felt watching yesterday's game, that's a lot of good stuff. That's a lot of emotional investment that has been paid off in a 24-hour period, which is the way you get fans on the hook with this baseball team, which is how you get people paying attention en masse. When you emotionally invest in a sporting event and you get the kind of payoff we've gotten in the past 2 games, that's something that I think is very, very valuable for this baseball team, especially when we've been on the other side of those games so frequently this year. I said it repeatedly. I'll say it again. Those 5 sucker punch losses we all referred to, and that doesn't even count the 9 runs without an out against, who was that against
that was
again?
Washington.
That was against the Nationals.
Yep.
The 5 games plus that game, because that wasn't so much a sucker punch. That was just
an embarrassment.
That was just an embarrassment. All those things collectively spoke to me to a team that is going to look and shake their head and say, we don't have it, man. We just don't got it. Bad things keep happening to us. Poor, pitiful us. And for them to turn this a little bit, and who would have thought it would have all started with Jarrett eating a grand slamwich?
Is that what they're called?
A 9,000 calorie concoction.
A 2-foot-long Italian delicacy. And that was the first game that started it all.
Yep. Undefeated.
Is that calorie count correct?
No, it's just a guess.
It's 2 feet of fried meat and cheese.
It's got to be 2,500 calories at least.
Oh, at least. Easy.
I'm thinking upwards of 3,000.
I'm thinking about 6.
Oh,
to be honest, you see the size of that thing?
They're 2 foot
all
long.
that
is that
bread,
right?
all that cheese.
Yeah. It's a foot-long meatball parmesan, a football chicken parmesan, and then a 2-foot-long thing filled with chips, potato chips.
Yeah, I'll bet you it's 4,500 to 5,000 calories.
And you ate half the chips too.
Yes, at least half the chips. Now, I will say, what has to happen now if they ever go on another losing streak, the Diamondbacks? Send Jarrett free food. That's the answer.
Just plugging himself now.
Yeah.
It's all about the benefit of his gut. As I mentioned earlier, tremendous winning streak intact. They're in Cincinnati for a 3-game series against the Reds. We'll see if they can keep it going. It's not without concerns. Obviously, there's still been no update on the Corbin Burns situation, his L.A. visit, nothing concrete there. The A.J. Puck situation will work itself out in probably about a little bit more than a month. He should be back. Josh Naylor yesterday, and they pointed this out on the telecast, he did not look like he was having much fun out there. It looked like he was in a lot of pain. He got pulled from the game, replaced by Ildemaro Vargas, who had one of those big hits in the 9th. Here was Torey Lovello on Naylor's condition.
Josh is okay. I took him out of the lineup. His right hand, left shoulder are a little bit sore, so I removed him from the game, and I felt like Vargy was going to be able to give us some good at-bats in place of him. But Naylor will be day-to-day.
And Vargy delivered.
He sure did.
The other thing that's got to be at the top of the list now, concern-wise, is what's going on with Brandon Pfaadt. The Washington game you mentioned, he gives up 9 runs without recording an out. Yesterday, He goes 3 innings, 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. His ERA has ballooned to 5.51, which is now the worst ERA among any qualified starting pitcher in baseball.
Wow.
I mean, Zach Gallen is at 5.13 with all of his struggles, and I think we can say with confidence that Brandon Pfaadt has been way more consistent this year than Zach Gallen. These last 2 outings have done a number on his stat line.
Yeah, so I hope it's suddenly not shoulder inflammation and then he gets some time off. I was not expecting...
You just hope it's ERA inflammation?
Yeah, right. Listen, I thought for certain Brandon Pfaadt was going to have a bounce-back game yesterday, and he got hammered again. So that's what's really concerning. Josh Naylor leaving the game with shoulder discomfort. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I think that can be a workaround if he needs a little bit of time off. But the pitching staff is down to the bare necessities now. Eduardo Rodriguez is returning today. You've got Brandon Pfaadt. He has got to get back up in that right lane.
Yeah,
it's like one of those.
He still has 7 wins this year.
It's one of those things where, you came into the season, this is the best front-to-back pitching staff in baseball, and they just can't get a stretch where all of them are pitching well at the same time.
Brandon Pfaadt in his last 2 starts has seen his ERA jump 1.6 runs per game. Went from 390 to 551.
Wow.
It's not very good.
No, it's really, really not.
And that's with 11 starts under his belt before this stretch has started. So wonder what the concern level is there. If there's something, I know after the Washington game, there might have been concern that he was tipping his pitches because they were absolutely just rocketing the ball. And looking at the Baseball Savant box score, he had 6 hard hit balls in the first inning before he got out of it against the Nationals. In 3 innings yesterday, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hard hit balls in 3 innings.
And I feel bad for
Braves lineup.
Pfaadt because he has resting crap face. Even when things are going really well. So when things are going bad, you really feel bad for him out on that mound because he has that look. Oh.
D-backs trying to extend that winning streak to 5 in Cincinnati in the opener of a 3-game series with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. I want to remind you, when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, Sammy's got the big stories on this Friday morning, and there's a lot of them. We'll go through them in the reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns have a new head coach.
Jordan Ott.
Yep.
Assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is their pick to become their 4th head coach in 4 years. Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Ah, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the Diamondbacks would be down 6 runs in the 9th and the Indiana Pacers would only lead the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday and both teams would win? Yep, the Diamondbacks rallied from down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Atlanta Braves and a series sweep. And here was Eugenio Suarez on the win.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate. You know, for my team. We, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row in Cincinnati against the Reds today. First pitch will be at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insane. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and the Pacers did it yet again. They were down 9 points with under 3 minutes left and came all the way back, ending with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner with 0.3 seconds left, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning and happy Friday. It is 7:30, and guys, I woke up this morning fired up, as I'm sure you guys did, after a Diamondbacks win, after a honestly kind of iconic Game 1 in the NBA Finals. And that's where we'll actually start. We're starting with the Pacers. They stole Game 1 in Oklahoma City. They stole Game 1 in Milwaukee. They stole Game 1 in Cleveland. And they stole Game 1 in New York. So we've noticed a trend here. But I did find
They're thieves.
They're thieves, exactly.
Yeah.
Can I also just say real quick, the ending of the game was unbelievable. The comeback was unbelievable. The whole game wasn't like an all-time classic game, I didn't think.
Well, the ending made it a classic game.
I mean, how many times do you witness a 48-minute classic in the NBA?
No, I once had a newspaper.
Defined by the end.
Yeah, I once had a newspaper editor in Chicago who claimed that all the great endings come from really boring, bad games. But Jared, again, it's the NBA Finals. There's a gravitas and a magnitude to it that I think gets past that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Plus, there was way too many days off before Game 1, right, Jarrett?
Yes. Wasn't there?
I did find the Korean call of the Halliburton game winner.
Let's
so
hear it.
Here it is.
작전 없이 가요. 없이 가요. 자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼. 버텨내는데.
It's just so much better.
Isn't it great?
Than any call
it's like that
we
old
have.
commercial. What's that?
That's exactly what I thought.
That's exactly
That just hit South Korea. You could make out Indiana and Halliburton there.
Right.
It's so
fantastic.
good. So last night, it's a simple question, but did we learn more about the Thunder or the Pacers in the
Pacers.
I think the Pacers.
Yeah, listen, it's as one of the columnists in Indiana wrote, a never say die team has never been more alive. Look, there were a lot of people who thought Oklahoma City was just going to roll right through this team, that the party was going to be over for the Pacers. You got to reconsider that now.
Yeah.
I was one of those people.
And I think
we all were.
Yeah.
What we learned about the Pacers, the difference from the first half to the second half, they started taking care of the basketball, and if they can stay close and take care of the ball, they are really, really hard to beat.
Very hard to beat. You know who's been hard to beat lately? The Diamondbacks. They've got a
impossible to beat.
Impossible. They've got a 4-game winning streak. They're heading to Cincinnati today. And yesterday, the Atlanta Braves had won 776 straight games while leading in the 9th inning by 6 or more runs. The Diamondbacks ended that streak yesterday. And here was Torey Lovello after the win.
You're kind of flexed. Your lineup is changed a little bit. You just are hanging on to and hoping that they turn things around, and they did. It was one at bat after another. They linked up. Gurriel with the home run. It just seemed to give us some energy. And then all of a sudden, you got Gino, one of our top run producers, in the box with tying run on base, and he comes through. So it was a matter.
So obviously, we're going to talk about the 6 runs in the 9th. That's a huge takeaway, and the series sweep. But what's something that you took away that maybe not as many people are talking about from that Atlanta Braves series?
It's a deep question.
It is a deep question.
I'll focus on yesterday's game particularly, because if you look at Tommy Henry's stat line, he came in and pitched 4 innings through 71 pitches, gave up 3 home runs. But he struck out 7.
Mm-hmm.
And without Tommy Henry kind of eating those middle innings, I'm not sure they have a chance to come back. And it's, again, not like he threw wipeout baseball by any stretch. The other thing on yesterday's game, and really series-wide, and I had a listener kind of reach out and say, you guys need to do a full segment on the heroics of Shelby Miller this year. Where would this team be without Shelby Miller? He's been fantastic. I mean, your whole outlook of that game changes. You're probably getting ready to get in the shower and get ready for the road trip, and all of a sudden, hey, now I got a save opportunity against the heart of their lineup, and he got it done.
Yeah, for me, I think my takeaway is just how glad I am that the team acquired Gino Suarez. That it's been an up and down ride with him, but I really do like his vibe. I like everything about him. And for him to strike out to begin that 9th inning and then to make good with that single down the line is fantastic.
Yep. And you know what he says?
All right, let's go to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think mine has been Ketel Marte has a 17-game on-base streak right now.
Ooh.
And in that, he's hitting .318, has 7 homers and 12 RBIs. Just, I mean, maybe not quietly going under the radar, but...
You know what? You bring up a great point, Sammy, because with the injury mixed in and the impact, you're like, oh, it's been an okay season for Ketel Marte. And then you look at the numbers of what he's doing.
Yeah.
His OPS is over 1,000. He's hitting 300 again. he's
a star at the plate.
He's kind of a freak.
He really is.
And I don't know the whole game requirement, but he's an all-star.
Ketel Marte!
This is what he can do when he's rested, Bick.
No doubt about that.
I don't think baseball has any kind of game requirement thing for making the All-Star team.
No, not at all.
All right. We've got about 4-ish minutes, and dare I say, this is one of the better sports weekends that we will have. We've got 3 games with the red-hot Diamondbacks. We've got a NBA Finals game, Stanley Cup, the French Open, an unbelievable UFC card with Sugar Sean O'Malley, who's from Arizona, the Belmont Stakes, which I'm excited about, and playoff college baseball. So we're going to put together our bingo card. I'm going to hopefully do a graphic, and I can send it to you guys. But, Bick, what is on your bingo card this weekend in sports?
Yannick Sinner winning the French Open.
Okay.
Sinner.
The Edmonton Oilers taking a 2-0 lead over the Panthers. I think that Connor McDavid is kind of showing just how otherworldly he is. That's good enough for me.
All right. Vinny.
I hate to say it. D-backs winning streak ends tonight.
Okay.
SGA 45 plus
Ooh.
in game 2. I'm not saying win or lose. I'm only giving it one layer, but he's going to have 45 plus. You need another one?
No, we're good. We'll go two for everyone. Okay. Jarrett?
Djokovic wins the French Open, and the D-backs sweep the Reds.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna go to the Belmont Stakes, shocker, and I'm gonna go 1-2 finish. It's a exacta box of Baeza, and journalism. Those will be 1-2 in any order. All right, and then, oh man.
Otherwise,
so why do you like Baeza?
So
I know you've done a deep dive.
Okay, so here's why I like Baeza. So the Belmont Stakes is a mile and a half. So if you remember back into the Kentucky Derby, Baeza came in 3rd place and he was streaking at the end. He didn't run in the Preakness, so he's got some time off, and he's known as one of the better closers in all of horse racing, and it's the longest race that in the Triple Crown.
Yeah, the Belmont's the monster of a race, right?
It's a monster of a race. And so if you remember, Sovereignty, who won the Kentucky Derby, was holding on for dear life at the end of the Kentucky Derby. Baeza was coming. Journalism was right behind him. I've got journalism Baeza.
This is great. I can't wait to bet on this and then have those 2 horses be dog food and glue by next week.
Remember, please bet responsibly.
No, hey, and I'm not giving anything out. I just like those 2 horses a lot, you know?
No, I was talking to you, Sammy. Please bet responsibly.
Oh, sure. Okay, fair. And then I'll wrap it up with Sugar Sean O'Malley gets the title back.
Every fighter with Shane or Sean has to be Sugar.
Gotta be Sugar.
Sugar. He gets the title back. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the guy he's fighting.
Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard,
Sugar Shane
Mosley,
Sugar Shane Holmes.
Let's run through
Sugar Ray, Mark McGrath. I just want to fly.
Yeah.
All right, so our bingo card. We start with a Yannick Sinner French Open win.
Yep.
Then we go to the Edmonton Oilers taking a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers. Then we have the D-backs winning streak ending tonight. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 45-plus points in Game 2. And then we have a Novak Djokovic winning the French Open, so the winner of today's match against Sinner or Djokovic. And then a Snakes sweep from Jarrett. I have a Baeza journalism 1-2-2-1 in the Belmont and Belmont. And Sugar Sean O'Malley claiming the title back.
Right? Some of ours directly contradict each other, so it's going to make it hard to get the 4 out of 7.
Well, I see. I'm gonna put together an actual bingo card, so I'll place it to where we can get bingo.
I'll let Jarrett have the sweep thing. I'll come up with another one because Jarrett makes a good point. When they're directly opposed to each other, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of it.
All right, then we need one.
I should come up. I went second after you, so I should come up with another one by the end of the show.
Either way, we don't have to do it right now.
Okay.
We can do it by the end of the show. There we
Fair
go.
enough.
The bingo card is almost, it's 8/9 of the way
It's
complete.
a bingo!
Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers is a Yinzer. Well, maybe not. We'll get the reaction from the biggest Steelers fan we know. The always entertaining Dave Damashek joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Dbacks fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a Dbacks Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, it's Luke. The answer backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And we continue on the Friday edition here, Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Big news. It's been lingering for a while. It's becoming official. Aaron Rodgers will be a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers, one-year deal. He's going to show up for the mandatory team workouts next week after skipping out on the voluntary OTAs. And here to talk about it with us, the biggest Steelers fan we know and the always entertaining host of the Sheck Show, Dave Damashek, our guest. Via video link for the first time, I believe. Look at you, wow. Dave, in the Steeler black and gold.
We are family. I'm wearing it. This is the big philosophical question right now for longtime Steelers fans is if you aren't excited about their decision at QB, how do you reconcile that with your fandom? And I think it's sort of like being a fan of the James Bond franchise. Like this is just going to be an era where James Bond is played by Timothy Dalton. You don't have to turn against. You're just waiting for Daniel Craig to come along. I think that's basically what got. And for all the negativity and pessimism and everything else, I'm really excited for the already thriving medical community in Pittsburgh. I mean, they're going to get all sorts of insights and tips on best practices going forward. So, I mean, I'm you know me, silver lining kind of guy.
Oh yeah,
always.
That's you. How do you explain? And I think I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you. Why guys like Terry Bradshaw take such great offense to this, to the way the Steelers have sort of bent the knee to Aaron Rodgers and all this? How's that playing out in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I think a lot of people think it's untowards and all of that. And it all goes into the two sides of the coin of what you heard around the draft and what you always hear Mike Tomlin talking about is like when they drafted Derek Harmon with their first overall pick. He sits down at the microphone, and this is enough to satiate the local media and otherwise, is to say, this guy has Steelers DNA. I'm not sure what that even means anymore to the new generation. I'm an old man. I care about things like about the black and gold. I care about about stuff like Terry Bradshaw cares about, that Terry Bradshaw wore that uniform and only that uniform in his professional career. Same as Mean Joe Green and Pop Stargell and Roberto Clemente and Sidney Crosby and Mario Lemieux. So this mercenary route that is more in line with what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are willing to do to try and chase a Lombardi trophy, or what the Minnesota Vikings were willing to do, feels beneath the Steelers brand. But then again, you pick your head up and look around and the results over the last decade and a half, and I guess we're deluding ourselves into thinking that Steelers DNA somehow equals high-end success at this point. I think Mike Tomlin, it's one thing for me to be a dork like that. It's another thing for Mike Tomlin to be under that same spell, to think that people care, that 25-year-old multimillionaires react to mentions of DNA and Cam Hayward, leader of the team, talking about it's good for these young fellas to get around us and see how we practice. What is that? Is that a model? That it's a model of mediocrity. We need to disrupt the way they've been doing business. Basically, in the last few years, they're trying to enact the Indianapolis Colts tepid results of bringing in mercenary quarterbacks 1 year at a time until they can get through the 500 yards and clean to the other side, and maybe they can land someone as good as Anthony Richardson.
Dave Damashek, our guest. You use the term disrupt. I think that's an interesting term when you and in the historical context, but they don't disrupt things, especially at the head coaching position. When could a disruption at the head coaching position come in your mind for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Dave?
This sounds histrionic or whatever, but I really do think that there have been since, if you kind of start the clock somewhere around the time that Roethlisberger hurts his elbow in 2019, or maybe a couple of years before that, when they really were ripe. They looked like that roster, real strong defense, and the killer bees with Roethlisberger and Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown. You were right to think, boy, this team is up there and is ready to make a run. And Ryan Shazier's injury you can kind of point to that as an excuse. And then Le'Veon Bell, his holdout obviously disrupts the following season, and so it goes. And so then Roethlisberger hurts his elbow, and then they get an offensive coordinator who they stand by for too long. And George Pickens is a pain in the butt. And Stephon Tuitt decides to retire, and that lingers out there. And the offensive line doesn't develop as much as, and Kenny Pickett wasn't as good as they thought he was going to be. There are so many excuses. There are so many people that Mike Tomlin can point at and say, it was his fault. It was his fault. Now we're fixed because it was his fault. Now he's gone. I really think that they are officially out of other people to point to. They did this. Did you guys see Sinners?
I have not yet. I've heard it's great though.
Okay. It's a vampire picture. And the main lesson from that, or among the chief lessons of the movie, is like most vampire movies, is you don't invite the soul sucker into your building on purpose. I mean, like, he's still good at football. He's better than Justin Fields. Listen, do you have amnesia? That's not a power that vampires have that I'm aware of. But apparently, in this case, Aaron Rodgers can give people amnesia because everyone is ignoring the fact that he tried to destroy the Green Bay Packers on his way out the door. Then he went to the Jets and succeeded in destroying that team. Why you would invite that cat at age 42, no less. It's one thing if it's, in his prime, Aaron Rodgers, and, mercenary gunslinger going to come in here for 1 year. If it was Josh Allen, I'm all in. If it was Matthew Stafford, I would be a little more patient. But what evidence is there that this guy is there to do anything other than try to rectify his tattered image on his way out of pro football for the rest of the time?
Do you get the idea that he's going to respect the fact that he's joining the Pittsburgh Steelers, that he's not going to come in and try to be the GM, or do you think that is folly?
Here's the irony, I think, with this chapter in the Aaron Rodgers experience. I think that the last couple of months, he decided, I don't know if it reached Arizona, but it was a big deal in Pittsburgh that Pat McAfee threw in the arena a big live show and 16,000 people and all of that. And a lot of people thought Rodgers is going to show up for that, or he could make a big splash by announcing it on this date or around the draft or whatever. And I think in 2025, after the Jets experience and after the debacle of leaving Green Bay and all of that, I think he really was calculated in saying, I'm going to try to keep a real low profile. I don't want to provide any distraction. And in not trying to be provide the full Aaron Rodgers experience the last couple of years, he provided the full Aaron Rodgers experience in doing that. So I do give him some grace there. He couldn't win either way. He's like, I'm going to hang out at the beach and walk in the sand with my earbuds in, and doing that, which was contrary to what he has done the last few years, was enough to piss off most Steelers fans along the way.
Dave, I feel for you, man. But take solace in the fact that you still get to watch Paul Skeens pitch every fifth day for now.
Oh, that's already turned sour too, because every time he pitches, it's an occasion for people to discuss what could they get for him in a trade. He's a dark time in Pittsburgh, everybody.
Dave, always good to talk to you, man. Thanks for joining us today.
What a pleasure. Great to see you, fellas.
Good to see you too. Dave Damashek, host of the Sheck Show. You get it where you get your podcast. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, the 8 o'clock hour is upon us. That means it starts with
Fire!
The Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and I have learned that Parker & Sons is outstanding in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person on the phone. By 8 a.m. they were at my house. I was beyond impressed. They're also great at preventative measures like the Captura air scrubber, which can improve the quality of the air you are breathing in your house, and like getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will do a lot of great things for you. It will prolong the life of your system. It'll help you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, and it'll give you the peace of mind, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of an Arizona summer and finding your air conditioning isn't working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all of their techs are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Plus, get 2 free select Craftsman V20 tools when you buy an RP brushless drill and impact driver combo kit. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by Eugenio Suarez. 2-run double and a Shelby Miller saved to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Atlanta Braves and a series sweep. The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row as they head to Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insanity. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 points with under 3 minutes to go, came all the way back, and it ended with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner with 0.3 seconds left in the game, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
In sports, some things are inexplicable, like how did Chris Paul suddenly lose his superpowers the day he turned 37 when the Suns held a 2-zip lead on the Mavericks? And how did the Diamondbacks regain theirs when the calendar suddenly flipped to June? Seriously, have you ever seen the tone of a baseball season change so dramatically? A week ago, the Diamondbacks were snake-bit and drowning, and it was fair to wonder if Torey Lavello was going to lose his job. Today, they've got a 4-game winning streak, and their past 2 victories have been exhilarating. There was Justin Martinez tap dancing through a landmine on Wednesday, and there was a mind-blowing 7-run comeback in the 9th inning yesterday. Special teams always have these kind of games when Stardust and magic fills and fuels their clubhouse and their confidence, and now they've done to an opponent what has so often been done to them. So, my new challenge to the Diamondbacks: seize the moment. Don't let up. This team has shown the tendency to be unfocused and tepid. They've been their own worst enemy and a threat to their manager's job. Now they need to sustain the fire that has too often been a flicker, the fire they need to be special. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Listen. Fans are on their feet here at Chase Field. The first sound recorded, the 12th batter of the ball game.
I'm just loving the cheering right now. Greg Schulte, Tom Candiotti. That was 6 days ago.
Yeah, that's quite a reversal. 6 days
ago, it was about as bad as it could get. They showed signs of life on that Saturday night. They had a controversial send at third base that kind of killed a rally, but they lose that game. Jared Carlin eats a 2-foot sandwich.
And everything is right in the world.
And they haven't lost since.
And they haven't lost since. And you talk about the stakes and the implications of all this. I mentioned a couple segments ago the idea of reward when you're a sports fan. And we as baseball fans, we've been deeply invested in this team, and we've gone through these series of sucker punch losses that have truly tested your faith. This year, attendance at Chase Field is up 7.6% over this time last year. That's a big number, which means people want this team to succeed. People are watching this team. People are going to see them play. And you stack a couple of games like this where you give that investment, and instead of getting kicked in the cradle, to quote Wolf, you get these rich emotional rewards. Can change everything. Can change everything for the fan experience, for the trust in the baseball team. Now they have got to stay on this elevation. You know, this team has struggled with prosperity.
It's true. The attendance figure is interesting. That it is an increase that's that pronounced. 7.6%. You said
they're averaging over 30,000 per game.
Which, coming off the disappointment of the end of last season, you wouldn't expect that. When you look at this historically, attendance is always a figure of, hey, how did the team do last year? Or in the expansion year, it was just the newness of all of it. I think some of that has to do with the fact, I think they've had some breaks schedule-wise and teams that are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4-game series against the Cubs. That is always going to give you a little boost in attendance. But I think your point is pretty valid in that there's so much hope for this team.
Mm-hmm.
And even with the disappointment of last year, they go out and they spend money. They're aggressive in building a championship contending roster. And I think, we were waiting for it. And I was kind of reserved to the fact, like, this is who the Diamondbacks are. They're not going to be able to sustain victories because they hadn't shown the ability to do it. The most remarkable part of this for all of this for me right now is it looks like it's following the pattern of last year where, yes, there were individuals that didn't get off to a good start last year, and it led to a lack of team success.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a calendar flip, and players started playing better individually, and they started winning games. This doesn't make much sense. I mean, they got
no, it doesn't.
They got punched in the gut with the Corbin Burns news, and I give them credit. That could have been a woe is me moment for the entire team. Oh, now we lost. We're this bad. And we've lost our best pitcher.
Our guy. Yeah.
What are we doing this for? And they have rallied. They have showed a different vigor, a different energy, and a different level of. And I'm not going to say it's been razor sharp or clean all the way either. They've been able to, in the last 4 games, overcome those mistakes that they've made.
Yeah, and again, I'm glad you played that soundbite because those Bronx cheers the Diamondbacks received last Saturday, falling down 9-0 to the Washington Nationals, was something I don't think I've ever heard before at Chase Field. Generally, when there's debacles in progress, that place just goes silent. Generally. I've not, but again, that first inning was so severe that it warranted it, and when it happened, I'm like, this is a new thing. And maybe it was, like you pointed out, the slap across the face.
Probably the audio of the actual rock bottom of the season.
Yeah.
That represented, the mocking cheers at that moment versus that team in that game. Probably the rock bottom.
Let's hope. And look, and for those who like Torey Lovello and really appreciate what he's all about, this might be a big-time reprieve for him because this season was trending not in his favor.
No, not at all.
Sleepy team that doesn't always respond.
And he was getting the brunt of a lot of the criticism because, a lot of it does fall on you. When you have and I've admitted this from day one. When you have an underachieving team, yes, people will look at the manager. It's not all his responsibility. But was he doing a good enough job to motivate the team? And look, motivation is... It's kind of abstract for a lot of people. How much motivation do professional athletes need? But it does fall on the manager. And we've seen situations this year already. The Baltimore Orioles are turning things around. They fired their manager not long ago. They were one of the most disappointing teams in all of baseball. There's already been 3 managerial firings. Ken Kendrick's been very patient, obviously throughout the history of Torey Lovello being here. He withstood and survived 2 horrible baseball seasons, and he's still here. But that faith looks like it's being rewarded a little bit because this does look like a team that's got more energy and more belief in what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that they're just a little more attentive, and I think they've got sort of a little better sense of urgency to them. And what they did in the 9th inning yesterday, they can feed off that for quite some time. They can draw on that. They can use it to sort of bolster their swag a little bit because not every baseball team can pull off what the Diamondbacks did yesterday. And again, you throw in the 2 game when you link up games 2 and games 3 against the Braves. That's really rewarding stuff. That's really satisfying baseball.
Well, Sammy had mentioned it in the reboot. The Braves' winning streak was well over 600 straight games in situations like that where they had a 6-run lead in the 9th inning. They don't blow those. Teams don't blow those leads. The Diamondbacks had lost 419 in a row in their history. That was historic, what we saw yesterday. And got to keep it going. To have a setback right after a game like that would be disappointing. We'll see what happens. I don't know what to expect from Eduardo Rodriguez tonight. I really don't. It's a hitter's
I
ballpark.
hope it's good, man. I am really, really hoping that whatever rest he has just taken and for whatever reasons that it is going to change everything for him. We need him to be that guy that they thought they were acquiring.
A day to remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 25th with a yellow card for the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale today at 10 o'clock, but you can get a head start and win a pair of those tickets right now by heading to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, a dramatic comeback, a tremendous upset, and another legendary moment for an NBA player having a breakout postseason. NBA Finals, Game 1, had it all. And we'll talk about all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 this afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What can the Phoenix Suns learn from the two teams in the NBA Finals? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
How many more times can this team do that?
Sweet baby.
Halliburton does it again. How does he do it?
A mashup of the final calls last night from all over the broadcast, and that was the question that a lot of people were asking after watching Tyrese Halliburton hit that 21-foot jumper with 0.3 of a second to go is, what are we watching? And Tyrese Halliburton, what are you becoming?
What are you becoming? Yeah, clearly.
On the heels of, and I know it's been an overplayed storyline, but really at this point it's not overplayed anymore. The release of the Athletic Anonymous player poll that named Tyrese Halliburton as the most overrated player in the league. I remember the day it came out. We talked about it in Off the Grid, and it was a little bit of, really him? He's the most overrated player?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it was a handful of votes. 90 players answered that question.
Right.
By him being the most overrated in this poll, it's a handful of people that voted for him. But my God, I'd love to know who those people are. Who are those players right now?
How about it? And you know it had to be somewhat petty because Tyrese Halliburton got named to the Olympic team and he didn't play.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
So you're saying it's Jaylen Brown? You're saying Jaylen Brown is one of the players?
I would definitely say Jaylen Brown is one of the players.
I saw this thing. If the Pacers win and he wins Finals MVP, those players should have to come out.
They
say who
should.
they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This reminds me of like when a team goes on a Final Four run, maybe an unexpected Final Four run, and one player drives them there and they become just a household name over the course of the 3 weeks and just a total star and breakout performance. Like Halliburton now is becoming as big a star, at least during this stretch, as anybody in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thought that I had last night was, we do this a lot in the postseason when it comes to the MVP award. The MVP has been named, that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You can't take that away from him. But a lot of times when the postseason ends, there's a little bit of luster taken off the MVP award depending on what happens to that player and team in the NBA Finals
Absolutely.
or in the playoffs. And you're like, well, it seems silly now that he's the MVP. Apply that thinking to the clutch player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Brunson won that award, and Jalen Brunson is an amazing player who had a lot of heroics. But doesn't that seem empty now that Tyrese Halliburton is not the most clutch player in the NBA? He's the most clutch player I've ever seen. And there are people that will use science to say the clutch gene doesn't exist. Bull crap, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It is alive and well in that guy. His shooting numbers, again, in the last 2 minutes of games throughout the season, I think he's missed one shot with a chance to tie or take the lead in the last 2 minutes of games, regular season, postseason, and he's done it 4 times now in the last 2 seconds of the playoffs.
Yeah.
We may never see anything like this ever again.
It's almost unnatural how good he is in those situations. Because we've seen him twice now in big playoff games dribble back behind the three-point line, just to have the wherewithal to do that, to have the chutzpah to do that. It's been remarkable, and I think you're right, because for most of the night I thought to myself, is this sort of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's, is this going to be his Michael Jordan in Boston Garden kind of game where he, on a huge platform, he puts forth something so amazing, people finally go, superstar. And a lot of people were getting their first look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night. And
he was great.
And he was great until he didn't make that last shot, and Tyrese Halliburton did. So that really plays into what you're talking about with MVP awards and how people look at this. And the series, obviously, the series is a long, long way from over, but the Pacers have a connectivity, and they've got a sandpaper quality to them that is something else. I know Sammy and I were vibing on this. I forgot who the player is, but players who get gigantic must get rebounds. And Nesmith did that last night for the Pacers.
Massive.
Just massive when you have to get that basketball. And he did.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of the pregame coverage, too, and they were going through the lack of finals experience for these two teams. And they actually omitted Aaron Nesmith out of that mix. He was on the finals team that lost to Golden State for the Boston Celtics, but he didn't even get included. He's been massive in these playoffs, too, but it seems like, and Andrew Nembhard, who I think is one of the more important players on Indiana, and in the Eastern Conference Finals, they overcame like a rough stretch of bat. He wasn't all that productive. What he did in the fourth quarter last night in that game, running the offense for the most part for Indiana, guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, hitting big shots. He was huge. There was a lot of players that stood out last night. Pascal Siakam had the big block shot. On the Oklahoma City side, we mentioned SGA. How good was Lou Dort last night?
Oh, my goodness.
He is a nightmare.
Pay him whatever he wants.
Especially when he was shooting the ball like he was last night.
Yeah, when he had 5 threes last night.
Wow.
Well, it's crazy when you think about it. The Thunder produced 24, 25 turnovers. Shai had 38. Lou Dort hit 5 threes, and they lost.
And they still lost at home. How about Miles Turner in that bank 3? That's fantastic.
I do want to point out the fact that, and Carlisle's done this throughout the playoffs, when it's clutch time and crunch time, he very rarely calls a timeout. He lets his guys go. And I think that speaks volumes to how much trust he has in not only Halliburton, but just the manner in which they're going to get a good look.
As we see more and more examples of this, I'm becoming more of a fan of that type of thinking.
Without a doubt.
When you have a player that you trust at the controls of all of it, and who's more trustworthy than Tyrese Halliburton, but you call a timeout there, you let the best defense in basketball get set and come up with a strategy to take the ball out of Tyrese Halliburton's hands, which when you're scrambling back in 8 seconds or less type of scenario, you don't have that luxury. And also we saw, and I thought there was a lot of good conversation about this in the pregame too, when the starting lineups were announced and Cason Wallace in the starting lineup, and they put Hartenstein on the bench. Stephen A. Smith, I thought, brought up a great point. Like, you haven't played a second of this series yet, and you're the team, you're the big favorite, and you're the team adjusting what you've done all series long.
I didn't understand that at all. And Mark Daignault is getting killed for that because with all the other stuff that comes along with the NBA final, with all the pomp and circumstance and pageantry that comes with the NBA finals, the last thing you want to do is throw more curveballs at your team. And to do something like that, like you said, it was almost like a concession to the opponent that you shouldn't be making.
And Cason Wallace has been tremendous this postseason. He also had the worst plus-minus figure on Oklahoma City, -13 in 33 minutes last night.
Look,
so,
we've kind of pointed this out in passing, but one of these two head coaches has an NBA championship, and it's Rick Carlisle. So,
well, and for all the praise given to the Oklahoma City's defense, the Pacers put together a pair of 30-point quarters to end the game, including 35 in the fourth.
Yeah, 66 points in the second half.
Yeah.
And another player I forgot to single out, Obi Toppin.
Yeah.
I thought the Pacers were going to bench him and never let him play again. That's how bad he was in the first quarter of that game. He was enormous in that game.
Yeah.
Once he got his feet underneath him, 17 points, 5 of 8 from three-point range, and didn't turn the ball over after the first quarter. Had 3 of the first 7 turnovers of the game. Look, sign me up for more of this.
Yeah.
We were all hoping for a good series. If this is any indication, we're in for a really good one.
Yeah. Like I said, I think what happened last night is going to save the series from a rating standpoint. I think Game 3 in Indiana is going to be insane. So keep your fingers crossed. We might have some competitive drama left.
We might. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks in Cincinnati to start a 3-game series against the Reds, a game that will be aired exclusively on Apple TV Plus tonight. We'll talk to the man calling the play-by-play action, Wayne Randazzo, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Let me clear this up. Is there familiarity in the Michigan State thing, and people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing, and I totally understand it, and there's bias in the NBA, there's bias in all sports. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the Diamondbacks would be down 6 runs in the 9th inning and the Indiana Pacers would only lead the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday, and both teams won? Yep, the Diamondbacks rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondbacks history to get an 11-10 win and series sweep over the Atlanta Braves, and here was Eugenio Suarez on the win.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate, for my team. We, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row in Cincinnati today. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insane last night. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and the Pacers did it once again. They were down 9 points with under 3 minutes to go and came all the way back. And Tyrese Halliburton ended the game with a game winner with 0.3 seconds left, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort, and save up to 20%. Go online to savetosubmit.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the D-backs follow up their thrilling sweep of the Braves? And what's the latest on Corbin Burns? We'll ask manager Torey Lovullo today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It means a lot. This is how we are. We are the D-backs. We're never gonna give up. We play good baseball here in Atlanta, and that's great comeback by us. That was a team effort. And we did our best, offenses. We did a really good job, and I'm happy to go to Cincinnati with a sweep on the packet.
That is Gino Suarez, who had the go-ahead double in the bottom of the 9th inning. Historic stuff. There's no other way to say it. It's never happened before in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they've been around since 1998, to come back from 6 runs down in the 9th inning to win a game. But that's how they capped their stay in Atlanta. And to do that in the final game of a series, too, Bick, I think makes it even more unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we talked about the nature of the game. It's 6-0. I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking, all right, 2 out of 3, they still accomplish their goals.
Yeah.
And then they get 3 runs. It starts to get interesting. I thought it was a major bucket of cold water over the comeback attempt when Tawa got thrown out trying to steal second base. And you're like, why are they continuing to run on Drake Baldwin, who's got a hose for an arm? Then they fall behind on a couple of other occasions by 6 runs. It just remarkable stuff.
Yeah.
The best comeback win in the history of the Diamondbacks. And now they got a chance tonight going to Cincinnati against the Reds, a team that's under 500 themselves at 30-33. I think a team that's trying to find its footing.
Yeah.
You win tonight, you've matched your season-long win streak. And it seemed like such a foreign concept when we talked earlier in the week. Hey, what would turn you around? What can make you feel better about the Diamondbacks? And I said, string together some wins.
Yeah, winning streak. Yep.
I think somebody said on social studies, like 15 out of 20. Win 7, 8, 9 in a row. That really can build a lot of confidence. And they get a chance to get to 5 tonight with a win over the Reds.
And they're facing a team that's scuffling a little bit. They've lost 4 of their last 5. This is it's a great baseball city, great American ballpark, a cool place to play. They just got to get greedy. They like I said in the blast, this baseball team has just run hot and cold all year long. Those thoughts were echoed by Bob Brenly, who spoke of the fire that was conspicuously absent for large swaths of the season. And he even talked about, maybe there needs to be artificial moments like reacting to some chin music or sticking up for a player or a bench clearing ball, something to galvanize the group. And I would think what happened in the 9th inning last night would galvanize the group about as well as anything. They just need now to wear this and play to that standard and not ever get back underwater. That, to me, is what this team has to do. This team needs to keep winning, put together that winning streak we're talking about, get 10 games over 500, and then expand from there.
That's the Bickley benchmark, 10 games over 500.
That's when you take a team seriously.
But going
exactly
back to the
right.
point, and I thought Bob's point earlier in the week was an interesting one about, superficial influences that can really turn around a team. And they've turned it around to this point without having that superficial event happen. It hasn't been a brushback pitch. It hasn't been. I mean, this is a team. You see their demeanor on the field with guys like Geraldo Perdomo and Gino Suarez and Ketel Marte. They're always dapping up their opponents when one of the opponents is on second base. So there's not bad blood. There hasn't been anything like that, but they've been able to turn it around. And to your point, to get a game like the fuel that a game like yesterday can provide you, you can't measure that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, listen, so I really, really, really hope this is a turning point because I think there's a hunger for it with what's going on with the Suns, with months to go before football season gets fired up. There's a big difference in the vibe of the Valley when you get a Diamondbacks team that's hovering around first place, that has got the audience engaged, and a baseball team where there is no hope and we all kind of just scatter and reconnect when football season
It also
gets
shows you when you're a sport that plays every day, how quickly the mood can change. In 1 week, so can feel so different than the previous week.
Yep. Alec Thomas was part of that comeback. He had a 2-run homer in the 9th inning. He talked about that at bat.
Man, he threw a high heater that I check swung on, and I'm like, dang, that's not good. And then he threw like a knuckle ball that was a changeup, I guess, and I was like, dang, that was good too. So I was like, all right, well, I don't know what he's going to throw now, but I'm going to be ready for it. And, I stayed back and had a good swing on it. And, I'm really glad that that had the chance to get a ball that had a better chance of hitting. So, and I took a good swing and it went out. So that was really cool.
And I don't know if you saw the video of that in the locker room. Alec Thomas is at his locker. He's not wearing a shirt, but he's got his shoulder heavily taped up with the ice on it.
Yeah.
And then he was wearing like a hood that he wasn't wearing during the game. It was just a goofy look. And then that wasn't good. I just got such a kick out of that.
That might be my favorite post-game interview of the season. Like, yeah, he threw cheddar like belt high. I was like, and then a changeup that looked like a knuckleball.
You don't hear batters say stuff like that. Like, oh, yeah, I didn't know what was coming next. And Alec Thomas, for him to have that home run, only his second of the year, and his fingerprints were all over that sweep in Atlanta because not only did he have the big home run, but 2 great catches in crucial situations. Bottom of the 9th, Riley leading off, and he hit a laser beam to center. Nice sliding catch. He made the catch at the track the other night against Ozuna. He's been very quietly very good this year. And I don't think he's getting to as many balls as he did defensively in center. But
no, I don't.
He's picking and choosing, and he's hitting the ball a lot better than he did last year.
Yeah, that's for certain. I think his defense is not at the caliber that we've seen or that we expected him to be, but it's good to see him hitting the ball again. So, yeah.
All right, again, the Diamondbacks going to Cincinnati to start that 3-game series tonight exclusively on Apple TV. We were unable to connect with Wayne Rendazzo.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But, yeah, the Reds, don't fall back now.
Yeah.
Don't, have a series where you lose.
Get above 500 and keep your head above water. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next, we've talked a lot about the Spurs, Rockets, Timberwolves, and Knicks, but could another team possibly be interested in the services of Kevin Durant? We'll get into those possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really?
Really, really. So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Happy Friday. If your backyard is a bit cringy, if it keeps you from entertaining guests, if it keeps you from having people over on the weekend, you are not alone. I have been there myself. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue, building you the backyard of your dreams, a backyard that will make your neighbors green with envy. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018. They can do a whole bunch of stuff for you. Traditional landscaping, outdoor pergolas if you're looking for shading structures. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green, popping, sparkling lawn without the water bills, without the seeding, without the mess. They can build you hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills, state-of-the-art putting greens. No matter what the project, they love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats, and they serve the entire valley from Queen Creek to Cave Creek all the way up to Black Canyon City. Here's what you should do. Go check out their website. Check out some samples of their work. Check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. Really, really good stuff. You can schedule your free estimate when you're online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
When this person plays next to this guy, it elevates his game. They've gotten away from that foundation, and I think that's why we had the results of what we're seeing in the finals. 2 teams teams where their guys all complement each other on both sides, with the Pacers and also OKC. So obviously with a guy like KD, I think, if he gets to the right situation, I mean, he's right back as one of those top guys competing for a championship. So I think those two are the biggest, glaring names in the offseason, and where they end up, I mean, it's news everywhere.
It's DeMarcus Cousins from the Run It Back podcast saying that Kevin Durant will be a good fit wherever he gets traded, just needs to find the right situation. Why is the belief so high around the NBA that that's the case?
No, you can't tell them that. No, like Kevin Durant will make your team better.
But
I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know what the answer to it is.
Look, there's been a lot of talk of Kevin Durant trades. We've engaged in it ourselves. We'll continue to engage in it over the next month plus. Although Gambo said earlier this week, he expects a trade for Kevin Durant to be worked out by the Suns and partner X by the time the NBA draft starts. Won't be finalized until after the draft. But some other stuff that Gambo said yesterday, and there's some stuff to chew on here. Here's another team. We've talked to T-Wolves, Knicks, Spurs, Rockets, Mavericks, Warriors. There's another team that Gambo mentioned yesterday that has not previously come up.
The one more team I'm going to put in there as a possibility is the Clippers. We've never talked about the Clippers before. But they got Zubac. Who? They got Dunn. They got Powell. They got Derek Jones. I'll have to look at what their draft capital is, but the Clippers are a team that I heard.
All right, so they
Interesting.
They might have some tools to work with there to make a trade. I'm wondering, and there seems to be some speculation too. Some of the, the doubting Thomases out there saying there's not that big a market for Kevin Durant. This is all just being drummed up by the Phoenix side of things to try to manufacture more interest. I don't know what the case is. Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant, although I will stay on the side of what makes everybody think that Kevin Durant's just going to go somewhere and help a team compete for a championship at this point. We've got 2 straight stops where that has not been the case.
Exactly. So, but I think if you're looking for a specific skill set, and I think there are a couple of teams that are, then I think Kevin Durant can be a good idea for you. A couple things I think would be interesting. If Ivica Zubac is available, he's that's a big.
Yeah,
that's a big.
He's fantastic. You mentioned Pascal Siakam as one of the most underrated players in the game. I would throw Zubac on that list for what he does, not only offensively, he's a load. He got defensive player of the year votes this year as well. He's that good defensively.
He really came around defensively this year.
That is, though, part of these hypothetical trades, because it's like, okay, well, the Clippers, if they trade Zubac, then they won't have him.
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
Why?
So why would you? Yeah,
right.
but I mean, if that's something that would interest me, I mean, the job he did on Jokic in the postseason was about as good as I've seen anybody defend Nikola Jokic.
Except for DeAndre Ayton.
And Yusuf Nurkic.
with the Clippers, though, you're getting 0 draft capital back.
Yeah.
Because all of their draft picks are going to Oklahoma City.
And that's probably true with the New York Knicks as well. Here's what's interesting to me. So ESPN and Stephen A. Smith and their relationship with KD, it's fascinating to me. Yesterday, Stephen A. Smith opined that if this new upcoming All-Star Game format, USA versus the World, doesn't work, the NBA may scrap the All-Star Game entirely, and the current generation of superstars are going to have to wear the shame of killing the All-Star Game. KD responded by saying, dramatic. And so they're going at it again a little bit, and now all this speculation of Kevin Durant to the Knicks is become a big-time talking point. And whether or not Kevin Durant wants to play in that crucible, in that city, for that team, I don't know.
Look, we've had our doubts on it, but the rumors persist. The speculation persists. Gambo actually had some intel on the Knicks side of things, too, or what the Suns might want from the Knicks in a potential KD trade.
I have heard that the Suns don't have interest in Karl Anthony Towns. With the Knicks, more likely they would like an OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges.
All All right, so that piqued interest,
Wow.
obviously.
Wow.
And here we were gearing ourselves. Can we get on board with a Karl Anthony Towns trade? Is that a guy that you could actually embrace in a Phoenix Suns uniform? And I think we were both coming around to maybe.
It'd be very hard. I'm just doing the numbers and stuff to do a trade with the Knicks without Durant. It's very hard. Unless the Knicks want to give us...
Cat, you mean?
Yeah, without Karl Anthony Towns. It's very hard because unless they want to give us OG, Josh Hart, and Mitchell Robinson, which the Knicks will not want to do.
No, that's not going to happen either.
No. But I don't know the salaries of OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. What do those add up to?
Bridges is $20 million, north of $20 million a year.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Anunoby. I think he's in that same ballpark. I think
If you can pull that off.
Well, if the Knicks are willing to trade OG and Mikal Bridges,
not going to happen either. Then
it's not going to happen.
At a certain point, the other team then is disassembling their really good team.
And they need depth anyways, the Knicks do, because they've traded away some of their depth.
Well, I started this by playing the DeMarcus Cousins from Run It Back. And he said, KD is going to be a good fit wherever he gets traded. Also in that same podcast, he said this.
Yeah, not Charlotte. But like I said, it has to be a team. It has to be a team with a plan. Like this, like a plan of actually competing. It just can't be where we're just throwing a group of talent together and, all right, let's go win a championship. That's not how it's going to work. Team with an actual plan. And I think the last team that had a plan for KD was the Warriors. So obviously it has to be a situation that makes sense.
I mean, that's arguable as well. Obviously, he'll fit in anywhere, but it's got to be a team with a plan. The plan to make it work.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The Suns and the wounds are still very, very fresh. They are a reminder that throwing talent together does not work.
No, it does not.
Chemistry matters.
Chemistry matters.
Coaching matters. Defense
Culture matters. And you've got to build it. You just don't bring it in. You don't hire culture. It's built over day to day to day. It's built over processes executed over day to day to day to day to day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why now with your head coach and your GM, they should be in rooms with, whether it's Ishbia now, thinking about in a package what could build the best culture in Phoenix. Like if you're going to trade him to Houston, who are the guys you like that could set a culture, be here for a while? If you're going to trade him to Minnesota, do those guys fit the mold in which Jordan Knott and Brian Gregory want to build this team in? Not just, okay, let's go get Karl Anthony Towns or whatever.
Well, that's why I'm curious to see when this press conference is actually going to happen with Jordan Knott. Maybe this is part of the delay on it as well. Is there's so much talk of alignment, and it became kind of a butt of a joke and a punchline a little bit because it came up so much in the Brian Gregory press conference. But yes, every successful team has a degree of alignment. But what is the alignment steeped in? What are the beliefs? Matt Ishbia talked about that right after the season ended, about the undeniable culture that's going to exist here. What is it based on? What does Jordan Knott bring that is going to spearhead this movement towards culture?
Exactly. And what does Matt Ishbia being around every day going to do to make a basketball team play better? So all of this is very in the abstract, is what it is.
Yeah, and we talked to Rick Bucher, too, about the Denver example came up and how toxic that situation was at the end, and Michael Malone let go with 3 games left in the regular season. They hand the reins to David Adelman, and the battles that would go on, well chronicled between Malone and Calvin Booth, their GM at the time, and they decided to let go of both of them. And I was like, you know what? I would sign up for that level of toxicity if it meant 10 good years leading up to it in an NBA championship, a banner hanging in the rafters. Sign me up for that.
Yeah,
They weren't aligned at the end, and they were still winning a lot of basketball games.
Right.
And another NBA note that just came down related to 2 of the teams we just mentioned in the KD quote-unquote sweepstakes. Reportedly, the Knicks are requesting permission to speak with Jason Kidd.
Jason K. Kidd?
Yeah. Jason Kidd for their head coaching position.
Man, Jared's getting all choked up over this Jason Kidd.
I thought I felt the spittle in the back of my throat building, and I tried
using that word.
Yeah,
it's a good word. Anyway, so they want to speak to Jason Kidd about their head coaching position, the current coach of the Mavericks.
That's actually an interesting development. Jason Kidd float your boat as an NBA head coach?
I don't know.
He has at times.
Yeah.
I think he's a good coach.
Yeah. Well, what'd you say, Sammy?
I think he's a really good coach.
I think he's better than most people realize. I know he's got a long relationship with Leon Rose, but he's coaching the Mavericks.
Jalen Brunson also a relationship.
Well, that's clear as well.
But, I mean, last year, we in Phoenix, it didn't really get off the ground. We were talking about the possibility when the coaching search started. You know where it focused on? A guy who was under contract, Ty Lue in L.A.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've also heard the Knicks were interested in Ime Udoka as well.
Another guy with a job.
Another guy with a job.
Go find your own coach, Knicks.
Yeah, right.
I've had Knicks
Quit
fans.
poaching coaches, Knicks.
My friend Knicks fans are like, we're getting Spoelstra. I'm like, no, you're not.
Spoelstra. Well, this is what happens when you fire a coach this late. It's very rare at this part of the summer to fire your coach. So you have to sort of look around to other.
You normally don't fire a coach that takes you to the Eastern Conference Finals.
No.
Yeah, especially for the first time in 25 years. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sauce and trash talk, the benefits of the Cardinals' offensive continuity in 2025. The Diamondbacks stunned the Braves with a 7-run rally to snatch a sweep, and Lexi Held's 24 points, the most by a rookie this season, helped Mercury to a win. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Could not believe the first time I went to New Life Dental Implant Center in Scottsdale how many people were in their facility getting fitted for a new smile, and that is because New Life Dental Implant Center, they are revolutionizing their industry, making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from beginning to end. That's right, no bouncing around to different offices, everything you need from surgery to lab work to follow-ups, right there in one place. Vibing on the fact of being the most affordable option out there, up to 40% less than their nearest competitor, and it comes with no hidden fees, no surprise costs, just one price from start to finish. New Life committed to being the best and most affordable option out there. Great financing options available as well. They've even got an in-house laboratory which guarantees faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You're not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening right there in real time. So if you're ready for a new life with a brand new smile, give New Life Dental Implant Center a call, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond.
This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanko.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the D-backs would be down 6 runs in the 9th and the Indiana Pacers only led the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday and both teams won? Yep, the D-backs rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win over the Atlanta Braves. They swept Atlanta and now will head to Cincinnati to make it 5 wins in a row. First pitch will be at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insane last night. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 with under 3 minutes left, came all the way back, and Tyrese Halliburton ended it with a game winner with 0.3 seconds left.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
And the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 will be Sunday. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us on this Friday. Time for a fun edition of Social Studies. Here's Sammy to take us through it.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Friday. We are less than an hour away from the weekend, but we got to hit some social studies first. If you want to respond to our questions daily, we are on X at Bickley_Murata. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and we are on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So our first question is Diamondback related. There's a lot of excitement going on around the team right now. They've won 4 in a row. So we asked D-back fans, what is most exciting about this team right now? And on the flip side, if there are any, what concerns you the most still?
Yeah, for me, the most exciting thing about the team right now is the quality of the past 2 victories and the exhilarating nature of them, the rewarding of the emotional investment put in to watch them. I think that's great, something to really rally around. And what concerns me still is the state of the rotation. I was the one who claimed that even with the loss of Corbin Burns, as long as it's not for the entire rest of the season, I think you've got the arms to get around it. But then Brandon Pfaadt now has been hammered 2 starts in a row. So the rotation is my concern.
That performance by Brandon Pfaadt made me want to get hammered. That's the most exciting thing now is I've been waiting for some evidence of a spark for this team. We certainly got that this week, especially yesterday. That was fun stuff. The rotation has to be, because not only is it Pfaadt, who's been just drilled in his last 2, hammered and drilled, in his last 2 starts, but I think there's a little bit of breath holding going on to see what happens with Eduardo Rodriguez, and we don't know the status of Corbin Burns and what the prognosis is on him either. So that's 60% of your starting rotation right now, and that's not to say Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen have been consistently good all season long. That's still the number one concern.
Yeah, in the responses, Jen says the answer backs made an appearance. She had missed them. Pitching is still our biggest enemy right now. Drew Halpy said they have heart and zero quit. That's been shown, and he's still very concerned with the status of Corbin Burns. And Jonathan Woodard said our offense is no joke, top 5 in the major league, just like last year. Give us time to work out our pitching, and hopefully everyone can get back healthy and stay on track. And he just wants this team to make the playoffs. Don't we all, Jonathan? Our next question surrounding the NBA Finals in Game 1, we asked Suns fans, when you were watching, or Suns fans, what are you thinking when you're watching the NBA Finals? Our 4 options are, you're sad that Halliburton is not a Sun, you're jealous and fearful of OKC, you just like watching B-ball, or you're not watching, you bumpkin.
I'm going to vote 3, even though I've often opined and talked about the Tyrese Halliburton mistake. It was a while ago, and it's not getting undone. And at this stage, it's the NBA Finals. I'm watching it because it's the apex of basketball.
No doubt.
It's funny, I was having a discussion last night with a friend, and the Halliburton subject came up again. And I said, how do you think they feel in Sacramento? And we played some sound from our sister station up in Sacramento, Sacktown Sports, today, the Sam Amick comments about Matt Ishbia. This morning, there's a clip that's online. This morning, they're having the discussion. Are you more mad that the Kings passed on Luka for Marvin Bagley, or that you traded Tyrese Halliburton to Indiana? They've had it worse.
This is like the Spider-Man meme of two people.
Because we're very much in the same boat. But they opted to keep De'Aaron Fox, and they traded him, and basically now the Sacramento Kings are the 2020 Chicago Bulls, which was not a team you wanted to be.
But at least the guy they got for Halliburton is very good. The guy the Suns took instead of Halliburton.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's fair.
And again, I know people, get over it. The thing that's so painful about it was just the obvious nature of it all, and how we all thought, wow, this guy's just falling into the Suns' lap.
Yep.
That's what hurts me. Because it was such a no-brainer.
But I'm voting with Bick on, at this point, just like watching basketball.
Yeah.
That was tremendous theater last night.
It was. The responses are a little interesting. 37% say they're sad Halliburton's not a Sun. Only 6% are jealous and fearful of OKC. 22% say they're just watching ball, and a surprising 33% say not watching, you bumpkin. It's okay. We don't miss you.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Our last question.
That's not surprising. Why is that surprising? We went into this saying that it's going to be a low-rated series.
But if you made up your mind that you're not watching because it was 2 small market teams, I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the reason of that.
It's possible that they just wanted to call Sammy a bumpkin.
Maybe.
Possible.
I don't feel like I'm a bumpkin.
I don't think you are either, Sammy.
Thanks, guys. So we talked.
I don't think you're a little onion either.
Hey. Thanks,
That's
guys.
not. I mean, that's. He's spicy. He's sharp.
Onions are not spicy. They're pungent.
Yeah, I don't make
Sammy, I don't think you're pungent either.
Thanks.
Sharp. He's sharp. How about that?
We'll take sharp.
I like that.
So our last question.
He's multi-layered.
These Pacers, these Pacers have been improbable all postseason with the way they have gone about winning. So we asked.
How about that D-backs win last night?
No doubt.
That was pretty improbable, huh?
So we asked, what is the most improbable victory you've ever had in your life?
Ooh.
And it could be literal sports related, or it could be however you want to define a victory.
There's some good responses. I like these.
I would have to say beating Robert Kimdichie in the Jazz edition of Vinny Joe Trivia. With, I think, 3 correct answers.
I would say, for me, 6th grade, Lincoln Elementary School.
Oh.
My basketball team is trailing. I think it's 37-35. The coach, Mr. Perno, Bickley, get in the game. He wasn't a big fan of me. I get in the game. I get the ball. First time I touch it, I'm about 20 feet away. I just hoist a shot, and it's pure. Tie the game. I don't even know what I'm doing, and I tie the game. The other team calls timeout. I am such an idiot, and I played so little that I came back to the huddle, and I stood outside the bench as if I weren't in the game. And the coach had to grab me and throw me on the chair like, idiot, you're in the game. You sit down on a chair during a timeout.
And this was like the 70s.
But
he probably did call you an idiot.
Drano, brother. Drano.
Nothing but nylon.
Nothing but nylon.
There's some good responses. DW Covell says the most improbable victory he's ever seen was the limp it off Kirk Gibson home run for the Dodgers off Dennis Eckersley in the World Series. Tom Foss, shout out Tom. He said probably losing 70 pounds at the age of 58 by going through Revitalize. Shout out Tom, good for you. Radar says easily my wife. There you go. I definitely outkicked my coverage there. And then something that I've also experienced, Tony Height. November 15th, 2010. Down 55 points to the number one team and number one jerk in our fantasy football league heading into Monday night. And then Michael Vick put up 63 fantasy points against Washington. Wow. I experienced that on that side as well, Tony Height.
I liked Daryl Lee's response, too. I won an argument with my girlfriend once. Of course, she's not my girlfriend anymore.
That's funny.
You win some, you lose some.
You win some. You win.
You win some, you lose most.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
There we go. There's social studies on this Friday. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, a former Sun Devil, no longer with the program, is projecting big things for ASU football in the not-so-distant future. We'll tell you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and people see Sweet James everywhere on buses, on billboards, on television commercials. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but the work they do is pretty serious, and when it is game time, they play to win. So when you're hurt in an accident, this is why you call Sweet James, because the insurance companies that promise to protect you are going to try to take advantage of you. They're going to either deny your claims or pay you the least amount of money possible. This is what Sweet James will do for you. They're a world-class law firm. They've got over 25 years of experience in over 500 trials taking on those billion-dollar insurance companies on behalf of their injured clients and winning. They've got their own full in-house trial team. They've recovered over $2 billion for injured accident victims, and they have a 98% winning record. Remember, having the right attorney by your side after you've been hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident can literally mean the difference between $2,000 and $2 million, and Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in the state of Arizona. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Watch all D-Backs games both live and on demand with the D-Backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-Backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, it's Luke. The Answer Backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-Backs Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I never thought you guys would be like playoff caliber, like make it far. You know, it's like
yeah. I mean, once Coach Herm, you know, kind of shot down the program a little bit.
Yeah.
It kind of like went a whole different direction, and then they hired Coach Dillingham, and I mean, you might see a national championship within the next 10, 15 years. Seriously, they're gonna be really good.
Cam Scadaboo of the New York Giants of the St. Brown podcast talking about ASU winning a national championship, but in the next 10 to 15 years. Come on, Cam. Be a little bit more greedy than that.
This is what I needed to hear because over the past 3 days, I haven't brought this up yet, but I've had kind of a rage building over ASU, and nothing that Arizona State's programs have done, but Arizona State has now got a rich history of sending their best golfers to the LIV Tour. I don't know if you saw this, but Josele Ballester.
I was going to mention that on
Tuesday.
He's going to LIV?
Yeah. This dude, after he goes and urinates in Ray's Creek like an idiot, then acts like, do it again. Then he got a talking to, then he joins LIV. So John Rahm, Phil Mickelson, and Josele Ballester are now on LIV, which means they won't be at the WM Phoenix Open, which is where ASU players belong.
Pat Perez, too.
Him too.
And there's
he
another.
Can't play anymore, anyways. Though.
There's another guy that graduated. I think it was a year and a half ago from ASU. That's on LIV.
I can only Saudi Arabia similar weather. Is that why? That's all I can.
Feels like home.
They don't play in Saudi Arabia, Jarrett.
Oh, that's
They're
right.
just funded by Saudi Arabia.
Their money just smells like Saudi Arabia.
So,
yes.
Vinny, your instant reaction was like, "Oh, why don't you be more optimistic? 10 to 15 years." If he said they're going to win a championship this year, we'd say, okay, they have a lot of the same players. If in 10 to 15 years, that's sort of implying that they're going to be a great program now for the next decade and a half.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, yes. He's believing what Kenny Dillingham has said, that they can be the team of the decade. And I think Kenny has kind of walked those comments back a little bit because he doesn't want that target on your chest like, we're the big dog and we're here to clean up. Mm-hmm. But for Cam Scadaboo to feel that way, I was very encouraged by that. That whole interview he did was hysterical.
There was a lot there. We'll get to more of that in a second. Kenny Dillingham's been making the rounds as well at the Big 12 spring meetings. Also did an interview with Matt Berry on SportsCenter on ESPN, and he talked about how this year is so much different at this time as opposed to a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different dynamic. I mean, being able to respond to when people say you suck and then work really hard is easy. I mean, if you're being told you're not good, you naturally want to work. What happens when people tell you you're good? What's your response then? Are you satisfied with what you hear, or are you driven to do more? And I think that's the challenge for this team this year is we return so many guys so many other teams in our league and across the country have made their teams better.
Sure.
That the team from last year, right, is not going to accomplish it. We have to be better. We have to do more. And that's the challenge this year is what more are we doing to become better? And we can't be satisfied with just who we were or what we are right now.
And also, Kenny Dillingham, talking at the Big 12 spring meetings, was asked, hey, how fun is it to be talked about as the best team in the
It's
conference?
actually less fun, to be honest. I mean, it's fun being, it's naturally motivating for people to say you suck. And, it's way more difficult for people to say you're good. And I'm not one who actually likes the limelight or people telling me I'm good anyway. So to me, it's more uncomfortable. I'd much rather be an underdog, much rather be somebody people count out. So I'd say this is definitely uncomfortable to always get, positive praise. I would prefer it to all be about the players. And then for me to just try to navigate our players and make sure they stay focused on them trying to be the best version of themselves.
On Cam Scadaboo's claim, 10 to 15 years for a national championship. Okay, there is optimism there. I get it. And what Jarrett said does hold water. That would indicate a strength of a program that we haven't seen before. Sustaining success is always something that's eluded ASU football. We know this, living in this town. But you start to think about it, too, is like, it's almost impossible, and I think even more so now, but historically impossible for teams to make the elevation to get to the precipice of a national championship. ASU's done it a couple times in my lifetime, hasn't sustained it. But to remain there almost seems completely impossible.
Yes,
because in recent years we've seen like Central Florida had a run. TCU had a run. Missouri kind of had a run. None of those teams have really been able to succeed. I think the last team to kind of elevate, and maybe I'm wrong and doing a cursory search here, but the last team to do a rise from mediocrity to being okay to being a power was Miami in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And even they've dropped off in years past. They sustained it for a good long time. It is so hard to do. Now, I have more faith now than I ever have in ASU being able to do that, and it's all because of Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, and the quarterback they've got in place this year. If they can get another great season this year, and then maybe another really good one after that, and Kenny Dillingham keeps his vibe the way it is, then I think because what you have to do is you go from capturing a magical season to now getting your recruiting kind of on autopilot. That maybe 30 to 40% of those dudes, they're coming to you now because you now have a brand as one of those traditional powers. I think that's what Kenny Dillingham is shooting for. I think it's attainable. I really hope they get off to a good start this year.
Now, you mentioned other parts of the Cam Scadaboo podcast.
Yeah.
The St. Browns do a really good job on their podcast. I think it's pretty entertaining. But they had this segment where they're showing famous historic football players, some more famous than others, pictures without identifying who they are. Cam Scadaboo is tasked with naming these players. It didn't go so well for Cam.
I got no idea who this is.
There's no way. When were you born?
2002.
He's an 02 baby. You tell me you don't know who that is. Nah, this is making me sick, bro. Wait,
I feel like I know his face, but I don't know. I can't tell you
One
his
of the
name.
best receivers to ever play the game of football. He played for the Lions.
Is Megatron?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Top one's Baker.
Yep.
Bottom one.
He recreated that picture from the bottom picture.
It's Brett Favre.
Legendary
by the
picture.
way.
The bottom one's a quarterback too?
Yep.
I have no idea who that is.
Brett Favre. I don't know if you've heard of him.
That's long. I mean, I've heard of him, of course, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I can see it now, but you just showed me an older picture of him. Yeah, sure.
So they were asking him. So the St. Brown brothers, they were looking at him, and Cam he's got a big diamondy chain around his neck. So they're trying to guess your ethnicity. And so I think Cam Scadaboo said, what did he say?
I don't have that.
I think he
clip,
said spicy white.
No. He mentioned what his parents were. I think part of them, whatever. So he mentioned the mix of what his parents were, and then they labeled him spicy white. You're spicy white.
Are you going to get a spicy white jersey?
I so would.
Let me tell you something
You've
funny.
been called spicy already this morning, Sammy.
Hey,
At the gym I work out at, every now and again, they'll, like a lot of places do, they'll put out a table of auction items that you can bid for, and it's all sports memorabilia. They've got a signed Cam Scattaboo jersey next to a signed Magic Johnson basketball jersey. The Cam Scattaboo one is going for far more money.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Than Magic Johnson.
My gym's doing the same thing. I walk by it every day. I'm like, one day.
Yeah, one day.
What are these places called gyms that you're going to speak of?
Mountainside Fitness.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, Friday edition of the Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. I'm going to read you a text I got from one of our listeners, Martin Lopez. Yo, Dan Bickley, I went to Chapman BMW this past weekend and our boy Shane hooked me up. I am now cruising and styling in my new X5. Thanks to everybody at the dealership. My experience was top notch. Yes, this is what our listeners are getting from Chapman BMW because you can get the hookup at Chapman BMW. If you don't know, Chapman BMW, a family-run, award-winning business for 58 years. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in their industry. When you walk into either of their locations, you feel the first-class red carpet treatment the minute you walk in the door. Speaking of those two great locations, guarantees the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. So if you're bouncing around this weekend and you're looking for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, personal friend of mine, great dude. He ensures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal possible in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by Eugenio Suarez. 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win and series sweep over the Atlanta Braves. And here is Eugenio Suarez on the win.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate, for my team. We, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row in Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is how will the D-backs finish their current road trip? Keep in mind they're 3-0. So will they finish 6-0, 5-1, 4-2, or 3-3?
I think the goal's got to be every time you're going into a 3-game series on the road is to just find a way to win 2.
Yeah.
So if they go 2-1 here, that would be a 5-1 road trip.
I would take that,
especially after that homestand last week.
I'm going to roll the dice that they're going to stay smoking hot and win all 3 games.
Boy, I hope so.
Smoke it.
The votes, 45% say 5-1 is how they'll finish up the road trip. 33% say 4-2. 12% say 3-3, so getting swept by the Reds, and only 10% have the optimistic belief that this team will stay scorching hot. So hopefully 5-1, I'll take that too.
Yeah, be a good stretch. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sammy. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com. Would you vote already?
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
It's actually pretty funny. Will Jarrett live up to the standard of the
No.
Open?
I think that might have been Gary Goldman, one of my favorite stand-up comedians. But this is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered, but I have to start with some interesting personal news that I have, guys.
Oh.
A view into my personal life, because right before I came to work this morning, I actually received an internal memo from my wife about our love life. She actually said that she plans to be less hands-on going forward. Yes, apparently Karen is the anti-Matt Ishbia. She doesn't want to be involved. She doesn't like talking. And last night she told me my hot dog is not even worth $2. I'm a good cook. I don't know what you're saying.
Wow.
Now, I will say, though.
I'll see you later. I'm derailing from this train wreck.
No. Well, I will say that she has some similarities to Matt Ishbia. I've noticed she's been spending a lot of time with her guy friends from college lately.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, yes, an Eternal Sons memo from owner Matt Ishbia was leaked saying Ishbia will be more involved with the Suns going forward. And perhaps his first move was hiring new head coach and fellow Michigan State alum Jordan Ott. Now, this comes just a couple of weeks after Ishbia hired another Spartan, Brian Gregory, to be the GM. This is something. I mean, Ishbia has given more high-profile jobs to old college friends than Bill Simmons. And I really do want the hiring to work out. I want Jordan Ott to do great with the Suns. I mean, Matt Ishbia is trying to find the next Tom Izzo. And I hope he does, because so far he is 0-2 on coaching hires. And like it or not, there are a lot of people from the same state within this basketball organization. And it may not be a problem, but to be fair, when I see someone on the Suns pointing to their hand, I want it to be because they're showing people their championship ring, not because they're telling people where their hometown is in Michigan. Seriously, there are a lot of MSU ties here. This organization has more smiling characters in green than Miss Piggy's bedroom.
Oh, boy.
They have more excited Spartans than the movie 300. So have you seen the movie 300, by the way?
I actually have, yeah.
It's about Spartan soldiers. And I wonder how much the Suns are modeling themselves after that. This whole time, when we heard they wanted Butler, we thought they meant Jimmy, but it was actually Gerard.
That's good.
But I'm rooting for them. This is a new era for the Suns, and I think it could eventually work out, but I don't know what to expect next year, especially if they reshape the roster. I mean, they could surprise people, but let's face it, the odds of them winning a championship next season are higher than Elon Musk on the campaign trail. Another big story this week was Aaron Rodgers finally agreeing to sign with the Steelers. And even though this was long rumored, insiders say there was still some miscommunication. Apparently, when Aaron Rodgers agreed to go to Pitt, he took it literally and thought he was going to a dark hole in the ground where he could meditate. I just don't see how this can work. Rodgers is 41, and we know how meddlesome and power-hungry he is. In fact, if this story were any more about an old man and someone who is controlling, Pablo Torre would do a 6-part podcast about it. 6-part podcast.
A podcast.
Podcast. Why did he name it that? Yes. That's brilliant.
Stumbled upon brilliance.
Unbelievable. But Rodgers will be in Pittsburgh, and it's a huge story because the Steelers are a signature franchise, despite being a small market. Meanwhile, the NBA has people complaining all week about the finals featuring 2 small market teams. And yet the first game was great, right? And you know who must be loving this? NBA commissioner and twisted up used Band-Aid at the bottom of a pool. Adam Silver. Have you seen Adam Silver?
What does he look like? I can't place
Adam Silver.
Yeah.
He looks like Ronnie Lott's pinky. Adams, the commissioner of that very famous guy, and you're telling me that you haven't seen Adam Silver?
What? Remind me.
He looks like uncooked tripe.
Oh.
He looks like a cross between a vampire and a futuristic robot. He looks like Nosferatu D2.
Good job enunciating that, though.
Thank you. And in conclusion, I want to say I hope it's a good NBA Finals, because I have to say, I'm actually rooting against the Pacers. And it's not because of Halliburton or anything like that. I don't like the uniforms. I mean, if I want to see something gross and yellow, I'll just look at our on-air bathroom trash can.
Oh, God. For those who don't get that last reference, why don't you go ahead and clarify that,
We talked about this earlier in the week.
Yeah.
But
the sign is still
up,
by
There's
the way.
a sign in the on-air bathroom.
It's right underneath where the paper towel are, right above the trash
That
can.
essentially tells people.
He's got it right here.
Exactly. Please do not leave urine in the trash can. Place it in the toilet and flush.
So much weird about it.
There's so much weird about
Leave urine.
Placing.
Place it.
Placing urine.
It's like AI wrote that, or maybe it was somebody whose English is the second language. But,
right.
Or I was
or maybe it's somebody who's just disgusted by the happenings of what.
I've been thinking about this more than you think I would have been.
No, I was pretty sure you were obsessed with it.
Because your first thought is, okay, somebody peed in the trash can,
Right.
which is insane.
Right. Especially when the toilet's right on the other side. Yeah.
I am now thinking, because of the phrasing of that,
okay,
perhaps somebody had very bad aim or a very forceful stream, and they were splashing all over the floor.
Come on, Jared.
And then instead of using toilet paper, they used paper towel to wipe it up and didn't think they could flush that down the toilet. Instead, put urine-soaked paper towel in the trash can. They placed it there.
Well, there would be nothing wrong with that if you were...
I don't know.
Whatever. This has been the most vile segment in the history of this show.
Thank you.
You're not.
That's the
your
sports
first instinct to jump off the train was the right one.
That's my brain. That's my brand.
Yeah. If you want to, you can follow Jarrett on X at Jarrett
And
GC.
Blue Sky.
And
Nosferatu D2.
Nosferatu D2.
He can pronounce that, but he can't say podcast.
The Gerard Butler, Jimmy Butler. That was a good joke.
Thank you.
Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Friday. Game 1 of the NBA Finals had a lot, but it didn't have everything. Some fans are lamenting what was missing. We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I can empathize with Matt Ishbia in the sense of he feels like he did things the way other people wanted him to do them, and it failed. And that's got to be so frustrating because it's like, okay, if I'm going to fail, at least let me do it my way. And you went with two guys that were not on anybody else's radars other than the Hornets interviewed Jordan Ott last year. So you've gone out on a limb.
This is the story of the Phoenix Suns' new hire as head coach.
Yeah.
Maybe this thing is going to be brilliant, and maybe it's going to be the worst thing that ever happened to the Suns.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
That's a very young Michael Jackson, folks.
Wait, this song is great. I've never heard this song.
You never heard this?
No.
This is old school Jackson 5.
1970.
Yeah.
They are from Indiana, correct? Gary,
Indiana.
Indiana.
Yep.
Not going back to Indiana just yet. I couldn't find a song about Oklahoma City for Game 2.
Isn't it amazing how Michael Jackson just grew up to be that stereotypical Indiana person?
That's funny.
When I think
That's
of Indiana,
you look around those cornfields.
That's right.
I think of
he turned out as white as Indiana.
Bob Knight, John Mellencamp, the Indy 500, and Michael Jackson. Going back to Indiana, Jackson 5, a 55-year-old tune, today's song of the day.
I didn't pick it.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, game 1 of the NBA Finals was fantastic. There was some things missing, however, and a lot of fans were pointing this out. The NBA is getting a lot of criticism. They did not air the national anthem. They're getting raked over the coals for that. And I want to go back because this stood out to me last night, and I was actually waiting for it. And maybe I'm just a PA announcer dork, but I wanted to hear the welcome to the NBA Finals. In 2021, I got the opportunity to welcome the world to the NBA Finals. They told me before the game it was going to be on ABC and it was going to be televised in over 200 countries. Little nervous, but it sounded like this.
Good evening and welcome to Game 1 of the 2021 NBA Finals featuring the Eastern Conference champion Milwaukee Bucks and your Western Conference champion Phoenix Suns.
First of all, it seems like 1,000 years ago.
Sure does.
And you missed the Mike Breen introduction.
Yeah, Mike Breen gave me the introduction. They did the same thing for Game 3 in Milwaukee for their PA announcer. So I'm waiting for it they didn't do it. There was no welcome at all. There was no national anthem. Fans were complaining most of the game that most of the imagery, there's no NBA Finals,
the Finals logo, the trophy isn't on the court.
There's no player introductions, nothing.
Yeah, that was the whole setup for all this was they said it felt like, a mid-season, regular season game.
The only time you could see NBA Finals on the court is if there was a baseline shot and you could see the logo on the basket stanchion. I don't know why they do that.
And it's on the back of the jerseys right above the guy's name. But I was like, where's the Larry O'Brien trophy?
Where's the pageantry?
It's one of the coolest mid-court logos that you can have.
Yeah.
And it's weird when you're already going into a finals that people are sort of downplaying and saying it doesn't have that big-time feel. You'd think you wouldn't go out of your way to do other stuff like that.
Yeah, Dan Shanoff on The Athletic this morning had 3 things to spruce things up. And one of the things he said, show the starting lineups to the TV audience. He wrote, one way to help with the commonly held observation that these two teams are relatively unknown is to introduce the lineups through quite literally the player introductions. Put a name to the face, mediated through a booming PA announcer's voice. Missed opportunity, I think.
Absolutely.
NBC is going back to that, by the way, next year. I think I mentioned that. One of the reasons why the Chicago Bulls Sirius Open from the Alan Parsons Project became so popular is because NBC used to televise every starting, when they got to the playoffs, they would do the starting lineups.
That's right.
They're going to do that again starting on NBC next year. And it's not self-serving at all because, let's face it, the Suns are not going to be on NBC next year.
No, I think at that level you do it.
Yeah. But, yeah, it was weird. Imagine being a Pacers fan in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Last minute of Game 1. Did you see this, by the way? This is what it sounded like on WPTA Channel 21 in Fort Wayne.
Thunder clinging to this three-point lead. SGA the drive inside. Shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the Yes Sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
Not anymore.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
So they cut off the feed.
They cut off the feed for like 40 seconds in the last minute of the game.
That is
Got
brutal.
back in time to see Halliburton's shot.
People must have been going insane.
Their vice president and general manager, Chris Fideli, said, "We sincerely apologize for the brief interruption during the NBA game broadcast. A technical issue in our master control inadvertently triggered the start of our 11 p.m. newscast." The issue was resolved within 24 seconds, and viewers were able to see Tyrese Halliburton's game-winning shot.
Wow.
I would have lost my ever-loving mind.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
That's
What a way to
Oh my God.
interrupt it, too. A man who was brutally beaten.
Has come
right?
forward. Thanks.
And teasing the Pacers watch party. I'm having my own watch party, and you just interrupted it.
Yeah, they're going to have the follow-up news story about the guy in the newsroom that's going to get brutally beaten for interrupting that.
That's going to do it for us on this Friday. Thanks to Dave Damashek for joining us. Have a great weekend. We will be back bright and early Monday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, but as we do on Fridays, we leave you with a taste of the week that was. Enjoy.
Tokyo, it's also very, very safe. When I took my kids there, we actually let our kids go back out at night on the train back to wherever they wanted to go because there's no fear of, there's no guns, there's no crime.
Godzilla? Ever heard of him?
Godzilla?
These people should have to qualify by playing the U.S. Open course and doing well on it.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
I know that's not how it works. That's why I said that's what they should be doing.
Hand delivering 2 sandwiches to that schlub.
For it to for them to put a sign out there.
What a dorch!
What a dorch.
What a dorch.
What a dorch!
Shut up, Jared. Dennis Gardak.
The barbarian.
I will only eat tuner fish. That is Dorfin safe.
What is up?
What is up?
A tremendous Monday to you.
Bishard, Buddha, Baker, what is up?
Greg Schulte back in the booth. Candy?
That boat had everything. A pink powder.
Cardi B. MTV's Dan Cortez.
Right.
Outstanding.
What about the hook?
This is Sparta!
Star power.
And power. Unbeaten in June, baby.
Bryant or Ott. Ott or Bryant.
Cattell Marte.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh. Beep, 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 beep.
Place it in the toilet and flush.
My name is pronounced Jarrett, but my nickname is Jackass.
Hogwash. Lollygagging.
You sneveling ninny. You pencil-necked geek.
Gudger State. Mung Bean you.
Tell that to Urkel.
Friendship's overrated.
A sandwich-related drought.
Bowling and golf are completely different things.
What? There's too much yellow. I put the Jew in juvenile.
Please do not leave urine in the trash can. He started speaking before he had anything to say.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Green flag of Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. You know, why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What if I told you the D-backs would be down 6 runs in the 9th and the Indiana Pacers only led the Thunder for 0.3 seconds yesterday and both teams won? Yep, the D-backs rallied down 6 runs in the 9th, capped off by a Eugenio Suarez 2-run double and a Shelby Miller save to complete one of the largest comebacks in Diamondback history and get an 11-10 win and series sweep over the Atlanta Braves. And here was Eugenio Suarez.
God is good, and I know that if I got this opportunity again, it's something that I have to do for my teammate. You know, for my team. We, like I say, this offense was really good today, and that's why we got the W.
The D-backs will look to make it 5 wins in a row up in Cincinnati today. First pitch will be at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the NBA Finals was insane. The Indiana Pacers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 111-110, and the Pacers did it again. They were down 9 points with less than 3 minutes left, came all the way back, and Tyrese Halliburton ended it with a game winner with 0.3 seconds left on the clock, and the Pacers have taken a 1-0 series lead. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, big guy?
I'm doing good. We're heading into the weekend here.
All right. Oh, it's a Friday. I didn't even know that, Basinonians.
Yeah, right.
I had no idea that it was a Friday as I came in here ready to broadcast. Or maybe I did.
Yeah, I was going to say, Command and Control, do you believe that Wolf didn't know it was a Friday?
Just knock it off, please.
He probably knew it was a Friday when I said that unfortunately we can't do Barbecue Friday today.
Oh, yeah. Then you know what? Did you hear about that?
No, what
Can't
happened?
do it today. Well, Rick has got an upset stomach.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to eat healthier, and I think
hold on. So are we never doing Barbecue Friday again because you're trying to eat healthier?
No. So I'm trying to eat healthier, and, you know, sometimes when you eat healthier, that kind of changes your stomach around, and I'm not going to get into it.
We just let Jamal
I'm not going to get into
weigh
it.
in on this.
Sometimes, yeah, really, Jamal. Do you have anything you want to say about this?
Jamal, you
what
like
Rick
barbecue?
is saying.
Here, let me rephrase it. Jamal, do you like happiness?
I love happiness.
Let's see. Okay, so then Barbecue Friday it is. All right. Speaking of happiness, Diamondbacks won yesterday. We got to react to it in the moment, but now, Wolf, you look like you have more to say about Barbecue Friday.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine with that right there. Really, yeah. The Barbecue Friday thing, too. I need to cut back a little bit, basically.
What's going on around
Every
here?
now and then, I'm just saying, and it wasn't because Rick said he had an upset stomach. Okay, it was just I needed to cut back a little bit. It's interesting that you noticed that. You noticed that in my face, and the look on my face that maybe I had a tad more to say about Barbecue Friday. It's a tradition we have here on the Wolf and Luke Show, Basinonians, where we go ahead and we get some barbecue on a Friday, and I do it because I love it. I love these guys. These guys are, they're more like family to me than coworkers. And because of that, you know what? I like to go ahead and, hey, I'm older than everyone else here. I could be your father. What do you say we go ahead and have some barbecue?
Yeah, that's it.
So I like doing that. It makes me feel like a dad.
Well, Rick took that from you today.
Yeah,
because
right.
he's getting ready for a photo shoot or
Problem is that Wolf and I are big salad guys now.
Well, you know, the
you can
cheeks
still have a salad.
The cheeks are a little full, Basinonians. They are right now. I mean, I
don't think
saw
so.
it the
You
other
look
day
great.
when I was talking, because now we can't do radio. We've got to do radio and we got to record it.
This is because of the cameras. We can't have barbecue anymore.
I'm thinking about it.
That's slightly my reasoning
Because I'm
too.
sitting there, you know what,
ridiculous.
Basinonians, honestly, right now, I'm just telling you, it's one of the things I loved about radio so much is you never had to shower to come to work. doing the morning show for 15 years, it was like, yeah, man, just roll out of it. I had a job, Basinonians. Think about this. I had a job where I got to almost 60 years old, where I never had to worry about taking a shower.
Nobody's telling you have to shower. Just order some brisket.
Just get up. I mean, you're playing in the National Football League. Do you have to worry about going to work? Heck no. Are you kidding me? Just going to go in there and break a sweat anyways. Roll out of bed and walk in. Same thing with morning radio. Sorry about that, Doug Lease, but it was the truth. Same thing. Roll out of bed. Of course I showered, my brothers. Of course I did.
My day
But I didn't have to, and I love that.
You don't like being told
now,
you have
how
to
did
shower.
we get on this right now? I
You
have
guys
no idea.
just ripped my heart out and said that we're all going on a salad diet for some reason because they put a camera in the studio. It's basically what I heard from all of you.
And all of a sudden we're talking about the cameras in the studio.
Well, because you started blaming things.
And then you get the program director who walks in to command and control.
Yeah.
Right there, because you know what? We're going to record it.
I'm glad she's here. She's the only one that might be on my side. That if the tradition is barbecue, part of what makes a tradition is you keep doing it.
You better believe we're going to record it.
All right. Well, now I'm not as excited about the Diamondbacks, but I still am. 4-game winning streak coming into a series against the Cincinnati Reds tonight.
Did you say 4 games?
4-game winning streak.
A 4-game winning streak.
4-game winning streak.
Right now, a 4-game winning streak.
Undefeated in June.
Undefeated. Oh, I like that. Turn the page. Turn the page for May. May was not great for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ladies and gentlemen, Ron Wolfley reporting. Go ahead and look at it.
May was like cutting barbecue out of your diet. That's what May was like. June is like, hey, I'm going to actually enjoy my life. And
Boy,
so far, they have the best
Luke
record.
is such a driver, Mason. He just came full circle on that and brought it right back in. Drive, I say, drive.
It's going to be more of a challenge for me to not reference barbecue every 2 minutes of the show now. But best record in the National League in the month of June.
Okay.
Hottest team in all of baseball, actually.
Yeah,
that's
I like
not true.
that.
The Orioles have won 6 in a row. Hottest team in the National League. 4-game winning streak for the D-backs.
Just how important was it the Arizona Diamondbacks did what they did against the Atlanta Braves? And it wasn't just sweeping the Atlanta Braves, as we all know, Basinonians. It's how they won that series, how they swept the Atlanta Braves, that I think could make a difference. I know it sounds ridiculous. It really does. But you know what? That was game 62, wasn't it?
It was. Exactly 100 left.
100 games. Are you going to read into that? I might actually read into
Would you say you can do some stuff over the course of 100 games?
You can do an awful lot. You can make a move over the course of 100 games. And right now, I think they have put themselves in position to make a move and say, you know what, this is Diamondback baseball, and this is who we are. I understand they're suffering some serious injuries. The loss of Corbin Burns is significant. The loss of A.J. Puck was significant. There's no denying it. Ketel Marte, when he was banged up and missed, they have had injuries, yet at the same time, they got to make a move, man. They got to start putting together some winning streaks. Not just a 4-game, but some winning streaks going forward as well.
There's Torey Lovello after the win yesterday.
You're kind of flexed. Your lineup is changed a little bit. You just are hanging on to and hoping that they turn things around, and they did. It was one at-bat after another. They linked up. Gurriel with the home run. It just seemed to give us some energy. And then all of a sudden, you got Gino, one of our top run producers, in the box with tying run on base, and he comes through. So it was a magical moment for this team. This team has been grinding, and we all know that. And working hard, not getting results for 10 or 11 days, and then all of a sudden it's flipped, and we're playing good baseball, and I'm proud of these guys.
Got to run with this now, Wolf. You absolutely have to run with this, because for whatever reason, and I don't think it's random. I mean, this team backed into a corner, was like, okay, everybody's writing us off. Everybody says we're done, and Corbin Burns is hurt. Let's just start winning. Now, I wouldn't say they were playing perfect baseball. There's still errors out there. There's huge defensive miscues, so they could certainly play better. But you got to run with this now for as long as you can, because especially that game yesterday, that was actually the rare game where you could make a case Atlanta needed that more than the Diamondbacks at that point. I mean, Atlanta is a team that came into the season with expectations. They didn't have Spencer Strider or Ronald Acuna Jr. for a long time, for most of this season so far. they're the team now further back. They really needed that game yesterday, and the Diamondbacks were like, nah, we're just going to take this one too. That's good. Yeah, thanks, Atlanta. We'll just take all 3.
Yeah, let me just say this as well. I want to apologize to Eugenio Suarez, Basinonians, a guy that I love. His makeup, and a guy that I hear is a really good clubhouse guy, a guy that is recognized as a leader on the team. I just want to apologize to him because when he was going against Iglesias, I thought maybe he was going to strike out. And I said that. I announced it as I was watching it right now. Boy, does this look like a strikeout coming up here. And I just want to apologize.
In the newsroom yesterday?
Yes, in the newsroom. I just want to apologize to Eugenio. It's not that I don't believe in Eugenio Suarez. I do. But, man, from time to time, wow, he'll swing at some pitches right now that they're not even in the strike zone.
He can be hit or miss.
He's had that putter for way too long. You know what's better than that?
Wow, that was interesting right there.
Okay.
Somebody pushed a button, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody's had a putter for way too long. All right, we are.
Boy, this is a great first beautiful part of the program, is it not?
This is a Friday right here.
I think that came from the wedge.
Let's go, man.
There's nobody in the wedge.
I know. But I have no idea where that came from.
If that came from the wedge, I'm really scared because there's nobody in there.
Broadcast.
All right, well, who knows what's going to happen when we come back. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620-620. Again, half to 620-620. All right, when we come back, Game 1 of the NBA Finals last night did not disappoint. How did that feel just as an NBA fan? And how did it feel as a Suns fan? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
3-2, swing, line drive. That's fair. Down the left field line. Into the corner it goes. Marte scores. Vargas right behind him. And the Diamondbacks take the lead. 11-10. It's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning. And Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 this afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. You don't want to move yourself. The triple digits, they are here. And it's going to be a sweaty proposition for you. You know what? Moving Team 6, they want to remove that sweaty proposition from your list. Yeah, that's right. Your to-do list. Forget about that. Hire the professionals. Listen, whether it's a local move, maybe it's long distance, you're moving across the country, whether it's commercial or residential, Moving Team 6, they got you covered. They got you, Basinonians. They offer packing services, which I love. Just walk into your closet, walk into your kitchen, and look around and go, man, it'd be real nice if somebody else would come pack this stuff. Well, they offer that, Basinonians. Not only that, they're honest, trustworthy, and experienced as well. You'll love Moving Team 6. They're proud supporters of our veterans and first responders. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited-time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the D-backs follow up their thrilling sweep of the Braves? What's the latest on Corbin Burns? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Well, I tell you, that game last night was better than I expected, Wolf. All the credit in the world to the Pacers.
Financial system updated.
Okay,
that's kind of unbelievable right there, Mason Orleans getting hit with somebody else interrupting our broadcast.
That one is off this computer.
Okay.
So, and that's a site that's been open for 15 minutes, so we're going to have to figure this out.
Okay.
I might be going back to the old website.
IT, please. Somebody get me IT.
Yeah. All right.
Not that I don't know what I'm doing, Mason Orleans. I'm all over it.
Well, you were going to change over to what I just changed over to. You may have to wait a few minutes until the end of the show.
At the same time, IT was just here walking around.
All right. The game last night was, look, the Pacers kind of hung around, stayed within striking distance, but you kind of feel like Oklahoma City's just going to go off at some point. They typically do. But they never really put them away. And then we get down into the final couple minutes, and Indiana's hanging around, and they're making it closer. And all of a sudden, with 0.3 of a second left, you're in a position where Tyrese Halliburton can beat you. And he does. Wolf, this is what he does. If you give him a chance, this is what he does. And so a game the Pacers led for less than half of 1 second, they win.
That is the best. That is the best stat about this game, ladies and gentlemen. There's no doubt about it. The Pacers never had a lead until there was 0.3 seconds on the clock. Stop it! You've got to be kidding me. But this is what the Pacers have done. This is who they are. They've come back all postseason as well. They've gotten behind in games and refused to fold the tent. Listen, this is no accident, Luke. It's no accident. The Pacers have a bunch of tough dudes inside their locker room right now.
Yeah.
And what I love about it as well, this is a team, ladies and gentlemen, they're not dominated by one player. They really are not. I know you could say Tyrese Halliburton, of course, is the best player on their team, and he is, by far and away. Yet at the same time, when you look, they have 7 guys on this roster that average double digits or more. This is a team that shares the ball an awful lot. They play up-tempo, they play tough defense, and they share the ball. This is a team. It really is.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton was tied for 4th on the team in scoring last night. It's not like he went out there and had some superhuman 40-point game, and that's how the Pacers were able to win. He had 14 points.
He averaged 18.6 on the season, Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
So we talk about, Tyrese like he's some Michael Jordan-esque type player. It's not. He shares the ball, and we know that. He's a point guard, does a great job doing that. But this is a guy, and this is a team that is built on sharing the ball and taking the open shot.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see it.
Do you after that game, does your opinion on this series change at all? Do you feel like they can win this series? Does it?
Yeah, it does. It changes.
I've been pretty high on the Pacers through these whole playoffs. Even after that, I still don't see them winning 4 against Oklahoma City. But that was a if you let this team hang around at all, look out, reminder. Because at a certain point in a series, it doesn't matter which team is necessarily better on paper or which team people think is better, which team is more popular. It's who's winning the actual games in the series. And right now, the Pacers have a win and the Thunder do not.
Yes, it's really not. What I love about Indiana, it's not about the players as much as it's about the style of play that they use. That I love, the up-tempo style of play that they employ. They've got 120-point scorer, Pascal Siakam, okay? 1. And 7 players that average double digits once again. And you know who else averages double digits? OKC. That's why I think this is going to be a great series. I think it's going to go 7.
Yeah. Wow. 7, man.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I know. How much confidence would you, if you were on the Indiana Pacers, how much confidence would you gain knowing you can beat this team?
Yeah. I mean, look, that's.
I know what it took. A last-second shot, literally.
Yeah.
I know what it took. Yet at the same time, let's go.
I think game 2 will tell us a lot just because we've seen in these playoffs, like Oklahoma City can be beaten in a game. They lost game 1 to Denver. They came out and won the next game by 43 points. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They lost one game to Minnesota, but they won the other 4 games in the series. The only team that has pushed them at all was Denver, but every time they lost, they came out and just handled them. They beat them by 32 in game 7. But if Indiana hangs around again in Oklahoma City in game 2, even if they just hang around and it's close at the end, even if the Thunder win, I think you might be onto something. But I got to see it in game 2.
Yeah.
Because not that Tyrese Halliburton's a fluke, not that the Pacers are a fluke, but I wonder if the Thunder are looking today and being like, yeah, maybe we kind of, not that we let up, but we were like, we're up 12. We're good. You know what I mean? And you got embarrassed, honestly, on your home court by that.
I love it, man. I absolutely love the way the Pacers came out in that third quarter. After being down by 12, like you said, they came out in that third quarter, man, and they rolled. They came out from that point on. They took control of the game, got back into the game, and suddenly had the opportunity to win it. And Halliburton hit it.
Here's the shot, first of all. Let's play that.
Jumper off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
Rick, have you heard these other ones? I have the Indiana radio call and the Korean call.
The Korean call is the one you need to play.
Should I play the
Can
Indiana
we play
one?
them out? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's play. Yeah. Let me hear the Indiana one as well.
Okay, so we're going to go. That was the regular game call. Okay, here's Indiana.
Okay.
Here comes the left-hand bounce. Penetrates the arc. Nembhard cuts him off, and he missed off the back of the rim. Rebound, Indiana. 8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3. Driving with 2. Pulling up. And hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Sweet baby. Man, you know what I would have done? No! And it would have been for no way. No way did that just happen. No way did he do it, right? Listen,
the call of disbelief.
Okay, but where's the Korean call? You wanted to play that right
I haven't
there?
heard this yet, so here we go. Okay,
here we go.
This is how the end of the game sounded
Hang on to your butt here.
in Korea.
없이 가요. 자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 와우! 0.3초.
저 아버지죠.
Well, they sound more into it than Indiana did.
I thought I said wow a lot.
There was definitely a whoa in there.
Are you kidding me? How about you're just listening to all the whatever, Korean, I guess, is what they were speaking.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That would make sense right there. They were speaking Korean. And then suddenly you hear Halliburton.
You hear Halliburton
right out
Indiana.
of nowhere. In Indiana, too, exactly.
I might listen to Game 2 on their broadcast, actually. They had more energy than anybody else did.
Okay.
I'll watch soccer on the Spanish broadcast, and I have no idea what they're saying, but it's more enthusiastic than whatever the call is in English.
That's
typically
true. Yeah.
I love the underdog, Basinonians. That's not going to surprise you whatsoever. I enjoy watching dudes who compete when everyone else thinks the other team is going to win. How do you respond? How do you respond as a player? And that's why I loved watching them come out in the second half in that third quarter and saying, no, this is not over. And if you don't believe it, watch. And they worked hard. It didn't look good, man. Didn't look good many times in that fourth quarter. Didn't look like they were going to be able to pull it off. And then all of a sudden they got back into striking distance. And guess what they did?
Yeah.
They capitalized on it.
I don't know. I thought that was a great finish to that game. Obviously, it was. Anytime you get something unexpected in sports, I'm in. That was unexpected. All right, when we come back, boy, I'm looking at a story, Wolf, that has Jonathan Gannon on the hot seat. Are we really doing this? We're going to talk about this next and just how ridiculous it is. Okay, that's next.
Okay.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really, really.
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. Till we get this thing right. Let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, brothers, do you have some back issues, okay? If you do, you need to go to DISC, the Desert Institute for Spine Care. Of course, as a football player, I've suffered an awful lot of damage. I've told you about this. You know about it. Listen, the spine surgeons at DISC, Dr. Chris, as a matter of fact, helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're battling spine or back issues, you need DISC. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups are $6.99 with coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through June 10th.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their fifth straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injured list to make the start for Arizona. In Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers look to even the series at 1 game apiece. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Do the Pacers lead 2-0, or do the Thunder even things up in the NBA Finals? We'll get into all of it Monday morning starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Wolf, I'm looking at a story on Pro Football Focus that we were just going to kind of, I don't know, just laugh at. But then we decided let's laugh at it on the air.
Okay.
You want to laugh at it on the air?
Pro Football Focus, it's a tool, Basinonians, and many times it will give you some interesting information. But it's not the end-all, be-all, and don't make it so, please.
No, it's the title of the story is 10 NFL head coaches on the hot seat entering the 2025 season, all right? And I'm reading through some of these. Yeah, okay, Brian Daboll with the Giants, maybe. I don't know, Kevin Stefanski with the Browns. Zach Taylor with Cincinnati, I could see. I could definitely see that. Mike Tomlin with Pittsburgh. Is Mike Tomlin really on the hot seat?
Oh, man, I don't know. Kevin Stefanski with the Browns? Really?
Yeah,
I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to draft a quarterback, and suddenly he has no quarterback, and then you're going to say, hey, boy, here's a couple of young guys, and go have at it. And if it doesn't go well, you're out.
Yeah,
you know, I don't know, man.
Some of these are look. It is the NFL. There is quick turnover. Like I'm looking at Raheem Morris. Isn't he going into year 2 with Atlanta? Did I miss a year? He's going into year 2, isn't he?
Yes.
It seems a little crazy to be on the hot seat going into year 2, but either way. It is the NFL.
Unless you looked at the owner and called him a venal pettifog at some point.
It doesn't say that he did that here, but I guess anything's possible. But they have Jonathan Gannon on the list, and anytime you see the coach of the Cardinals on the list, you're going to at least take a look at it. Okay, what is this? I don't buy it at all, Wolf. Now, this is entering 2025. If they go out there and have some miserable season, then there's going to be conversations on pretty much any coach in the NFL that isn't Andy Reid or Sean McVay. But entering the 2025 season, I really don't see it with JG.
Yes, and one of the big reasons why, Basinonians, I don't see it is because of the player development right now that the Arizona Cardinals have had. If they don't win, if they don't get into the playoffs this year, if they have a losing record and don't get into the playoffs, yeah, you could convince me that, going into next season, JG's going to be on the hot seat.
Going into next season.
Yes, going into next season. Coming into this season, I just don't see that. I really don't. And the reason being is because his first 2 years and the fact that you went from 4 to 8 wins his second year, and not only that, more importantly, player development. how these players
culture change.
Oh my goodness, culture change and player development is one of the strong points now for the Arizona Cardinals, and that typically pleases a general manager.
Look, maybe I'm too optimistic here right now. And certainly you have to see what happens on the field this season and then next season as well. I think no matter what, he's your coach next season. And this is like worst case scenario. Like they go out there and win 4 games this year. I still think he's your coach next season. You see what's going on. I don't think they're going to win 4 games. I would say where maybe I'm being too optimistic. I feel like everything has gone according to plan the first 2 years with JG and Monty Ossenfort. And, would you have liked to have made the playoffs last year? Yeah, he beat Carolina, and then who knows, maybe that Rams game at the end of the season is meaningful. Look, everything hasn't been perfect, but you come in here in 2022 right after that season, and everything's just a complete mess. It's just scorched earth. And to turn it around where the 2023 season, yes, it was only 4 wins, but you didn't have your quarterback for half the season, and you could already see progress, and then tangible progress in 2024 as well. You got to finish the season stronger. I'm not sure if that's on JG or the quarterback or a collection of all of them, whatever. But honestly, Wolf, even if things didn't go well this upcoming season, I don't think JG's taking the heat first. I think it's going to fall on Kyler Murray, to be honest.
No, I think you're probably right about that. It all depends. We'll know it when we see it. It all depends on how Kyler Murray is actually going to go out and play. And if Kyler Murray goes out and struggles, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to blame JG for that. Now, again, depending on how the defense plays, depending on how some of the games go and some of the decisions that were made in those games, you know what? If things don't go well and they win 4 games, he might be on the hot seat going into next season, but I don't see him getting fired this year.
Isn't that the same as every NFL head coach, though, other than there's a couple. There's a couple exclusive, elite, Andy Reid wins or is in the Super Bowl every year. I mean, even Nick Sirianni was getting this sort of talk going into last season with Philadelphia, and then he won the Super Bowl. But outside of 4 or 5 coaches, isn't that pretty much the case every year? If you don't make the playoffs, there's at least it's going to get reviewed.
Yes.
You're going to get looked at. It's the NFL.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to coach a team 8 years and make the playoffs. Never.
No, that's not going to work.
You know what I mean? That's not going to happen. So I understand going into next season, but right now, after the improvement and the player development, I cannot stress that enough. When you're establishing that new culture, when you say, this is the type of player that we're looking for, we're going to bring these types of players in. When you see Monty Ossenfort going out and drafting these guys, does it look good for Monty Ossenfort, Basin audience, when you have a guy that actually gets better? Paris Johnson Jr. gets better after you drafted him. Yes. And boy, you can point to a lot of guys, Garrett Williams. You can point to a lot of guys, Dante Stills. You can point to a lot of guys that have gotten better.
Here's Buda Baker from a couple weeks ago talking about how the culture has changed. And Buda would know better than pretty much anybody, because he was the leader or one of the main leaders when things were starting to go south a couple years ago. And he was trying to drag them through it anyway. He talked about how the culture has changed, though, over the last 2 years since JG and Monty Ossenfort and Dave Sears and all these guys got here.
So much, going from BA to Steve Wilkes to Cliff Kingsbury to now, JG. I've seen it evolve so much, just the way that, first and foremost, we play football, just the different schemes that we have. And now with this certain set of coaches, just the amount of understanding of the football game that we have and, how we approach each and every day, how we win games with motor and violence. And, JG does a great job of kind of telling us what we should do, and listening to him, that's how we, are able to be better each and every game, be better as a team. But now that we have, great players, great additions, I'm definitely excited for the future.
Man, what do you want to say, Luke, after the legendary Buda Baker just said that?
I understand that, and it's almost a compliment in some ways, that now the Cardinals are in a position where it's like, okay, now you guys are going to be measured on wins and losses. There's really no way around it, because now you're back. You're back in the competition. 2 years ago, it was like, hey, can we start to rebuild the house, basically? Can we start to put together the football team? And Buda's been here through all of it. But so I understand on that level there's a certain element of like, yeah, well, okay, now the Cardinals are supposed to be a competitive team. Everybody's on the hot seat every year, right? If you don't win. But he just summed it up. Buddha just summed it up, like how much things have changed even over the last couple years. And they needed it, man. You think people are down on the Suns right now. Think of how down people were on the Cardinals 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I understand we're not celebrating a Super Bowl here today, but there's been progress to get out of that mess.
Man, I just love the fact that Buda Baker is the quintessential Arizona Cardinal Basinarians. When you hear him say motor and violence, of course, it's violence in between the white lines. That also could translate into ferocity inside those white lines. Intent and ferocity inside those white lines. But what I love about motor and violence when he says that, he is the pinnacle of that. Watch Buda Baker play the game. It is to the wall, and it's every play. Motor and violence indeed. Buda Baker.
All right, we come back. Erod is back for the Diamondbacks tonight in Cincinnati. Can we expect him to look better after his stint on the injured list? We're going to ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. This has been a very Friday so far. Wouldn't you say?
Friday.
It's very Friday. Things have gotten a little crazy around here. All right, the Diamondbacks are getting set for a 3-game series in Cincinnati against the Reds, and it's I know it sounds simple. People say winning cures everything, but when you're in the midst of what the Diamondbacks were in the midst of, 1 and 9 in their previous 10 going into that game on Sunday against the Nationals, winning, stacking victories feels like it's almost unattainable. Now they've won 4 in a row. They're 31-31, and all of a sudden, it does feel different, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And for me, Luke, right now, one of the big reasons why I think is because of the underdog mentality. There are some teams that know they're good. They know they're good. They can look at the roster. They could go ahead and look at the faces and the names in the clubhouse, and they know they're good. And when you lose some of your best players, that puts you on edge. And I think the Diamondbacks are now on edge because, unfortunately, some serious injuries.
Yeah, and still awaiting any sort of definitive update on Corbin Burns. Haven't had that yet. It's been a week of this now for if you're a Diamondbacks fan, or if you just are the Diamondbacks, or if you are Corbin Burns, right? I mean, you're trying to not think the worst.
Yeah.
You're trying to be optimistic, but at the same time, if you're the team, you have to almost proceed like you're not going to have your best starting pitcher.
And unfortunately, that's where I'm at, Luke.
Yeah.
There's no way Corbin Burns is going to pitch for the Diamondbacks this year. That's my opinion. Okay, Basin Orleans, that is my opinion. And it doesn't matter. It's my opinion. I don't think there's any way he's going to pitch for him. You just have to proceed going forward. This is our team. Let's go. And again, I think it's put the Diamondbacks on edge. And I think that's a good thing.
I'm trying to hold out a little more optimism. We can get to that, but I still think it's going to be at least a couple months, if not the whole season. Jody Jackson's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line as we get ready for D-backs Reds tonight. Jody, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Wi-Fi issues.
Oh, they're everywhere today. All right.
I guess.
When we talked to you last, we were going into that Braves series, and I know it's only been a few days, but it was 3 straight wins, so now 4 straight wins overall. How different is the feeling around this team, especially after the way they came back and put up 7 in the 9th inning yesterday?
Yeah, it's crazy because in that moment, I felt it's so strange. I kind of felt like they were going to be able to pull it off as each at-bat continued, and you're thinking this is nuts, right? But you've seen it before with this team. I mean, a 10-inning run, a 10-run inning, I should say, in Chicago. We all know the stat, right? They had scored 11 runs 3 other times, and they lost those games. And we lamented that, and we were crushed about that. And, they finally, they did it. They came back in this one. They never gave up. And it kind of started with Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s homer, and it kind of built from there. I got a text from a few people like, how many times did you change your post-game format? And yeah, I have it here. I had a few things. I'm really glad I wasn't just reliving the 3rd inning, right? And the Brandon Pfaadt struggles after the game. And so instead I have this beautiful, messy, and kind of moist. Everything's moist here in Atlanta, Cincinnati, right? Like it wasn't raining, but it was just, and it's just a beautiful 9th inning. You get a homer, you get
which, by the way, continued Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s hitting streak now to 11 games. You get Tawal walking, you get an Alec Thomas homer. And then Jose Herrera, he didn't really see any strikes, so he walks, and then they bring in the closer Iglesias, and Carroll hits a double. Marte has a really terrific piece of hitting where he saw some open field on that left side. He took it. Perdomo popped out, and then you have Idelmaro Vargas swinging at a ball that was out of the zone but away and got a piece of that. Just beautiful hitting throughout it. And then Eugenio Suarez, who knows Raisel Iglesias really well. They go back quite a ways in this game, and Iglesias didn't have his breaking ball. He was just throwing changeups and fastballs, but mostly changeups, and it was just a beautiful thing to watch. And a lot of people in Atlanta were saying, wow, you don't see that, you don't see that very often, or you don't, that's special. I had one of my crew members say that, and I said, this team they have a very special offense. I mean, this is not something that happens every day. And, we have seen this a few times. We haven't seen it in the ninth inning, this many runs, but we have seen them pull off something like this before.
So, Jody, I have to ask you this producer question right here.
Here we go.
Okay, I have to. You can't have both. You just got to pick one. What did you enjoy more, Game 2 or Game 3?
Yeah, 2-1 or 11-10. It doesn't get any different, doesn't it? Well, what's crazy is I was thinking about that, Wolf, earlier today. I was thinking about how I almost think it was easier for this team to pull off that offensive comeback than for Justin to pull off what he did.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about Luke Williams
Jody,
coming up
think
to the
about
plate
it, though.
and Justin Martinez just plunking him and handing almost handing the Braves a win, and they got out of that, and they made it, and he made it happen. I don't want to take anything away from him getting it done, but he made it a very rocky road. What did I enjoy? I enjoyed Game 3.
Okay. See, I enjoyed Game 2.
Giving me gray hair.
No, I did, Jody. I really enjoyed Game 2, and the reason being, there's Ryan Thompson. Ryan Thompson's out on the hill. He allows 2 hits, and suddenly you got runners at the corners. You got nobody out. Runners at the corners. You're up 1-0. Was there any way the Diamondbacks were going to blow that game? Yeah, it kind of looked like it was going to happen. Yeah. How many times do you have runners at the corners in Major League Baseball and you don't score a run? What is the percentage on that? I don't know. And then just also the way Justin Martinez came in that eighth inning, and the bases were juiced, and they were juiced again. It's wow. I don't know what the percentages were that they were going to win that game, but man, it looked like they were done in Game 2, and yet they won it.
Game 3 too, but Game 3 was the first time they've ever won when trailing by 6 or more in the ninth inning. It was the first time the Braves had let a lead like that go since the early 70s. So not something that typically happens. We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I want to ask you about tonight's starter. Eduardo Rodriguez is back for the D-backs. Is there any sense that maybe what put him on the injured list maybe was affecting his performance, and now that he's back, he could maybe be more like the guy they went out and added last offseason?
I think so. A little inflammation in there and a little time to get that healthy and, just refocus on the stuff. Everything went well from what we heard with the bullpen that he threw on Wednesday. And, he's a guy that's a veteran pitcher, and that's why you brought him here. And I think that there's a lot of faith in the fact that he can go out there and give you a good start, hopefully a quality start. And that's what they're looking for tonight from Erod. And I think that rest was good for him. And, this rotation obviously looks really different without Corbin Burns, right? He was a guy that was just going out there and lifting you up after a couple losses. You knew what you could count on. And unfortunately right now, we'll learn more maybe today. Hopefully today we'll know more, but we don't know how long he's going to be out. Will it be a little bit of time, or will it be a long time? And I think what we know, though, is that this team, what we've seen the last few days is that, you don't want to make excuses, because you do have guys that can fill in. You don't want to discount what this team did signing Corbin Burns and making that move and Corbin wanting to come here. I mean, it was huge, but then again, now you have guys that are capable, and can they do this in this league? Absolutely. And so Eduardo Rodriguez is tasked with that tonight. Ryan Nelson is going to be back in the rotation as well. And I think that that's what you're seeing is, I don't know if that's what you guys were talking about as I got on the air, but I do think there is a heightened sense of like, we have to be better. And Eduardo, because I kind of sensed that, Wolf, I heard you as I was scrambling to get on the Wi-Fi. So Eduardo feels that maybe too. I think everybody does. And I think that that's not, like you said, not a bad thing. And that's what I'm hoping to see tonight.
Jody, we appreciate this.
Thank you, Jody.
Look, last time we did this, it worked out really well with the sweeps. Maybe we do that again. We'll talk to you again on Monday, all right?
Sounds good. Let's keep it rolling.
All right. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We come back over to basketball. How about this one, Wolf? What if the Suns just traded Kevin Durant for Mikal Bridges?
Oh, wow.
Now that thought's out there, too. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injured list to make the start for Arizona. In Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers look to even the series at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for Panthers-Oilers is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
Conversations will now begin to pick up on potential trade of Kevin Durant out of Phoenix.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. We're going to get back into the Suns here now, Wolf, because the next order of business, first of all, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting. I feel like I'm totally unorganized today. Listeners-only meeting at 11:30, okay?
Yes, okay.
This web browser switch has really thrown you off today, Luke.
It's just chaos. But now all the chaos is fixed. That's not what threw me off, though, is the fact that all of you bailed on Barbecue Friday, and it didn't seem
I don't think Jamal did.
Well, no, Jamal, I know, but I'll have him in my corner. But
I don't think Luke did either.
No, Luke did not.
Okay. Just
all
for
of
the
you,
record right now.
all of you guys
It's a
failed.
50-50. Well, Rick said he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah, but what worries me is that it was more of a like, is this going to be a permanent thing? And that's where I get a little concerned. That's what threw me off. But now we're good. The idea that why we're going to have listeners only meeting at 11:30, it's one I think we both really want to hear from people on, Wolf, because it's going to be how you feel about the direction of the Suns, just everything, even that's just happened in the last week, but just this offseason. How do you feel? We're going to do that at 11:30 because I really do want to gauge the concern or optimism or whatever it is that the Valley fan base is feeling right now.
Okay.
The next step for the Suns, because they are hiring Brian Gregory as their GM. He's already the GM. They are hiring Jordan Ott as their coach. That's going to happen. So the next step is what you do with Kevin Durant. This is Gambo on his show with Dave Burns yesterday.
I have heard that the Suns don't have interest in Karl Anthony Towns. With the Knicks, more likely they would like an OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges.
Oh. Okay. What was that last name?
What's
that last name, Gambo?
Hey, Gambo, can I talk to you for a minute?
Can you say that last name again?
Did you say Mikal Bridges? Okay, that would be great. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's funny. When you have a name as big as Kevin Durant, if you trade him, you're going to command big stuff back. it's funny because the way those conversations go, you talk to a Knicks fan, it's like, yeah, we're going to want OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges. Well, you're not getting him. We need those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then you're not getting Kevin Durant.
Yeah, right.
Like, so figure it out. You can, and probably you could keep OG, who I've wanted on the Suns for 4 years now. But you give us Mikal, and if you get Kevin Durant, then fine. I mean, you get Kevin Durant on the Knicks, they're probably winning the title this year, honestly,
okay.
if they had him.
Go pound sand is what you're saying the Suns should say if we're not talking about Mikal Bridges being involved in this deal right now. I'd like to know, what else are we getting?
Yeah, I mean,
what else?
We're going to go down this conversation again with people. Mikal Bridges is not Kevin Durant. He might be the most favorite Sun of all time, Mikal Bridges, honestly, but just in terms of fan favorite. But in terms of what he does on the floor, he's not Kevin Durant.
Yes.
So I would like a little bit more, yes.
You know what's interesting, Basinonians? I've got the show sheet right here in my hands, as you could probably hear. I'm snapping it.
Yeah, and it actually is the show sheet.
It is the show sheet.
Very crisp, like you haven't read it yet.
And I have read it. Okay. The show sheet. Should they trade KD to the Knicks, Spurs, or Clippers? That's what this beautiful part of the program was supposed to be right here. How about they could trade KD to anybody, whoever gives us the best deal?
I think you're going to say, how about they trade him to all three? That's not legal.
I'm just saying right now, all three could possibly be involved. No, I'm just saying, for me, I want the best deal for Kevin Durant, period. Why limit yourself to those three teams? But a producer's going to say, well, because the New York Knicks have Mikal Bridges. And we have somebody saying, John Gamador as a matter of fact, we have somebody saying that Mikal Bridges could be included in this deal for Kevin Durant.
At least that's who the Suns would want from the Knicks. He's saying it because I heard that part of the show live yesterday. He was saying it in the context of, look, the Suns aren't looking for Karl Anthony Towns, which I think is probably a sigh of relief for a lot of Suns fans. If they were going to make a deal with the Knicks, those are the two guys that they would want, one of them.
Okay, so think about this. How outraged would you be if they did trade for Karl Anthony Towns?
It just wouldn't make sense for what
It wouldn't make sense. Yeah. What are you talking about? You've got this new culture that you're trying to install, and you're going to go out and get him to be the center part of that? We're going to trade Kevin Durant, and Karl Anthony Towns is going to be involved in it. And suddenly, listen, he's a good player. I get it. He's a good offensive player. Well, so is Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I mean, he's not as good of an offensive player as Kevin Durant. He's going to make a ton of money as well. And you just started the offseason preaching how much you want to focus on defense. That would be like going out and hiring an offensive-minded coach, Wolf.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait, they did that. But it wouldn't make any sense to trade for Karl Anthony Towns.
Sparta! It is.
My only hesitation on the Mikal trade, and this isn't enough of a reason to not do it if it actually became a possibility, is he's a free agent next summer. And not make sure I say this right. If you trade for Mikal Bridges, he's going to sign here. We know that. But could you just get him next summer? Because the Knicks, as currently constructed, I don't know that they can sign all of these guys. Now, that's a dangerous game to play because we all want him back. And if I'm the Knicks, I'm finding a way to get the money for Mikal. I think that's what they're trying to do when there's talk about trading Karl Anthony Towns. Because if you trade him, then you can keep Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, all these guys together. So I don't know that I would want to play that dangerous game. But if I'm negotiating with the Knicks, I would say, hey, I'm trading for a guy you might lose in a year, so I do want more than just him.
You know how big I am on having players that can model your culture. You have to do it. You have to have it. And if you're not bringing in players to model your quote-unquote culture, you have no culture. You have none. Nobody in the association, nobody represents the culture that the Phoenix Suns want to have here more than Mikal Bridges, in my opinion.
It's oddly similar to when Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rawlis got here, and they were talking about what they wanted their team to be. And man, all these things, okay, this is what we want our team. And then you look over at Buda Baker, and you're like, wait a minute, you're all of those things.
All of them.
That's what the Suns, set aside the fact that if you want to win the fan base back over, this is the quickest way to do it, is go get Mikal Bridges.
Huge.
But setting aside that, and again, setting aside that you're trading away Kevin Durant, because I'm just operating for the purposes of these conversations now, like that's already going to happen.
Yes.
So the player that embodies everything you're saying you want to be is Mikal Bridges.
Yes.
The guy plays every game. He plays amazing defense. He's probably, honestly, a better player now than he was when you traded him away.
Totally agree with that. He's a more confident player. He has accomplished more since you traded him away. There's no denying that. He's everything that you want around Devin Booker. And you know what? Do you think Book would be on board somehow, some way for Mikal Bridges? Okay, we don't need to be reminded of Paulie, all right? It is ding.
Maybe Book sent that specific ding in just for that one comment.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
right
didn't
now,
press that. What are you talking about?
Mikal Bridges models the culture the Phoenix Suns want here better than maybe anybody else in this stinking league. Seriously. To have the kind of ability, he can shoot the three. This is a guy who's going to play defense to the ground, to the floor, baby. This is a guy who's going to give you everything when he's out on the floor. A guy that is a two-way play. Man, Mikal Bridges, come home, son. It's time for you to come home.
You know, I know that there would be the commentary of like, well, okay, you traded all this for Kevin Durant and you only got Mikal Bridges back. Or maybe, I would hope they would get a pick out of it too. The Knicks don't have a ton of picks. But, you know, again, I'll take the 2 years of Kevin Durant you had. You went for it. I don't have a problem with you going for it. Kevin Durant was great. And Mikal Bridges has gotten better. If you got him back, it's almost like you just loaned him to the East Coast. Hey, help this guy evolve while we go for it with KD. Okay, it didn't work with KD. Give us him back because he should be here.
By the way, you want to talk about a dog mentality? Mikal Bridges. Dog.
Just pencil him in for 82 games. Yeah. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. When we come back, how about this? Which Arizona Diamondbacks do you think should be all-stars? Because the voting is beginning. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Devin Booker was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott. They did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. One client suffered neck, arm, and back injuries after a car ran a red light, and the insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James stepped in, recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sauce and trash talk, the benefits of the Cardinals' offensive continuity in 2025. The Diamondbacks stunned the Braves with a 7-run rally to snatch a sweep, and Lexi Held's 24 points, the most by a rookie this season, helped Mercury to a win. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, it's that time of year. Closing in on the MLB All-Star Game next month, which means MLB All-Star voting is up. And of course, brings up the natural question here. We get command and control involved here as well. Which Diamondbacks deserve A, consideration, and then B, just flat out deserve to be on the All-Star team? Okay? And if you follow the show closely, we've been doing this every month, though. We've been kind of going through with our just monthly awards for the D-backs. We, as a show, decided before the show today we're not doing that for May because May sucked. So we're just not doing that for May. We're just going to skip May with
Look,
the
what
awards.
did you? It sucked buttermilk.
Sure, yeah, that's fine, whatever. But so we're not doing awards for the month of May. Let's just get May out of here, and we have. And the Diamondbacks are undefeated so far in June. But you know, the sort of in lieu of that is now it's worth looking at potential Diamondbacks All-Stars. I mean, the easy one's Corbin Carroll. He's got to be on there.
He has to be.
Let's just start there, I guess.
Yes, the Predator off to an awesome start right now, and who knows how many home runs, how many RBIs he's going to finish the season with. He's got 100 games left. In 62 games, he has 18 home runs and 39 RBIs. Man, that feels real good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and even though he kind of had a little bit of a lull in the month of May too,
yeah.
he still finds a way to impact games, and now he's on a tear again. So we all agree Corbin Carroll.
Corbin
Unanimous?
Carroll, yes.
I voted for Corbin Carroll on my All-Star ballot.
Do we have anybody else that we feel like is a definitive has to be on there?
I think Cattell, even though he's missed so much time. I think there's no better. There's a case for Brendan Donovan with the Cardinals, but I think Ketel he's got better power numbers. Average is a little bit lower, but he's just been on a tear recently. I think Ketel should be the starting second baseman for the National League.
Yeah, that's probably the other one. It's not as definitive for me as it is with Corbin, but he probably should
But I
be
would
too.
agree, Rick. Yes, I would agree with that. Ketel Marte, I think, will be considered, of course. Obviously, what he's done in the past, that matters as well.
He has missed, though, a considerable what he's missed. Not quite half the season, but they've played 62 games, and he's played in 36 of them. And a couple of those have been just as a pinch hitter. So I wouldn't say it's a slam dunk he makes it just because he hasn't played as much as some of these guys he's going to be up against.
Yes, I would agree with that. But, it's not just about Major League Baseball and being an all-star for Major League Baseball. What about for the Diamondbacks themselves? When you look at their roster, when you look at the season that they have had thus far, are there names that pop on this roster for you as well that you think are all-stars for the Diamondbacks?
Jerry for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's another one. Like I'd really have to kind of do a deeper dive on shortstop in the National League. He's been an all-star before, so he doesn't have to break that seal where sometimes people are like, oh, I've never heard of this guy. He's been an all-star.
It's him or Trey Turner.
Yeah.
And I voted for Geraldo Perdomo, but Trey Turner has him by like a mile on batting average. But RBIs, Geraldo's better, and I just think as an all-around player, he's had a better season.
Well, I think to Wolf's point, if you're going Diamondbacks All-Stars, I mean, he is somebody that has delivered in a huge way. Because, I mean, you're also going to deal with there's a popularity contest here, too. Like, even L.A. De La Cruz is technically available at shortstop, isn't he? Like, he's going to get – so there you go. I mean,
and he's having a good year, too.
Yeah, so, I mean, popularity-wise, he's going to – we're going to see him starting tonight, but he's going to finish ahead of Jerry. But within the context of the Diamondbacks, they might be out of it if they didn't have Perdomo right now.
Yes, and once again, looking at some of the performances, some of the Diamondbacks that have played very, very well through the first 62 games, you'd also have to throw Eugenio Suarez in there as well. Now, listen, I know that he's booted some balls badly and really hurt the team, but he also has made some nice plays down at third. And, of course, at the dish, this is a guy that has really taken off again. He's only hitting 232. I get that, 232. I get that.
Yeah, it's better than it could be.
Yes, but, 16 home runs and 46 RBIs. 46.
Yeah, we're 62 games in.
62 games. That is, that is really, really good right there for Eugenio Suarez. And, man, how badly do they need him to come through? There's no doubt about it. They need his pop. They need his bat in the lineup. And a guy that can come through in the clutch like he did in Game 3, that matters as well.
What did you say? He's hitting 232?
232.
Last year at the end of June, he was hitting 196. I mean, you want to talk about his production this year versus, and obviously the second half of last year, he was amazing. But his first half last year was not great. Last year at this time, he was hitting 201, and he did not have these RBIs or these home runs, obviously. Right. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you can make a case. Again, this is not like to be on the actual All-Star team. I'm just saying for guys that have made a huge impact for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
I'd say Josh Naylor, too. He's third on the team in total bases, and he's hitting 289.
Yeah. You know what else? I'll throw this out there. Shelby Miller.
Yeah. That's a good call.
Jamal, what?
That is exactly what I was going to bring up.
Yeah. Okay, why?
For the position that he's been put in to have to close games, so he has a few saves, and he has an ERA under 2 in 26 appearances. He's been really good. I don't know if he'll make the actual All-Star game. I hope he does, but for the D-backs, he's definitely an All-Star for them.
That would be so cool if he made the actual All-Star game as a member of the D-backs after just how badly. And that was one of those things. It's like we talk about with Jordan Ott. Like, it's not his fault that they traded Dansby Swanson for Shelby Miller.
Right.
But he got here and he struggled and he disappears for a few years and he comes back. And you guys are right. I mean, he maybe just should be an All-Star.
I really don't see that, and one of the big reasons why I don't see that is coming into this season, there was a question whether or not he was going to make this club.
Yeah.
Period.
But, I mean, he does lead the team in saves. He's got a 1.75 ERA, a 1.09 WHIP. He's
No, he's done well. I understand that. Yet at the same time, when you put him in that situation, he's got 3 blown saves as well.
Well, don't talk about that.
I know.
People are going to hear you.
I'm just saying he's got 6 saves, of course, 3 blown saves. And that typically isn't what you're going to look for in your closer.
You brought him up, didn't you? You're the one that brought up
Shelby Miller in terms of the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
And a guy that has really stepped up for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Not as a Major League Baseball All-Star.
If he does make the actual All-Star team, it will be his first appearance in the All-Star game or first All-Star selection since 2015, which would be a really great story. And it's hard for kind of middle relievers to get All-Star selections, but I think he's been their closer enough this year that it might happen.
Oh, I don't. I disagree with that.
I don't think
Again, it's not a reflection. It's your opinion, and that's fine, Rick. We all have our opinion, but I don't think, I would be shocked if Shelby Miller made the All-Star team.
I think if they didn't have like if you didn't have Corbin Carroll, if you didn't have the hitters that the Diamondbacks have, and we saw this a few years ago, Joe Mantiply was an all-star. If Major League Baseball said, we got to take somebody off the Diamondbacks, Shelby Miller would be
the worst rule you
I
could
don't
possibly
love the
have.
rule. It's a weird rule.
I like it because think about it. If you're a baseball fan, of one of these teams that's struggling, you're still going to tune into the All-Star game, which makes sense for growing the game.
Yeah,
they're not excluding fan bases.
When the Diamondbacks were bad, two things here. I want to make sure I say this right with all due respect to Joe Mantiply. When the Diamondbacks were bad, I was still watching the All-Star game. And the second part of that would be when the Diamondbacks were bad, if I wasn't going to watch the All-Star game, Joe Mantiply wasn't going to make me watch it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I watched the All-Star game because I want to see all these different players, the best players in the game on a unique team in a very unique format. There doesn't have to be a Diamondback there for me to be interested. That
policy sucks buttermilk, and especially to the player as well. Oh my goodness, we have to give an award to everybody. We all are winners. We have to have some team, even if you get voted in, even if you're the guy that represents your team. Okay, because you've had a miserable season. And no, you didn't get voted in, but we've got to have somebody. How would you feel as a player going in representing your team in that situation?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who
that would be like. You know what? No, thanks, I'm good.
Who are they taking from the Rockies? Like maybe Hunter Goodman, I guess. I don't know. Like the Rockies would be that team, right? Hey, I'm here to represent the Rockies. You had to take me over Freddie Freeman because you had to take a Rocky. I mean, Freddie Freeman's hitting like 400, so maybe he's not the best example, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Ron, listen, you have to go to the Pro Bowl because Cardinals didn't have anyone else. No, thank you.
You're what's known as a consolation prize. You know who would have made it? Corbin Burns would have made it. The way he was pitching.
Yeah.
All right, we come back over to basketball.
Such a dumb.
Why did you ask me who's going to make it? Now it's your turn when we talk basketball. How do you feel as a Phoenix Suns fan right now? How do you feel about this offseason? How do you feel about the direction? If you don't like the direction, do you have an idea for how to make the direction of this team better? Are you okay with what they're doing? 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting coming up. Again, 602-260-9870. Just drop some Suns knowledge on us, some plans. Give us something to move this team forward. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's their way or the highway.
All right.
So that's why it was important to make sure that they made hires at GM and coach where all of these people will be, and you could use the word, and I'll use the word, aligned to do things in a certain way where everybody agrees.
I'm never going to use that word again as long as I live. I'm banning it from find me synonyms for the word aligned. I will not use it again as long as I live.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out, right? And go out to a sporting event, concerts, get food, whatever. And when you're out, why not build up your credit while you're doing it? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, And this is important. You can avoid interest as you're doing it. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors for you. It makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. You get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injury list to make the start for Arizona. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right, 602-260-9870 is the number into the show. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting. It has been a wild week for the Phoenix Suns. It has been a wild few weeks for the Phoenix Suns. It's just been a wild offseason. So here we go, Wolf. I'm going to get some listener feedback. get kind of the pulse of the valley here.
Ready to go, man.
All right, let's start with Daniel in Glendale. Daniel, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show. What's up?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Doing okay, Daniel.
I'm going to start off by saying, Wolf, I'm going to miss listening to you for Cardinals games.
Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
No, what I was thinking about this week has been wild. I've been a Suns fan for 3 decades. I don't know what to think about what's happening. All I know is Brian Gregory needs to go in there like Kevin Costner in draft day and say, I want all my picks back with KD. I just think that's how it's going to get better for what I'm looking at.
All right. I appreciate the call, Daniel. There's the Kevin Durant trade. If you're going to make that, if you could somehow get a really good haul back for that, I think that would make people feel a little bit better about where this is going. Because right now it's just kind of like, okay, we're going to go off the board and take a Michigan State guy. So now you have a chance going forward to either make a great move or a not great move.
It really is a good observation, though, because once again, Brian Gregory, much of what happens with the KD trade is going to fall on the shoulders of Brian Gregory.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are looking at him maybe more than anybody right now. You know, I mean, we can get into this later. I want to run through some of these calls. But, like, again, it's not Jordan Ott's fault he went to Michigan State. The dude's been working his way up. Like, if that guy comes here and succeeds, like, I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
It's the inexperienced GM who it seems like really got the job. He flat out said he knows he got the job, a lot of it because he went to Michigan State, and now he's in charge of these huge decisions.
Yeah, but if we're to believe the inner office memo from Matt Ishbia right now, it's Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia.
Yeah, it's just a lot of interesting messages being sent to the fan base. Let's talk to Rowdy in Santan Valley. Rowdy, what's going on?
Luke, what's up, brother?
What's up, Rowdy?
Wolf, how are you, friend?
We're doing okay, my brother. Come with it now.
Hey, it's good to have you back from Buffalo, my friend.
Yes.
I really wish I could have seen a picture of that campfires that you guys had at night.
We had none. It was raining and cold. We had none.
All right, buddy. All right, so about the Suns, man, like I was telling Jamal, I honestly feel a lot better than when we ended the season. Just the strife, the internal, what do you want to call it, camaraderie or playing like they like each other. Man, you could just see that it was just not there. Something was missing. So if it has to start from the top, because I work for my church, man. And a lot of the stuff that happens at the church, it starts at the top from where pastor's at. Or like over there with Matt Ishbia. It sounds like Ishbia has set a vision of what he wants the Suns to play like, of what he wants the Suns to be like. And now he's bringing in his people. So before all the Suns fans start hating on him and we're the Phoenix Spartans, and let's just give this guy a chance, man. Let's give Gregory, let's give Ott, let's give these guys a little bit of time. But like you guys were saying, this Kevin Durant trade, this is the first big item on the checklist this summer. It matters. Wolf, what do you always say? It just takes one.
Yes.
And it sounds to me like you've got New York, you've got Minnesota, there's San Antonio, there's Houston, Miami, LA Clippers. I'm hearing there are all kinds of teams that want KD. So let's kind of let this furnace just get hotter and hotter until before the draft, and hopefully Gregory can unload KD and bring back some players, but some picks.
Rowdy, I love it, man.
Rowdy's gone. Thank
Good
you, Rowdy.
stuff, Rowdy.
Appreciate it. Let's run through some more of these before we go too long. Let's talk to Adam in Phoenix. Adam, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing good.
This Macedonian is your number one fan, let me tell you.
Nice.
Bring it, bro.
Now, let me start by saying this. Matt Ishbia will do nothing to hurt this team. Yeah, he does things unconventionally his way, but he tried the Durant thing, he tried the Bill thing, it didn't work. So of all the fans out there, let me tell you, Matt Ishbia will not do anything to destroy this team. He will bring a title to I'm 51 years old, and my goal is, before I drop dead, is to see that Larry O'Brien hoisted here in Phoenix. Whether we become the Phoenix Spartans or the Michigan State Suns, I don't care. As long as HBA can run the whole thing, he can be coach, GM, owner, it doesn't matter. As long as we're winning, that's all fans should care about. I can care less if he brings in Magic Johnson or anybody, which that would never happen. But it doesn't matter if the whole Michigan State campus comes to Phoenix. As long as we're winning, that's all I care about.
I'm with you on that one right there.
Thanks,
Adam,
Adam.
I'm going to take your call and put it into the positive category.
The whole Michigan State campus might be coming to Phoenix, but thank you, Adam. It's more optimism than I expected, honestly. Let's talk to Valerie in Phoenix. Valerie on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Well, I'm sorry the optimism ends with me. First of all, right from the start, Matt Ishbia hated Monty Williams, shackled him with terrible DeAndre Ayton and other terrible bench players, made terrible trades, then fired him after we'd gone the farthest we had in years. So many coaching changes. It's just in shambles. And also, now that we've got him, I'm one of the few people who doesn't want to trade Kevin Durant. So you can take my comments as a great big negative, although I love the Suns and I love you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie.
Valerie, I love it, man. Way to bring it.
I tell you, that last thing she said, look, if you can get me something good for Kevin Durant, then I understand why you got to do it. I just have this fear that they're going to be like, yeah, we got a pick for Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Like, cool.
Okay, what would I say? What would you say if it was Mikal Bridges for KD?
Yeah, that's it. And honestly, of all the names we've heard linked to a potential trade, Mikal Bridges is the one I like the most. Not just because of who he is.
It's not equal value.
It doesn't need to be equal value. You're not going to get equal value. I've accepted that. But I don't want them to be in this like, well, we have to trade him.
Yeah.
We got the number 10 pick in the draft for Kevin Durant, and that's it. Like, great. So you're going to take a guy that might play for Kevin Durant.
And honestly, this is what I think we're going to, in the coming days, this is what we're going to hear from the Phoenix Suns. You think we have to trade? We don't have to trade KD. Are you kidding me? We're not going to trade. Well, eat it. I mean, that's the posturing that I think we're going to hear.
The stakes are higher than they've been in a long time with this trade. Let's squeeze one more in here. Let's talk to Andrew in Casa Grande. Andrew, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I love the show.
Thank you.
What's up, Drew?
You guys, kind of being a broken record here, you guys already kind of just went over what I was saying, but it's like, can we get something good for Kevin Durant? And, I've pretty much resigned myself to the fact, and I think most Suns fans have it. No. We're basically, going to get, I don't want to say peanuts, but everyone, I feel like we're going to be disappointed with no matter what we get. And so doubling back around to the Knicks, if we're going to get a middling return for Kevin Durant, nothing would make me simultaneously frustrated and also happy and looking forward to watching next season if the trade was for Mikal Bridges.
So true.
I mean, if that's what it's going to be, that's what I hope for. Go Suns. You guys have a great day.
Andrew, that is a great call, man. It really is right there, and yet it's so right on. It is. If you're not going to get equal value, why not get Mikal Bridges back in the process?
Because he is still a really good player and maybe a better player than he was a couple years ago. So it's not like you're getting nothing back. My concern is that they are going to get painted into this corner, and you hear it every time there's any sort of rumor. Well, you're not going to get Mikal off the Knicks. It's Kevin Durant.
Yes. What are you talking
I really should
about?
be able to pick whoever I want off your team. It's Kevin Durant. All right, thanks for all the calls there. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. When we come back, how will offensive continuity potentially help the Arizona Cardinals this season? Trey McBride weighed in on that conversation earlier this week. You'll hear what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. I am Santan Ford. That's what we like to do at the compound. We walk around and say that out loud every now and then. Listen, I got two things for you here. Number one, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right. what Ford employees pay for their brand new Ford, you actually get to pay. Employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And the second thing I want to talk about, it's the selection over at Santan Ford right now. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground on the lot right now. 1,400. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun right now. It's super simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You got to love that. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th Dbacks game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
We're really not that far away from football season. It's my rationalization here, Wolf. I know June is kind of like the quiet month for football, though. We were just out there for OTAs.
Quiet time.
That's why people write songs like that, because there's no football. We'll be out there again next week for a little bit too. Not that far away from training camp, really, just a couple months. Trey McBride spoke earlier this week, Wolf, and I feel like we're at the point where when Trey McBride speaks, we listen. And he talked about how much better the offense can be simply because it's most of the same pieces. And a lot of them were young players last year, either breaking in or going into year 2 in the league. What was he? He was going into year 3. So a lot of young players on offense that are growing up just because they didn't add pieces this offseason. it's kind of because they did last offseason and the year before. So this is what he said.
Yeah, it already is. I could tell from the first year they were here to where we are now, the plays they're putting in, it's not as fundamental. It's not as basic. They're adding a lot of motions and a lot of, sauce is what I call it. Just putting a little, extra flavor on the same plays that we have, maybe motion guys to it, running different guys and different things. So definitely a lot more complex. Trying to stick to our main, concepts that we have, but dressing them up in different ways, whether, one guy's running a motion or some guy's doing a route, but it's all kind of the same concepts, just different ways to get to it. So, yeah, this offense can be very complex, and the way that Drew and these guys have changed throughout the offseason and continue to build it, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to, see us in action here.
I've been talking about this for a long time, Bassonians, but it really is a situation where last season I think Drew Petzing wanted his offense to be very, very vanilla, and he wanted it that way because he was trying to build chemistry with Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. specifically.
Yeah.
Because of that, I think they wanted to line up and, hey, Kyler, go ahead, read the coverage, line up. We're not going to motion. We're not going to change strength. We're not going to do that. We're just going to line up, and we're going to let you look at the secondary, read the coverage based on game plan, and you know what? Marvin Harrison Jr. and you will go from that point forward. And I think that was really a wise thing to do when you've got a rookie wide receiver like Marvin Harrison Jr. Now he's no longer a rookie. Now you're going to go ahead and you're going to say, okay, we're going to expand it. We're going to start changing strength. We're going to start moving receivers around. Which, typically when you think about it, Bassonians, that can change defenses. When you motion a receiver, if he crosses the ball many times, it will change the defense you're going to run. Because of that, I don't think they wanted that. I think they wanted Kyler to read and Marvin Harrison Jr. to read the base coverage and go from that point forward.
That's a really good point that I haven't heard made a whole lot. Of not only people look at it and they're like, okay, well, you didn't want to make it too complicated for Marv. Yeah, you're also changing. Okay, Kyler gets up to the line of scrimmage. He reads the defense. Now you're going to change the defense on him?
Yes.
Just don't do it. and it really speaks to the bigger picture of they have done this not slowly. They've done it deliberately, I would say. They've done it intentionally for the sort of rebuild, retune, reset, whatever you want to call it. Rebuild. It's been a rebuild for 2 years, and that's fine. That's the way. Because the way they have done it sets the stage now where there's so much on the line this season because now is when it should take off. And the way they've done it and build up all these younger players together, if you become a playoff team, you should be a perennial playoff team whenever you break through. Now, the toughest part is obviously breaking through. If they just go out there and win 8 games again this year, then there's no breakthrough. But you've set yourself up where, to me, Wolf, each of the first 2 years of this regime is right on schedule.
Yes. And because of that, I would also say, too, when you do not motion a lot, when you don't do that, when you just line up, boy, a quarterback, pre-snap to post-snap, pre-snap to post-snap, that is the read. That is how quarterbacks go through the process.
Yeah.
Pre-snap to post-snap for most of the time. Now, listen, there are some offenses that have taken over in the National Football League where you're going to throw it to that guy. This is the guy you're going to throw it to unless they do this, okay? So it's a situation where it can be really base as well, and that's more of the college scheme, the old spread scheme that is coming into the NFL. But we know the pendulum is swinging back, and now a quarterback has got to read once again. I think more so than he has over the last decade. He's got to read once again. Pre-snap and post-snap read, put them together, what does it tell you? Well, pre-snap and post-snap, it makes it a little bit more difficult on the quarterback and the wide receiver when you have motion involved. It does make it more difficult. Pre-snap and post. This is where the chemistry, once again, matters between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray and where they need to grow the most. And if that happens, look out, dog.
It's also when we talked to Tip Ryman on Wednesday. Was that Wednesday this week? This week was it Wednesday? I think it was.
Yeah.
It was Wednesday.
Wow.
Yeah, Wednesday.
When we talked to Tip Ryman, and he was talking.
I can't stand when people say hump day, by the way. I mean, just knock it off.
You say it more than anybody I know.
I say it to almost mock them.
Hump day?
That's right. Please.
I do like it when Wolf walks around the office and just mocks random people that are walking by. That's my favorite thing.
I don't mock
but I wish you would, and I was trying to suggest you go down that path. No, when we were talking to Tip Ryman on Hump Day, he brought up how just for him individually going from year 1 to year 2, and he talked about it with Isaiah Adams too, because he's obviously really close with Isaiah Adams, going from year 1 to year 2, your perspective can switch from like, okay, wait, I'm supposed to be over here. Wait, where am I living? What am I doing here? Like, where am I supposed to go before practice? Like, where are my meetings? To now it's like, okay, I know all that stuff. And now I can just focus on starting to level up.
Okay.
Now, he was talking about a first-year player going to his second year. But I think you can make the case that as a team, the Cardinals should be in that spot, specifically on offense, because these guys, most of them are, going into their second or third years. Trey McBride's going into his fourth. For the most part, though, these guys have been going through this together, and they should be in a spot now where they can level up. And Drew Petzing can make the offense more complicated if he needs to. So that's what I'll be watching for on offense.
Okay, that is really good right there, Luke, by you. Do you have anything else you want to play?
Somebody
else who actually said something.
Greg Dortch. You want to hear from Greg Dortch?
Dortch.
Greg Dortch right here. We had him on earlier this week. I don't know what day it was. He talked about the fact that he loves the continuity of the offense right now.
I definitely feel it. And he says he likes it. I love it just based off me being a punt returner. I'm looking at it now like, man, I may get punts backed up and I may get more opportunities to return punts. And I've always taken special teams seriously. Obviously, that's been my niche to staying in the NFL. So now looking at what we have on the D-line and all the new pieces that we've added, like I'm taking it a step forward and I'm trying to get to the Pro Bowl now. Like I want to be able to help this team advance the field and put us in positions where we may need 3 plays now to score a touchdown. That changes the entire game.
Yeah, I love the competitor Greg Dortch is. I love it. He's got a chip, and it's not on his shoulder base, it's in his heart. I'm talking about in the prospect of playing the game of football, having a chip in your heart is not a bad thing, metaphorically speaking.
I got a pretty strong sense from him when we talked to him on Tuesday that he wants.
It was actually Friday of last week.
Oh my gosh, it was Friday. Of last
week. I realized that it's been a crazy week.
You're right. It was pre-Jordan Ott. That's how I measure everything now. It was pre-Ott. The sense I got was this dude really wants to return a punt right now. Like that was very consistent throughout the interview. Like he's ready to go. He wants to play, and he's going to be a big part of this offense now too.
Yeah, you know what, Nick Rollis. I want to hear from Nick Rollis the next time we actually talk about this, okay?
Want him to call in or you want us to play audio?
Hey, Nick, by the way, if you do want to call in, that'd be kind of cool, too.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you. Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. I can tell you All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary this past May. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated, Robert Mulvin and his team have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens, offering free installation on all products and free estimates. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps some 20 degrees. Now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio, support your heroes, and what you need to do is text SHOES to 620-620. That's SHOES to 620-620.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injured list to make the start for Arizona. In Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers look to even the series at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for Panthers-Oilers is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
You know what what it is right now is it is noon on a Friday. And that means it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. And Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series with the Cincinnati Reds tonight at Great American Ballpark. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez makes his return from the injured list to start for the Snakes. What do you guys want to see out of Erod?
Eduardo, I want to see him pitch in such a way where I never have to call him that again.
Yeah.
That was your version of Corbel when Corbin Carroll was struggling last year.
Corbel.
Hey, look, Erod doesn't have to be amazing. He doesn't have to be even the guy that he was a couple years ago before he got to the Diamondbacks when he had an ERA in the 3s. But he does have to contribute now. I mean, that's a lot has changed in the last week when a lot of people looked at Erod for a while, a lot of Diamondbacks fans the last few weeks, and they were like, yeah, you know what, get him out of there. We're just bringing Ryan Nelson. Well, you brought in Ryan Nelson because Corbin Burns is hurt. You can't just get Erod out of there. He has to pitch better.
Yeah, for me right now, Eduardo, it is time. It is time for Eduardo Rodriguez to actually pitch like he's capable of pitching. It's one of the reasons why I got a 4-year, $80 million contract here from the Arizona Diamondbacks. My expectation is Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball and at some point in time look like the guy he has been that got him that contract. Man, see, this is the one thing about it. You always wonder about a guy that is going to go out there and suddenly make the kind of money that he does and whether or not it's going to impact him. Right now, it looks like, this is just me, it looks like Erod has let the money go to his head and isn't the same type of pitcher that he was when they signed him. He's never really been that guy.
No.
So you know what? It's time for him to be that guy.
I'm just going to give you some of his ERAs earlier in his career, okay? 2015 with the Red Sox, a 3.85. 2018 with the Red Sox, a 3.82. 2019, a 3.81. 2023 with the Tigers, a 3.30.
Would you say that's a large sample size?
Yeah.
It is.
His ERA with the Diamondbacks and I'm not just saying this year, last year and this year, is 5.99.
Yes.
What's going on?
I know.
It's just time now. Let's get going.
Look, I know that it's so hard. It really is so hard to play and compete at the highest level our species can generate. But Erod has the ability to do it. Where is that ability? Because we really have not seen it.
I get that he's had injuries, and he has. I mean, he's only made 19 starts as a Diamondback, but they now need him. There's no safety net where you can just go to Ryan Nelson if he keeps struggling.
Yeah, he's had injuries, but when he was healthy, he hasn't pitched well.
It's been a continuation of that day we were out at spring training 2 years ago, and we were talking about how amazing of an addition it was. And as you were talking, I saw the home run sail past your head behind you that he had just served up to somebody on text.
I totally forgot about that.
I haven't. That image is burned into my head now.
It was me. I was the one talking too, right?
You were.
Erod, gone.
And I'm just watching. I don't remember if it was Wyatt Langford or who it was that hit it, but as you're talking, I just see the ball go past your head and into left center field.
Wow.
Sticking with the D-backs, they are 3-0 so far on their road trip. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now on ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how will the Diamondbacks finish their current road trip? 6-0, 5-1, 4-2, or 3-3?
Boy, 3-3 would, I mean, it's possible. That would really be depressing if they finished this 3-3 after that start. Let's see what's Erod tonight. That's a real unknown. Ryan,
I'm going 5-1.
I'm going to go 5-1. It's
I'm
Ryan,
going 5-1.
Ryan Nelson tomorrow, Zach Gallen Sunday.
Yes.
I'm hoping Gallen has recaptured something, and I'm hoping knowing he's in the rotation now semi-permanently doesn't alter what Ryan Nelson has been doing. That one wasn't me.
Yes, it was.
No, I haven't touched anything.
Wasn't me.
I'm gonna say 5-1.
Jamal.
Jamal's like
Jamal doesn't have anything on, and my email's muted.
I'm gonna say 5-1.
I just want Wolf to look at this right now. This says muted on my screen,
right.
so
yeah,
it's not.
Maybe it's Wolf.
It's
That's
because
not Wolf.
they muted.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I really
IT
don't
came in
think
and
it's me.
muted Wolf, so it's not
IT
Wolf.
came in and you know how cool that was, Mason audience. IT came in, they muted me.
They were like, you know what? You're gonna need to be muted, Wolf. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I voted for 5-1 because I agree with you guys. 43% is that leads. 34% says 4-2. 6-0, 11%, and 3-3, 11%.
Can I just say quickly, Rick, what a bummer it will be if they don't win the series against the Reds.
Yeah,
coming off of what they just did in Atlanta.
This is your spark that you've been. It's like you've been trying to rub two sticks together to start a fire for a while, and now here you go. So now, let's even in the middle of the rain, you got the fire started. So let's get this going.
How do they do that? By the way, they sit there and rub that.
I figured this is something you would do out in Buffalo.
Some outdoorsman just starting a fire with wood. Nothing but how cool is that?
The NBA Finals started yesterday. Tyrese Halliburton made the game winner with 0.3 seconds left to lift the Pacers to a 111-110 win over the Thunder. Here's how his game winner sounded in Korea.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버튼을
What were your biggest takeaways from Game 1?
Everything those guys just said. Those are my biggest takeaways from Game 1. My biggest takeaway, A, is I want them calling everything. Those two guys.
Oh, my goodness.
B, if you let Indiana hang around, you're going to lose. I mean, that's not just from Game 1. We've seen that throughout these playoffs. But if they can do that to Oklahoma City, they can do it to anybody. I also think Oklahoma City still wins the series in 6 or less.
Yeah, I just want to. Can I do that? Can I? Whoa! Indiana! Halliburton! Whoa!
No, you need. First of all, you need two of you.
It was something.
Yeah,
like that.
You gave it a shot. How did we end up with that call? By the way, where did that come from? We don't.
It was in our folder this morning.
That was.
Don't ask any questions.
That was great.
Those guys are fantastic.
All right, last one for you guys. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final was also a thriller with the Oilers taking down the Panthers 4-3 in overtime. Game 2 is tonight in Edmonton. What do you guys expect in Game 2?
I have a pretty strong opinion on this and have since halfway through the LA series that the Oilers are going to win the Stanley Cup this year. And if they do, there's going to be a lot of symmetry with hockey history with some of the great players that have won. They kind of had to go through a rematch with the same team back-to-back years in the Stanley Cup. But all that said, man, when Florida loses a playoff game, if you're just talking about Game 2, they come out like an army. There's a pretty good chance Florida wins tonight and Edmonton wins the series.
I think the Panthers are the toughest team in the National Hockey League. And when I say tough, I'm talking about their mentality. I'm talking about their soul and how they play the game of hockey. All this did is get their attention, a slap in the face. And I think Florida wins Game 2, and I think they're going to win the series.
Well, I do think they're the best team. I just think Connor McDavid this close to the Cup 2 years in a row, and Leon Draisaitl, who was very clearly dealing with a back injury last year and isn't this year, I think that's going to be tough to overcome. But if Florida wins tonight, get ready for a great series.
Indeed.
Because it's going 7 at that point. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, let's get back to the D-backs and let's get back to Erod. How much pressure is on him in his return from the injured list tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 this afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Com. Listen, Dr. Joe, of course, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. He's the guy that owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center. They are locally owned. Their center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I can tell you right now, it truly is a game changer. Socially, professionally, and personally, with transparent pricing and no hidden fees, Aria Dental Implant Center, they make it simple and cost-effective for you. In most cases, most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Man, it's time for you right now. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What can the Phoenix Suns learn from the 2 teams in the NBA Finals? The Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports. All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon. Wolf, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat right now. Of course, we're live on YouTube. And I'm seeing just some of the good vibes around the Arizona Diamondbacks that were not really there last week at this time. Now, again, I feel like last week it was more of a depressed thing, not an angry thing. I feel like with a lot of Suns fans right now, it's an anger thing, although not the ones we took on the listeners only meeting. So maybe I'm wrong. But some of the comments
talking about Erod stepping in tonight. Like, how about Robert wrote in that ninth inning win yesterday almost makes up for the first inning fiasco against Washington on Saturday. It's been a wild ride, man. Like, those games are just a few days apart. I'm seeing some predictions. Gray Mantle wrote in Erod 5 innings, 4 runs max. Anything else is a bonus. Such good vibes for the Diamondbacks right now. He brought up as well, and it's just like Erod can't step in and mess this up. He's got to come in and give them a chance to win. I don't even need an amazing start tonight coming off injury, but he's got to give them a chance to win tonight.
You know, at the beginning of the season, when the Arizona Diamondbacks were 0-0, okay, they had won no games, they had lost no games. When they were starting the season right there, going into game 1, remember how optimistic we all were and how excited we were to see this team. Well, you know what? I'm right there again. This is kind of a reset button. 31-31, just like 0-0. 31-31, that's what the Diamondbacks are right now. And we know Corbin Burnes, at least for me, based on earnings, there is no Corbin Burnes the rest of the way. If for some reason Corbin Burnes can actually come back and help the Diamondbacks, and oh my goodness, it'll be the greatest thing ever. I'm just not allowing myself, based on the information that we have, to go there. I think Corbin Burnes is done.
I'm quietly holding out hope. I guess not quietly if I'm saying it into a microphone that's broadcast all over the state. But I'm holding out hope, cautiously holding out hope, that there's a way he can go on the A.J. Puck plan where, yeah, he's gone for a few months, but what if you hang around, and what if you're still in this in September? Maybe he can come back. But logically, Wolf, what you're saying is probably right.
Yes, but I think, once again, that really doesn't matter going forward right now. It's 31-31, and the reset button is here. Now that you know who's going to be in that clubhouse, now that you know who's going to be in the dugout, what do the players do? How did they respond to all of this? Listen, Torrey has taken an awful lot of criticism, has he not, my friends? And there are some areas where Torrey'd be the first one to tell you he should be criticized. Yet at the same time, I don't put this on Torrey Lovello. I don't. Are you kidding me? I put it on players. Go out and execute and do your job. And you know what? It's interesting. When you watch this team in this series, a very small sample size, I realize. A 3-game sample size, yet they sweep the Braves in Game 2 and Game 3. How they did it was remarkable. How they won those games, remarkable. Especially in regard to sweeping the Braves because of winning Game 2 and Game 3. It was remarkable. It's players that win games. Go out and do your job and win a game. And the Diamondbacks have that ability. But now it's time for guys to start wearing that responsibility. We're 62 games into the season. You got 100 games left. That is a long, long time, as we all know. 100 games. But it is time for Corbin Carroll to continue to be Corbin Carroll. It is time for Ketel Marte to continue this assault on Major League Baseball that we have seen over the last 2-3 weeks.
I'm going to play this cut for you because I want you to think about what you just said. All right, players, go out there and do your job.
Yes.
Okay, I have this cut that maybe you've heard, but you didn't hear it live because you were in Buffalo walking around in the rain or whatever. Okay,
I didn't hear it.
When we had Mike Hazen on, we were out at Chase Field last Wednesday, and it was coming off that loss where they were up 6-0 to the Pirates, and they lost 9-6. And it was just moments away from their 10-1 loss to the Pirates, okay?
You think I heard this in Amish country?
Well, I don't know. Just maybe because it was Hazen. Somebody
heard nothing.
I figured you heard nothing. That's why I'm going to play it, okay? So you just tell me if this sounds at all like what you're saying. This is Mike Hazen from last week.
Every manager that has bullpens that kick games gets blamed 1,000% every night we lose. It's his fault. Like that's just the way this game goes. It's not the Diamondbacks, it's every team in baseball, because everybody can look out of the bullpen and be like, well, if you just didn't put in that guy and you put in that guy, everything would have worked out different. Now, obviously we all know that that's not the way life works, and it's no guarantee that would have been the case, but yes, everybody can turn around and look and do that. But it is what it is. It comes with the territory, and we have to evaluate the moves he's making and the decisions he make and they make in the dugout. It's not just him. He is ultimately responsible for it. but it is a group that is making decisions based on the information they have. We are aware of why they make those decisions. We're part of some of that calculus and giving them information that they have available to them. And you trust that they're making the right decisions, and I do believe he's doing that.
All right, there's more here, Wolf.
When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense, it's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen. Those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. You have to go there. The freaky Mike Hazen. Just laid it out, Mason. Do your job. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing.
He sounded like he was ready to start doing some wheeling and dealing that day. Get going.
Was the brow furrowed? Because you can see it on the freaky Mike Hazen.
He was. Honestly, it was refreshing to talk to him because he sounded the way I think we all felt after the game last Tuesday night.
Okay, again, I'm sorry, brothers. I really am. Actually, I'm not. But I'm just going to say, I'm going to say it. As a former player, the onus should be on me. I put it on me. I'm the one competing. I'm the one booting the ball. I'm the one not making the correct pitch. I'm the one who came through and did. I'm the guy that is actually competing and didn't get it done. I came through the process and the fire ate me alive, as we used to say. Can I tell you right now, this is a responsibility that every player should have. I'm going to do my job. Torrey's going to make decisions. I don't care whatever situation I'm put in. I'm going to go do my job to the best of my ability. And man, if you're pointing fingers at somebody else, get out of the clubhouse.
That interview was right after the 9-6 loss to the Pirates. Okay, this is the up and down nature of baseball, and it's extreme version that we're looking at with the Diamondbacks right now. Moments after that, they lost 10-1 to the Pirates. Then the next game on Friday, they made another defensive miscue that started the whole game off wrong, and they lost to the Nationals. Then the next night, they were down 11-0 to the Nationals in the second inning, and since then, they haven't lost. And they also lost Corbin Burns in there. But since then, they haven't lost.
Do your job.
I mean, the remarkable roller coaster that is this Diamondbacks season, and we can get more into this later, and we'll get back into it, but it's like yesterday was a historic comeback. Okay, well, just a few days ago, they had a historically bad first inning, the worst first inning in franchise history. Yesterday, they have arguably the best ninth inning in franchise history. What, 5 days apart? 6 days apart? You already have 3 games this season you've lost where you've won or where you've scored 11 runs. Normally you would win, and instead they've lost 3 times. They've only done that 4 times ever, and 3 of them are this season. The amount of times the Diamondbacks are doing things good or bad that they have never done before this season is staggering.
It's good stuff, Luke.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something you like. I
was going to, but you're late.
When has that ever stopped us before? All right, when we come back, the Phoenix Suns struggled defensively last season, talked about how much they want to get better defensively this offseason, and then hired an offensive-minded coach. So why? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Let me clear this up. Is there familiarity with the Michigan State thing, and people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing, and I totally understand it, and there's bias in the NBA, there's bias in all sports. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. I can tell you the Arizona heat is here, and it's only going to get hotter. Ron Wolfley reporting. If you've been dreaming about that backyard pool, now is the time to act at Presidential Pools and Spas. They're building fast, Basinonians, which means you can still be swimming this summer. That's right. You can get it done this summer right now. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let Presidential Pools turn up the heat, man, in your backyard. And, of course, they're Arizona's #1 pool builder. You have to remember that. Presidential Pools, they're looking to build your dream pool. Go with the name that Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools. As I said, Arizona's #1 pool builder, and to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts for you. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injured list to make the start for Arizona. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers look to even the series at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for Panthers Oilers is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, I think we're still all processing the hiring of Jordan Ott. Although I've heard more and more people saying this, and I really agree. I think this is the way to put it, or at least it's where I am, Wolf. This isn't Jordan Ott's fault. You know what I mean? The fact that the Suns, and he might succeed. Also, I don't want to make it sound like there's no chance this guy succeeds.
Yeah.
We went on the show. We went on the air right after the news broke on Wednesday morning, and so it was just like, wow, this feels like a mess that they're doing this. My concern, and it's still this way 48 plus hours later now, is not that there's no way Jordan Ott can succeed as a coach. I just don't love the optics right now where it looks like you're only looking for people that all totally agree. And it looks like all went to Michigan State. I mean, I understand.
It doesn't look like it. Sparta!
It looks like it, because it is.
I could have done that. I could have said that in the line. I could have said that in the movie I made.
Yeah.
I mean, that line. I could have said that.
Just walk in.
Pulled it. This is Sparta.
With your fan hat and yell that?
What's your point, though?
My point, that's a great question, is the Jordan Ott hiring to me is almost a separate thing. Like, we're going to see how he does now. He's going to have a longer leash than the other guys did, and I think that's partially because they know they got to stick with one coach, and also partially because he went to Michigan State. I mean, honestly, that's the way it looks. But that's its own thing. Like, should he have been the top candidate? I don't believe so, but I do believe that he has qualifications that make him a potential head coach in the NBA at some point. The concern more to me is that they're going to go with this very limited view where, okay, we're only going to draw coaches or players or a GM from this very limited pool, and we're going to try and do things so differently than anybody else has ever done it that it's just not going to work. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it does work. Or I hope they kind of adjust as they go and maybe kind of broaden what they're going to do here a little bit. But right now, to me, it's more about the philosophy than it is about Jordan Ott specifically.
Yeah, once again, it seems a little backward that they would go and hire an offensive-minded coach when they're talking about defense. It does seem that way based on earnings, yet I will caution that just because Jordan Ott specializes in the offensive end doesn't mean that he can't do it defensively as well. Doesn't mean he can't scheme it up. As a matter of fact, some people would say he sees it better than in somebody who just specializes on defense.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because he knows what hurts an offense and feels that, if you know what I mean.
All of those things are fair. That's a fair line of thinking. It's just where we all are with this team right now, it's hard to make those jumps. You know what I mean? Like, he was known in Brooklyn with Steve Nash as Nash's offensive coordinator. That was Jordan Ott. He was known as their offensive coordinator. Yeah. And then you start this offseason by saying, man, we got to get better at defense. Defense is going to be a focus of this team. And it's hard right now to make that jump. Like, what you're saying makes sense. If you had a GM that had been doing this for 10 years and he sat down at the introductory press conference and said, yeah, I understand what Jordan Ott was known as, but I like that because I think it's going to exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
But right now it just feels, until proven otherwise, it feels like but he went to Michigan State.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's more important than not having experience, or it's more important than him knowing defense. It's more important than anything. That's the way it feels. And until something changes, that's the way it's going to feel.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, once again, this gets personal. It really does. Even though I like Sean Sweeney, that was my guy. I really wanted to see
a lot of people like
Sean Sweeney actually get the gig. He did not. I'm not qualified to actually pick the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. I'm not. But we're going to find out if Brian Gregory is qualified based on what Jordan Ott does. And to me, once again, I'm going to give him every opportunity to do that. I'm not going to sit there and be a skeptic because everyone is skeptical of Jordan Ott. I'm not going to be that guy. Listen, go out and prove it. You know me, Luke. Mm-hmm. This is what I care about. And I think ultimately it's what Suns fans care about. Go out and prove it. The problem is, I think going into this year, we're not going to have anything conclusive to actually point to and say, aha, they got it right. Now, who knows? Maybe Jordan Ott, maybe Brian Gregory. Surprise! Maybe they do make some moves that are really, really good and make this team competitive in this coming season. I don't even expect them to be really competitive this season coming up.
They're not really set up to be really competitive.
What if they are?
If they are, then that's awesome. This fan base deserves a surprisingly
Will you
great
give
season.
them their due if they are?
But that's what I'm saying is as we're here in early June, my concern is it is. It's more with the GM than the coach. Because I don't think it's insane that Jordan Ott got a job. I don't love the argument of
I don't either.
I don't
never have.
I don't love the argument of like, well, he interviewed with Charlotte. Like, okay, cool. Like that doesn't help me. That doesn't help his
Was
case.
he hired by Charlotte? No.
Charlotte said, you're not good enough for us.
Okay.
Maybe that's just because Charlotte doesn't know what they're doing.
That's possible.
And maybe Jordan Ott was the right hire and they made the wrong one.
I'm going to give Jordan Ott every bit of cred he deserves.
And he also is what he is now. He's your coach. He's not involved. He's not in charge of the Kevin Durant trade or getting, Bradley Beal out of here or, important to me, bringing guys in that can play. He's not in charge of any of that. Brian Gregory is. And Brian Gregory is the much less qualified based on resume guy to be in the job he's in.
Over the years of my 10-year career in the National Football League Baselonians, I cannot tell you, I say this all the time, but it's the truth. I cannot tell you how many guys came in with the pedigree, came in with the first-round pick, came in with all of the... Did you see what he did at the Combine? He came in with all of it. All of this talent and goodness. There was just one problem. They couldn't play. So I understand what it means to have all of this glare and this glitter and this good stuff reflecting off of you because you're awesome. I understand that. Jordan Ott doesn't have a lot of that. And yet it's the very reason why I'm going to give him every opportunity to win over this fan base and do his job, because I've seen way too many examples of guys who had all of this do nothing.
Well, Mike Budenholzer. I mean, he had the resume.
Frank Vogel
came in and didn't. He was a mess. This comes back to, though, something you've always said, and the point has been driven home on this show. The most important person in your organization is general manager.
Yes,
and
true.
When the Cardinals hired Monty Ossenfort, he was a little bit of an unknown, but he had a track record around the league, so you could get on board, and now I think we're all fully on board. I'm really confident in Monty Ossenfort. I'm really confident in Mike Hazen. I got to see a lot from Brian Gregory.
Hey, I said this at the time as well when they hired Monty Ossenfort. Monty Ossenfort was going to have to prove that he could do it.
Yeah. Everybody's got to prove it at some point.
Of course. Listen, if this is your first go-around as being a general manager, you got to prove it. This is your first go-around of being a head coach, you got to prove it. This is your first go-around, your rookie season in the NBA, you got to prove it. And continue to prove it.
But Monty had worked his way up. And that's...
What do you mean, Monty Ossenfort?
Yeah, he had worked his way up.
Well,
Brian
Gregory...
Gregory...
he's never been a general manager,
and
you never know how you're going to do when you're that guy.
Okay,
you're going to say that a guy that gets hired as a general manager out of nowhere, a guy who gets hired as a GM doesn't have to prove he can be a GM?
Anybody who gets the job has to prove it, but I'm saying Monty Ossenfort, it was a logical move up. Whether he was going to do it or not had to be proven. The Brian Gregory one is a huge jump.
I know, but see, this is exactly what I mean by it was a logical move up for Monty. You never know. You don't. That's why I'll always... No matter, hey, Sean Sweeney would have had to have proven he can actually do the job here. Period. Prove it. See, that is my mentality. When you are hired and it's your first go around, I'm sorry. You got to prove it.
FYI, guys, the Jordan Ott hire is official, and their press conference is on Tuesday at 3 p.m.
Wow.
All right.
There you go, Rick.
We come back, NFL news. The Steelers finally have a quarterback. We'll get into that and where Dennis Gardeck landed this week. That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's new head coach.
Surprise. Jordan Ott, when this whole thing started, when this process was at like 15 plus, people zeroed in on that name with only the connection to Michigan State. And Jordan Ott is the last man standing.
On the banks of the Red Cedar, there's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning, and those Spartans play good ball. That's the first lines of the fight song. Get to know it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center
and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor? Then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks stay hot over the weekend? We'll recap Monday. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. I guess if nothing else, the Suns have given us a lot to talk about because even during the breaks, we're still talking about the Suns. We're going to go to the NFL right now, though, Wolf, and the Pittsburgh Steelers finally have their quarterback, and it is Aaron Rodgers.
Do they have their quarterback?
Well, they have a quarterback, and it is Aaron Rodgers.
It's going to be Aaron Rodgers, of course.
Yeah.
It's going to be. Why do you say that, Rick? Are you saying that because
I'm just saying that because he's old and
somebody's going to beat him out?
No, nobody's going to beat him out.
Okay,
I'm just
great.
saying, is he really a quarterback these days?
He is their quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he is. 41 years old, Aaron Rodgers right now. And even though Basin Onions, last year watching him, I said, he's done. I thought Aaron Rodgers was done watching him. He threw 28 touchdowns and had 11 interceptions. Think about that for a minute. I mean, he had a 90.5 quarterback rating, and anyone who's listened to me over the course of years, you know that number to me is kind of significant. It is, because over and over and over again, go look at the top 10 guys in the league that had a high quarterback rating.
Yeah.
Go ahead and look at that. It's amazing the way you'll see the typical suspects, so to speak.
We are talking about one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. I mean, so his floor is still going to be higher than some other players. At least their average or their ceiling. The conversation with quarterbacks, it's always two things for me. One, it's like, man, okay, Aaron Rodgers was terrible last year, but then you have to zoom out and look where he was in the context of the rest of the league. And he was on a team, and it was partially because of him, that was a really bad situation. In fact, it was majoritively because of him. So that's what's going to be something to watch in Pittsburgh. It doesn't fit for me. It really doesn't. His personality now, his current personality, not his personality 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, his current personality and the Steelers' collective personality and their tradition and that city's personality.
There you go, right there. That is it. It's a very provincial city and a very provincial organization, the Pittsburgh Steelers, with Mike Tomlin, whom, once again, I will continue to say, one of the best coaches in the National Football League, Mike Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin, the respect that I have for this guy is off the charts. And if you want to get into whether or not Mike Tomlin's going to be a Hall of Famer, we can do that. I would say yes. When he's done, he's going to be in it. Having said
vote.
Having said all of that right there, Aaron Rodgers has done so much in this league yet. His personality and where he is right now as a man, it doesn't fit inside that Steelers locker room or that city to me.
I don't understand why they wouldn't have just drafted a guy this year. Or just draft a quarterback and at least, go with that upside. Maybe there's something there. Maybe they're waiting for next year. Next year's quarterback classes is lined up to be significantly better. I don't know, but that team outside of quarterback is built to win now. It really is. And I get it now, and on June 6th, you don't have a quarterback, basically. You're going to go Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers.
Wait, you're not saying Will Howard is their quarterback of the future?
I will be surprised. It doesn't mean it's impossible. I will be surprised. Here's Adam Schefter on why Aaron Rodgers, after stringing this along for a couple months, decided to sign now.
I think we do this and see this against the backdrop of the Steelers' mandatory minicamp that starts and ends next week. It starts June 10th. And essentially, if Aaron Rodgers wants to begin to get involved in the Steelers' offense, learn the new offense, work with his teammates, be in a new city. The time to do it would be before training camp even begins. Ideally, he might have participated in the team's offseason program, but he was not ready to do that due to a number of personal reasons. He is now ready. So he's going to fly to Pittsburgh. He's going to sign in time to participate in the mandatory mini camp next week, and that will begin the acclimation process, begin to get him on board. And there's been white smoke from the Vatican for the second time in recent weeks, and now Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, you know what? I immediately think of the locker room. I immediately think of the guys in the locker room because it looks like to me that Aaron Rodgers wasn't fully ready to join this team and made them wait a long time.
Made him wait through the draft.
And I know...
Made him wait for a couple months.
I know Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show and he said that he was battling some difficult stuff and that he didn't want to decide until he knew he could fully commit. Mm-hmm. Okay? That, his family, his inner circle was actually battling some difficult stuff. So I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway there.
Yeah.
And assume that he's not going to lie about something that is so integral.
I think you'd get called out by your family pretty quickly. If
exactly. So having said that, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that, but I still wonder about the guys inside that locker room and how it is flying with them, Cam Hayward.
Well, here's a former Steeler, Ryan Clark, talking about it.
This is the worst case scenario for Pittsburgh Steelers fans. It continues to keep you mired in mediocrity. Will this team be better? Have they gotten better in the quarterback room? Absolutely. Will they contend for that championship that Pittsburgh Steelers people and fans and organization think is the standard? No, they won't. 5 years from when both of these men retire, one of them will give the most motivational Hall of Fame speech we've ever heard. Another will probably give the most interesting, and it won't mean anything. They'll be fighting for a wild card spot. They'll probably be home week 1 of the playoffs and again be looking for a franchise quarterback. If you told me you're going to pair one of this era's greatest coaches with one of this era's greatest quarterbacks, I'd expect greatness. That is not what we'll get. Maybe 6 years ago, but not now.
Wow. That was pretty definitive.
Wow. It's not Mike Tomlin. It's not Mike Tomlin. It's Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, listen, the defense of the Steelers is ready. They're playoff ready. Aaron Rodgers, how much can he improve that offense? Once again, the arm talent is still there. It is, but you got to put him in a balanced offense.
And he's got to be all in. And I'm not talking about, family stuff. That's a separate thing. But I don't think the attitude that he had with the Jets, it just doesn't fit with Mike Tomlin and the Steelers and this team, because there is a scenario. I could see what Ryan Clark just said, where this team makes the playoffs. I mean, they always have a winning record. They literally never have a losing record with Mike Tomlin. And they may very well have upgraded at quarterback from last year and the year before. It's not much of an upgrade where Aaron Rodgers is now. But, I mean, it's remarkable to me that they can't get quarterback right ever since Ben Roethlisberger left, Wolf, because it's not like they're taking shots. It almost just feels like every year they're like, we don't need a quarterback. Like, we just need a guy, basically. We need somebody that's a placeholder. But at the same time, part of me thinks they must have really wanted him for some reason, because right now it seems like they had no other option, but they've been kind of locked in on him for months. So somewhere along the way, they decided he's the guy they want.
Yeah. And once again, you put him in a balanced offense, though, and I still think he could lead you into the playoffs.
We never got to the other story I wanted to get to. Dennis Gardeck's going to play for the Jaguars.
Oh, man.
So
I love the Barbarian.
He gets to keep it going, though.
Yes.
He gets to keep this going.
A lot of similarities between Dennis Gardeck and his career and mine, when you think about it.
It's crazy.
Minus the blown-out knee, of course.
Yeah. He's going into year 8, though. He's keeping this going.
Man, I told him, year 2, you get 2, you'll get 10.
That's a guy I'll be rooting for on another team. I got a bunch of players I'm rooting for on other teams this year now. All right, when we come back to Suns, how can Jordan Ott gain the trust of Suns fans? He's walking into a tough situation. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Jordan Ott as his top choice as well. I want to hear Devin Booker on record saying, yes, Jordan Ott was my top choice. You have to pardon me for being skeptical on this one. I'm to be quite frank, I'm a little skeptical about everything kind of coming out of the Suns right now. But I think if there's one way to make your fan base feel better about hiring Jordan Ott, it's by telling them that Devin Booker has given his stamp of approval for the hire.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. What do you say you give me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind, Rick? It's heating up, Basinonians, yes indeed, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool. Thanks to our Brooklyn Betting mattress with cooling sleep technology. That's right, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. There's nothing better than right now, ladies and gentlemen, during the Brooklyn Betting summer sale, now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in store and online. This goes all the way through June 17th. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during their summer sale. You want to be cool at night? You need the Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid Mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunker's two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have officially named Jordan Ott head coach. In a press release, Suns general manager Brian Gregory said, quote, "After an extensive head coach search, Jordan's leadership and basketball intellect consistently stood out, combining a brilliant mind as an offensive strategist with the blueprint to employ an aggressive defensive system," end quote. Ott's introductory press conference will be Tuesday at 3. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the D-backs. He will be making his return from the injured list. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show on a Friday afternoon. It is Wolf and Luke getting back into Suns. Wolf, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. I'm assuming this was in response to how we went to break. Ray Mantle wrote in because the question was how is Jordan Ott gonna win over this fan base? And Gray Mantle said show improvement with energy, defense. That'd be a good start. Yeah, and you know what?
That would be.
He's right. Gray Mantle's right in the sense of if you make this team at least a fun team you can get behind. You got to give the fans something. You have to give this fan base something. You don't have to give Suns fans a lot to get them invested, but you have to give them something because at this point they deserve that, right? I mean, we were out close to winning a title just a couple years ago, and now it's this uncertainty. And how far backwards are we going?
Yeah, for me right now, it's not necessarily what the Phoenix Suns are going to do. It's how they're going to do it. It's not what they do in basketball, how many games they're going to win coming up this season. It's how they play basketball that I'm really interested in this season. How do you compete when we hear about this culture of we're gonna become this tough, aggressive, physical, gritty team? We're gonna, to me, are you gonna play that way? Because we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to give us something, even if you're not winning a ton of games next season, because it's going to be tough to win a ton of games. I'm assuming. I mean, we're talking about a roster here, and this is kind of what I was saying before. When you look at the two hires so far, to me, Jordan Ott, he's either going to be good or he isn't, and they'll figure that out. I mean, he's the coach of the team. Teams have hired coaches before that are really good or really aren't. My concern is you hired the GM. If he's not good, it's just going to keep burning them over and over again. It'll burn them in the Kevin Durant trade. It'll burn them in the Bradley Beal thing. I saw Ray on the YouTube live chat mention, why isn't anybody talking about trading Bradley Beal? Well, I think it's because we're all just kind of holding our breath, waiting for Bradley Beal to get traded or bought out. But neither one of those are a guarantee. I would assume buying him out is probably the more likely path. But even that's not a guarantee because it's not totally under the Suns' control.
I just can't even believe we're here right now.
I know. It's
right.
Yeah.
Right. This is the conversation we're having about our Phoenix Suns with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal. This is the conversation we're having right now. This offseason.
Miserable.
I can't believe it. It's hitting me all over again.
They were in the NBA Finals and up 2-0 as of July 10th of 2021. So not even 4 years ago.
Oh, man.
They were trading for Kevin Durant, which whether whether you could handle Mikal Bridges going or not was a huge thing. Top of every NBA storyline out there. Every just NBA person out there was like, man, they just added Kevin Durant to Devin Booker. That was, 26 months ago. And to be in the spot now where your biggest priorities now are to get rid of one of the greatest players of all time and get rid of a guy who did lead this league in scoring just a few years ago. And you're just like, we're just going to throw money at Beal to leave, basically. Good times.
Just let that settle. Let that just, oh my goodness. I can't even believe we're here right now. But you know what's interesting? I was looking at the show sheet, Basin Audience. And the show sheet actually said, how important will these assistant coach hires be?
Very.
For the Phoenix Suns.
Very, very, very.
Where do you begin on that one right there? It's one of the reasons why, basically, and so many general managers, they like going with known commodities as head coaches. It's because of the connections that they have to assistants all over the league, of course. And because of that, it makes it much easier to put together a NBA caliber or an NFL caliber coaching staff.
Yeah.
When you hire a guy that is a name, a guy that has actually done something in the league. He has a coaching tree that he's been embedded in. And sometimes it's his tree that he actually planted himself. So to me, now that you've got a guy, Jordan Ott, you're going to have to go with some unknown commodities. You're going to have to hire other assistant coaches from other staffs, and you're going to have to promote them and see if they're, capable of being promoted and doing their jobs. And that's always kind of a 50-50. Let me just say this. I know for a fact, I can't imagine it's much different in today's NBA or today's NFL or NHL. But I do know this, that veteran players talk. And many times they'll talk about new assistant coaches in particular.
Yeah.
Not just new head coaches, but new assistants specifically. And how they're doing, and what this guy said, and what this guy is coaching, what he's doing. You have to prove it to the players, even the assistant coaches, not just the head coach. The assistant coaches have to prove it with the players as well.
Oh, yeah. Gambo threw the name Jared Dudley out there earlier this week. He wasn't reporting it's going to happen, but he was saying there would probably be interest on both sides if they could make it happen. Here, I've got some names I can read you. Let's see. Doug Wojcik. He's the associate head coach at Michigan State.
I love his name, Wojcik.
Sadie Washington, assistant coach at Michigan State. Thomas Kelly, assistant coach at Michigan State. Joe Borovich, assistant. I'm just reading through Michigan State's their yearbook for the upcoming season.
Bob Wojcik was one of the best running backs in the history of Orchard Park High School.
That's what you took from
Bobby Wojcik. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the list of Michigan State's coaching staff, and I would assume.
Okay, I get the points.
Can you imagine though? Well, because what you're saying is true. They are probably going to have to go with some unknowns as assistants. I hope they don't go this path, but could you imagine if they did? People's heads would explode.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Maybe one, maybe two, somewhere in there. But it's interesting because I know that players, they sit around and they talk about that, man. Especially Jordan Ott. It's going to happen. He's going to come in.
Yeah.
He's got a culture. He's got a new way of doing everything. And once he installs that, there's going to be players that are going to be talking about that for the good. Sometimes the bad.
It would really help to be able to get him some established NBA guys around him and put this guy in a position to succeed. Like, you've hired him now. It's official. The press release is out. You've hired him. So now you got to put this guy in a position to succeed as best as you can. All right. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, have the Arizona Diamondbacks potentially turned a corner with exactly 100 games left in the season? We're going to ask Arizona Sports, Arizona Diamondbacks reporter and host of Ain't No Fang, Alex Weiner, will join us in the studio. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. And if you think about it, that's really the only way to do this, but at the same time, it's not always easy to do it that way. Well, Orchard's going to let you do it that way, and here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. That's obviously a huge part of the equation. Still get top dollar. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the D-backs follow up their thrilling sweep of the Braves? And what's the latest on Corbin Burns? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
And there is a comment on the YouTube live chat right now that I'll get to next segment that is just, I think, is spot on with the Suns, honestly.
Okay.
But we're going to talk baseball right now because we've got Alex Weiner here in studio. He is, of course, our D-backs reporter and the host of the Ain't No Fang podcast. Alex, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Well.
Doing better with the D-backs lately.
A little better this week, huh?
Yeah. Boy. So Wolf was gone last week. He picked the perfect week to be gone. Can you describe to Wolf what the feeling was like around the Diamondbacks last week?
Don't go through their social media comments. I guess that's the best way to describe it because it was getting a little bit dark there. Yeah, no, it was a rough week of baseball for them. I mean, it's really started from that second game against Pittsburgh where they had a win in the bag and let it go late innings, and then it just kind of a poor effort the next day. A series against Washington where a couple of those games really got away from them. So it was kind of looking like it was trending in the wrong direction. But they were able to salvage a win on Sunday and really start off a really good series against Atlanta on the right way on Tuesday with Gallen pitching as well as he did.
So as you look at all the moving pieces with the Arizona Diamondbacks right now, where are you with this team, Alex?
What we've seen the last 3 days is promising in that it kind of shows you the different ways that they can beat teams and how they should be beating teams. That first game, you rely on Zach Gallen to give you length in a way that he hasn't consistently been able to do all season. That's what you want to see out of him. And then just, Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte should be one of the best duos in the league, and that's what they look like in that first game. Merrill Kelly just doing what he did in that second game, and then the ability for this offense, even though it's not been totally consistent all year, but to just have that kind of an avalanche inning, one of the most dangerous offenses in baseball can do. And they did that at the perfect time to come back in a historic comeback. So I think where they're at is that they're trending in the right direction. Obviously, everyone's holding for what the Corbin Burns news is going to end up being. But they should still be talented enough to be competitive regardless of what happens there. And I think we've seen that.
We're talking to Alex Weiner, and that's I guess, kind of where I was going is what is the ceiling on this team if Corbin Burns is out long-term? Because they went to the World Series 2 years ago, obviously, without Corbin Burns. Now, the team is slightly different now, but it's not like there's been a total overhaul in the last 2 years. And yet, at the same time, if they lose him, they're losing one of the best pitchers in baseball. So I can't sit here and pretend that they just overcome it instantly, you know what I mean? So if they get bad news on Corbin Burns, or even if he's just out for a month or two or whatever, how far do you think this team is still capable of going?
Yeah, I mean, not only Corbin Burns one of the best pitchers in the league, but he was pitching as well as he had as a Diamondback those last 4 or 5 starts. I mean, really, since he had that weird kind of shoulder soreness that kept him out for a start, ever since he came back, his cutter was looking better. He was spraying the sinker around. So he was pitching really, really well. And
guy who hasn't missed a start in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, he hadn't been on the IL since 2021, and that's because he caught COVID. He hasn't had an injury since 2020 when he had an oblique issue with Milwaukee. It's going to be tough, and that's where you need Zach Gallen to be Zach Gallen. That's where you need Eduardo Rodriguez to be a guy who, we saw in spurts earlier in the season. I'm not sure how much the recent struggles he had is tied to his shoulder, but you need him to at least get out there and get you some length and give you a chance to win every time. I still think think back to what you thought about this team in late December, right before that crazy notification drop that Corbin Burns signed with the Diamondbacks, right? It's still feel pretty good about this rotation. You still feel pretty good about this offense. Their defense has to be better. Their bullpen has to be better. But the pieces are there to work with in order to remain competitive and still get into the postseason. And once you're there, you have a chance.
So I remember how we all felt 0-0 when the season started, all jacked up, ready to go. I feel the same way. The reset button has been pushed, to your point, right now. 31-31 with 100 games to go right now. What do you think is the biggest question mark going forward with 100 games left?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Burns, what happens with Burns and the rotation, right? Because Gallen had a great start against Atlanta. He's got to stack those kinds of starts that we've seen from him in the past. I think the biggest question mark probably is the bullpen still. You hope to get A.J. Puck at some point back at the end of this month, maybe early next month. But, even we've seen this week, they had to use, Miller on Tuesday, and so they didn't have him on Wednesday, and you put Ryan Thompson in a big spot, and he wasn't able to execute and get you out of there, and you end up having to use Jay Martin, kind of a break glass in case of emergency situation. So I think, with Martinez back there and hopefully locking down the ninth inning, you have Miller, who's been a capable setup guy this year. It can give you a little bit more stability, but ultimately, like, this bullpen is going to be, humming potentially if they can get Thompson back on track, if they can get Ginkel back on track, if they get Puck back. There's some reasons to be optimistic, but we still just haven't seen it, and that's sort of the question there.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, if they're going to pull this off, assuming Burns is out for a while, they're going to need more than just Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. And, Ryan Nelson's showing some great signs. Erod kind of feels like a question mark right now at best. What do you make of Brandon Pfaadt, who was so stable for them last season and was really stable for them early this season, but in his last 2 games, he's given up 13 runs in 3 innings?
Yeah, I wonder how much there was a little bit of a residual effect from his last start. I wasn't in Atlanta to ask him specifically, but I mean, it was just such a shocking moment to see that game on Saturday against the Nationals where, you start off, you have 2 strikes on C.J. Abrams to start the game, and then you hit him, and then it's just this, roll of this wave that comes and hits you. And then even yesterday where he retired the first 5 batters of the game, and he had an out in the 3rd inning and got a ground ball that you would think would be a double play, and the play isn't made. And then from there, it's just a lack of execution. 2 strike pitches right over the middle to really, really good hitters, and they crushed him. So, it doesn't seem like there's anything necessarily wrong. It really just looks like an execution issue. So for that, as long as he can kind of get over it and continue to get back in the lab and do what he needs to do, there's no reason to believe that this should last too much longer. But you're right, the Diamondbacks need this rotation as a whole to be working kind of as a unit to give them chances to win every game. And the last 2 have been a little bit disappointing from Brandon, so we'll see if he can break out of it.
Speaking of disappointing right now, who do you think needs to step up for the Arizona Diamondbacks over the last 100 games? What players do you expect to play better?
That's a good question. Going to the bullpen, Ryan Thompson is one. Kevin Ginkel is another once he gets back up there to the major leagues. The lineup is, I think it's in a mostly pretty good spot overall. Hopefully Josh Naylor, gets a little bit healthier and can kind of get back to where he was hitting a few days ago. I don't know. I would probably lean towards some of those bullpen guys just to give you the depth. And then Zach Gallen is kind of the big one for me. It was a great sign, just the way that he was aggressive in the zone with his fastball, got a lot of swing and miss with his breaking stuff against Atlanta. They need more of that because if they're not going to have Burns for a month, 2 months, however long, they're going to need that top of the rotation to set a tone for them. And
I think
Gallen Kelly can
too. Erod is the guy that I'm looking at right now. You think he's better than what he's shown, right?
I think so. His last 4 starts before he went on the IL were not pretty at all, and they really spiked his numbers. But before then, I think he was probably pitching a little bit better than his numbers said. He hasn't really gotten a great opportunity to kind of introduce himself to this fan base all that well because he missed so much of last season. And then this year started off okay, then it got rocky, then he goes on the IL. So he's somebody who has had a lot of success throughout his career just being able to command the baseball really well. And when he's not doing that, he could become more hittable. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how sharp he looks tonight when he's back on the mound. But yeah, he's an important piece to this puzzle for sure.
Alex, how much can the defense still get better and help some of these pitchers? So we're all talking about how the starting pitching has to pick up the slack of not having Corbin Burns, but then every time we talk about a game, it's like you said with Brandon Pfaadt the other day. It looks like he's going to get out of the inning, and all of a sudden there's a double play that isn't a double play. And unfortunately, it feels like there's one of those plays every game or every other game right now. Like, how much can the defense still realistically improve this season?
That's what's so baffling is they have good defensive players making mistakes pretty consistently. Even with, Gallen start the other day, the Suarez error at third base where the ball goes underneath his glove kind of opens it up for the Braves to get back into that game. It was 4-3, I think, by the end of that inning, and then the Diamondbacks were able to break off from that. But yeah, it's hard for me to say. I mean, they have, good defensive coaching, a philosophy around defense, a culture around defense, and pregame defensive work, high-intensity reps, and all that kind of stuff. And yet we just keep seeing these, avoidable mistakes being made. So I'm not entirely sure what to make of it other than just, trusting that good defenders are going to make the plays that they're given. But you're right. It's kind of a confusing problem to look at throughout this season. It's hard to put your finger on it.
It's been the weirdest part of the season to me is that the defense has been an issue. Alex, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Alex.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
That's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, check out his stuff on ArizonaSports.com and listen to the Ain't No Fang podcast. When we come back, is it possible the Arizona Cardinals actually have too many defensive linemen now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, join me at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see, brothers. You can reserve your VIP seating right now at retirementonthebrink.com. I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. And once again, you can join me June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. This is big, man. The clock is ticking. Retirement on the Brink reveals the risks that could derail your future. One night only. Reserve your VIP seating right now at Retirement on the Brink. Go to 480-999-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have officially named Jordan Ott head coach. In a press release, Suns general manager Brian Gregory said, quote, after an extensive head coach search, Jordan's leadership and basketball intellect consistently stood out, combining a brilliant mind as an offensive strategist with the blueprint to employ an aggressive defensive system, end quote. Ott's introductory press conference will be Tuesday at 3. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 5th straight win tonight at Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will return from the injured list to make the start for Arizona. In Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The Florida Panthers look to even the series at 1 game apiece. Puck drop for Oilers-Panthers is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
All right, thanks to Alex Weiner for joining us right there. We were both trying to explain to Wolf during the break just the difference of the feeling around this. The feeling around the Diamondbacks last week, Wolf. Rick, you can weigh in on this too. I feel like it was like not an all-time low, but it was a low point for this era of D-backs baseball. Just the way everybody felt.
We were panicking.
Yeah, it was and that was before Corbin Burns got hurt.
Really? And so you were hitting the panic button.
It wasn't so much, at least for me, it wasn't so much panic. It was just like
horrified.
It was more of just like a dark cloud hanging over the team last week. You're getting lit up by the Pirates and
lit up. And he, as you told me in the not so beautiful part of the program, Brett Strom.
Yeah, he's just over there
pitching coach.
The Pirates look great, and none of our pitchers can pitch all of a sudden. Yeah, so. Much better place right now heading into this series with the Reds. I wanted to read this real quick before we get into the Cardinals because I said there's quite a few good comments on the on YouTube Live on the chat today. But just this one, going back to the Suns conversation, Nathan Martinez wrote in, I think if we never traded for Beal, we wouldn't be this disgruntled of a team. Paul, Book, Durant were a better trio. And he's right. I mean, there was a stretch there where they had Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. And it all just kind of fit when they now. I mean, I know what the worry was that Chris Paul couldn't stay healthy in the playoffs. I feel like he played every game last year, but the worry back then, remember, was Chris Paul always seems to get hurt in the playoffs. Man, that was so much better than the conversations we're having right now.
Yes.
Of like, when will they ever get back to the playoffs?
You know what's interesting about that too? Chris Paul, would you say he's a leader?
Yeah.
Basically,
everything fit when those three.
Everything fit. Leadership matters.
You had like an Olympic team there with those three. Everybody kind of had they had their strengths that they brought to the table, and whatever. Hindsight now. As far as the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, going into this offseason, it was like, oh, they don't have any defensive linemen. Now they have so many defensive linemen. I don't know how they're going to play all these guys, to be honest.
They're going to cut NFL players from their defensive line.
Yeah.
Which is kind of stunning when you think of last season.
Yeah.
And how depleted that defensive line was.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're talking about the 53-man roster coming up in 2025. They're going to release NFL caliber defensive linemen.
They're going to be one of the teams that other teams look at that need defensive linemen. They're going to be watching the Cardinals to see who they let go, because whoever the Cardinals' 9th defensive lineman is or whatever, whoever they end up letting go might start for another team or at least play significant snaps. Nick Rallis spoke this week about how the new talent's going to help this defense excel.
Well, I think, this kind of goes back to, I think when we first got here, we talked a lot about adaptability, right? And so as years go, as weeks go, you go through training camp, you go through the season, like things can change, and you always have to have the ability to utilize your best players and what they do best. And so I think that just goes into our overall philosophy. It's not about here's what we do and do these guys fit. It's who are our people, what do they do really well, and how can we bring that out in them. So, it's still very early. We got to keep going through the process of the offseason program into training camp and really then start to say, what are we best at, and really get better at that and major in certain things, and you kind of minor in some other things, and that can change throughout the year.
You know, one of the cool things about this conversation that we're having and the defensive line room is just the fact that they are so absolutely loaded. And what did JG say about training camp coming up? He said he wanted to see more friction. More friction. To me, Basin means friction in training camp. You're talking about two things. The physicality, of course, and that's always going to be a staple with JG. Friction. That means practicing hard, of course, when the pads are on. And when you practice hard because the pads are on, you're talking about competition, more friction on this team overall. This team has a lot of deep rooms now, and the defensive line is what we're talking about, one of the deepest. Because of that, the competition level is going to be super high coming into training camp. You're going to have to compete and practice, man, not just games.
We're talking about practice,
I'm just saying, no. You're going to have to go out and compete in practice and play hard in practice. That's where the friction is going to show, I believe. The physicality, of course, and then, of course, the competition. But with that, hey, JJ, you might have to change your fight policy.
I knew you were going there.
I'm just telling you that. I'm just saying that right now.
Roundabout way.
You can't keep tossing guys because they're playing the game so hard that they actually come to blows with somebody else who did them wrong, did them dirty. I'm just saying, JG. Listen, I am so in line with Jonathan Gannon. This guy is a great coach.
You're aligned?
I am in line.
Yeah, in line's
with
okay.
Jonathan Gannon.
Aligned, we don't say anymore.
This is my dog. JG is the real deal. I'm just saying right now, his mentality, his culture, his mentality, I love this guy. He just does one thing wrong. Let him fight. If they're going to fight, let him do it. Now, listen, if a guy gets in a fight every day or if a guy is fighting, yeah, of course. But that doesn't happen. It takes care of itself for the most part. You come to blows in a practice, man. There's nothing wrong with that.
We're talking about practice, man.
I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Like Will Hernandez when he fought J.J. Watt.
I don't know that you've ever said something that had so many sound bites baked into it. Like Rick's just back like, la la la, I'm
firing it off.
Here's Nick Rallis. He was asked, okay, do you have too many defensive linemen now?
No, that's really, it's not my job. I'm focused on getting them as good as to become as good a players as they can be.
But how about the idea of reuniting with Josh Sweat for Nick Rallis?
First conversation was typical. Good to see you again. Let's go to work. And I love Sweat. He's phenomenal person, phenomenal teammate. But the player that he's going to bring violence in the run game. And that's ever since I've been with him. I put on the tape when we got to Philly of the year before, and I said, holy cow, this guy can set an edge. And then on top of that, he can get after the passer. So that's ultimately what you want out of that position. You want a guy that collapse edges in the run game and gets after the passer in the pass game. So I'm excited to link back up with him.
That's what I'm talking about, JG. That's what I'm talking about, Nick Rallis. Are you kidding me? Josh Sweat is going to set the edge. 265 pounds right now. You know what? That's a good edge right there. 265. You got a little butt to you. And you got to have somebody who's got a little butt to set the edge. And oh, by the way, speaking of butts, did you happen to see Darius Robinson told us he was 290 pounds? Mm-hmm. You know what? He hasn't told anybody that.
Yeah, you
Did
actually
know
broke
that?
some news on that one. That he must have known going in, Wolf's going to ask me, so I'm just going to have to tell him.
He would not answer the question is what I was told.
Maybe he was saving it till he sat down with you. He's like, what's the point of telling everybody else? Because I'm going to have to tell Wolf in a couple days anyway.
Okay, Darius Robinson, 290 pounds right now, and we talked about this. Oh, my goodness, I like that, the sound of that. Are you kidding me? Even in a wide 9, you could be out in a wide 9, Basin audience, which is wide as an edge is is going to get at 290 pounds. Can you play the position? Can you play it, Darius? He said yes. You tell me right now that all of a sudden, hey, maybe it's Josh Sweat out there on one edge, and you take Darius Robinson, and even though he could play the 3 technique, he can play anywhere across the front, and you kick him out to the other edge? Well, somebody's going down in a bloody heap. Dog.
More on this as the season unfolds. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. Wolf, do you get free complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie?
No.
Probably not. No, it's not going to Wolf.
Thank
it's
you.
going to you. When we come back, how do the Diamondbacks keep this momentum going against Cincinnati in this series tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More on this as the show unfolds.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Devin Booker was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott. They did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited-time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost, We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the D-backs follow up their thrilling sweep of the Braves? What's the latest on Corbin Burns? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, you're going to check that out. Torey Lovello on with Burns and Gambo in about 45 minutes. We're all waiting to hear that Corbin Burns update whenever it comes down. I don't know how optimistic everybody is about it, but I'm still holding out a little hope. Like I said to you earlier, Wolf, I'm holding out hope that maybe it's like an A.J. Puck situation where you're not going to have him for the next month or two. I think you got to be somewhat realistic, but maybe if you're still in this in September, maybe you could see him. But I'll readily admit that's being optimistic.
Man, I am an optimist. I am positive by nature, Basinonians. This is not me. I just look at Corbin Burns and I see it right now just reading the information that we have, and it's in the negative category. It is not in the positive.
Let me give you one reason, though, why I'm holding out a little bit of hope, and not just because, I hope it happens. He's so in tune into his routine and his body and how he feels that I'm holding out a little hope that maybe he caught it before it got bad. Just because if ever there were a pitcher wired to not overreact, he's obviously hurt, but you know what I mean? To be so hyper on it of just okay, maybe 20 more pitches and his elbow would have been really messed up. Maybe he caught it, 15 pitches early. I don't know, but it sounded like when he came out, it didn't seem like there was a pop or anything like that, or whatever. I mean, it's not necessarily how it works with an elbow. I get that, but it's just look. It is trying to be optimistic when things don't look great.
Yeah.
But I'm still hoping maybe they get him back before the end of the season.
Well, it's one of the things I love about you, Luke, that you are an optimist.
Especially after last week.
And you're hanging in there on that one, and I love that.
Here's Torey Lovello yesterday after that win that we all watched together out there in the newsroom.
You're kind of flexed. Your lineup is changed a little bit. You just are hanging on to and hoping that they turn things around, and they did. It was one at bat after another. They linked up. Gurriel with the home run. It just seemed to give us some energy, and then all of a sudden, you got Gino, one of our top run producers, in the box with tying run on base, and he comes through. So it was a magical moment for this team. This team has been grinding, and we all know that, and working hard, not getting results for 10 or 11 days, and then all of a sudden it's flipped, and we're playing good baseball, and I'm proud of these guys.
You know what's amazing about this, Luke? We were talking about this earlier in the broadcast, but I really do believe that the 2-1 game in Game 2 of this series was actually more impressive than what they did in Game 3, coming back and scoring 7 runs in the 9th inning. And the reason why I say that is because we have seen the Diamondbacks explode offensively. We have seen them do that. That was never a doubt that the Diamondbacks, we all felt like they were going to be able to score runs. We all felt that.
Definitely.
They led the baseball universe in runs last season. Why wouldn't they? We all thought they were going to be really, really good. To me, the bullpen has been bad. And because the bullpen has been bad, to see how they won that game in Game 2 just blows my mind. That, to me, was the bigger win than even Game 3.
It was definitely the more stressful game because there really was no stress yesterday. You're down 6 going into the 9th. I mean, how many people were sitting there with their fingers crossed? I hope this is the game we come back from down 6
Yeah, but then when it became 10-8.
Well, then it got a little interesting.
Oh, my goodness.
we sent the video out where Gino gets the hit, and Wolf's like, no, in disbelief. I think people were confused by that. It's like, no, that's
loved it, Gino.
In disbelief. Here's Alec Thomas after the game yesterday. He was asked about being a part of the biggest comeback in D-backs history.
It's really cool. Just to see how much work and time we put in the cage and on the field, and for it to show up when it matters is really special. And you know, it just shows how much, you know, we care and how much we want to win.
So, Wolf, the win in Game 2, I agree with you, was the more like you needed that. You need your bullpen to come through and really clutch moments right there.
Once again, first and third, nobody out.
Yeah.
Nobody out, first and third, and
in a one-run lead.
In a one-run, yes.
But yesterday was the weird game that I feel like this team needed. They needed some sort of weird game. You guys definitely shouldn't win this game. Wait, you just won that game? And against a team that, you know, you'll take that against anybody, but it wasn't against the Guardians. You know what I mean? It was against an Atlanta team that beat you out for the playoffs last year because of a tiebreaker, and a team that should be pretty decent this year, and they're struggling. So push them down when you can do it. I think this team needed a weird win and something just odd to go their way. But to your point before the show, you now have to keep it going. You can't go out there and just throw it away against Cincinnati. You need to ride this wave as far as it will take you because you've got some ground to make up.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, I was thinking also about the Cincinnati Reds series coming up, of course, this weekend. Imagine if they didn't win this series coming off the series they just did. I fully expect that to be a bit of a juice inside that clubhouse. There's juice that is inside that clubhouse right now coming off the sweep of the Atlanta Braves, who, by the way, their record isn't great, but they have a very good roster.
Yeah, they're healthy now.
Yes,
they're getting healthy.
They're
they
getting
haven't been
healthy
all season.
And they've got an excellent roster, as we all know. So to me, the juice and how they did it, not just sweeping them, but how they did it. Can you imagine if that doesn't carry over? If they don't get good performances from their best players again. And I'm not talking about specifically, I know it's one game, it's one series of 162. I know all of that. Yet at the same time, my expectation is that this is going to be a still point moment. This is going to be a launching point for this team going forward because of all the bad news that has been swirling around them right now, because of the bad play that has been swirling around them. Now all of a sudden you do something magical in 2 consecutive games to sweep a good team.
You need to build off of it, and that's why Erod coming back, this is such a key juncture. He's coming back and pitching tonight. Now, you know, if he loses, it doesn't mean you can't still win the series, but it's like you want to build off of what you just did yesterday and even Wednesday night, because otherwise it's just 4 games you won in the middle of the season. You know, like even before this recent stretch where they went 1-9, they had won 4 of 5. They had taken 2 from Colorado, beat LA, and beat San Francisco. They had won 4 or 5. Nobody remembers that, though, a few days later because you're losing again. This felt different yesterday, and you need to run with it. And we're going to learn a lot about the starting pitching this weekend, too, because Erod's going tonight. He's a huge question mark. Ryan Nelson is starting tomorrow. I wouldn't say a huge question mark, but you don't know how he's going to respond to now being a starter. And then Zach Gallen goes Sunday. You need to win the series for a couple of reasons.
The Reds are 3-7 in their last 10, too. It's not like they're on a roll.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks return to play this afternoon. They're looking to push a 4-game winning streak to 5. Eduardo Rodriguez makes his return from the injured list today, and he will make the start for the Diamondbacks. He will oppose a fellow left-hander in Cincinnati, Nick Lodolo. First pitch is at 4:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. By the way, speaking of the Diamondbacks, manager Torey Lovullo set to join Burns and Gambo today at 2:30, so be sure you hang around and tune in for that. And the Phoenix Suns made official the hiring of Jordan Ott as the franchise's next head coach. He is set to be introduced to the media next Tuesday at 3 p.m. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy Friday to you, my friend. Happy Friday to you.
I want you guys to know that I am still married as of right now. I mean, I'm waiting to see if she's going to call us off after yesterday's debacle. Ultimate failure by me. But as of right now, I haven't got the word yet that I need to leave.
So we got a text last night on the Burns and Gambo Show team from Gambo. Apparently, in his neighborhood there in Ahwatukee, which, by the way, a lot of coyotes,
Tons. I had 4 in my backyard last night. They caught a rabbit in my backyard.
He's
4 in my backyard.
Like, bumped up right against the mountain there in the Tuke. Apparently, all day yesterday, because you were here doing the show. You're at home now, but you were here doing the show. Apparently, your front door was open all day yesterday, and your little dogs were just walking in and out of the house.
John, the blanking door was open for hours. The dogs were out front all day long. They could have blankingly died. Are you joking? She's so mad at me. So the cleaners were here. She was so mad at me. The cleaners were here yesterday. And, they leave. I didn't think to lock the door. It just, they come, they leave, right? I was busy. I had to get to work. I had stuff to do. I'm by myself. She's gone with our son in Florida right now for a baseball tournament. So when I get home last night, I get home after the show. I had a full day with you, full day. I get home, the front door's wide open. I'm like, what's going on? But the dogs were in the house. I'm like, so I messaged her. I go, did somebody open the front door? Did you see? So she goes on the cameras. We have all these cameras inside and outside. We can see everything.
Oh, yeah.
And she's sending me screenshot after screenshot after screenshot of the dogs outside in the front yard. She's like, a coyote could have got him, a hawk could have got him, a javelina could have got him. We have a lot of animals where I live, a lot.
You do, yeah. You're kind of out there in
lot. And I am
the
so
sticks,
lucky.
But you're out there in the wilderness a little bit, yeah.
I'm so lucky that these dogs are alive. There's two little they're outside. They're hanging outside. Then they go back in. Then they went outside. They hung out for a little. They came back in and just hanging out. We've had coyotes take cats from people's front yards in this area.
Yeah, of course.
So I am so lucky that these dogs. First of all, they decided not to just take off and go down the block. They just decided to go outside and hang out and then go back in. But yeah, stupid me didn't lock the door. The wind blew it open.
Yeah.
I'll send you a video. She actually sent me a video of how stupid I am. The wind blew the door open. Nobody touched it. The wind just blew it open. Big, heavy door. Gigantic, heavy door. Wind blew it open. That was my disaster yesterday. I heard it yesterday, my friend. I heard it.
Everybody back here, we're all just laughing at you. We're all kind of nodding, okay, yeah, we understand.
So
We're very fortunate you're still here with us.
I made a mistake.
If anything had happened to those dogs, you're a dead man. I mean, you're a dead, divorced man, and that is that. Yeah. So
yes, I would be single right now, and
lucky to not have a steak knife buried in your jugular. Yes, you'd be.
I'm going to send you guys this video of the door just blowing open. You're not going to believe it.
Well,
I'm
glad the dogs are fine. I'm glad the coyotes didn't get them. Lesson learned for everybody involved.
Yes.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Diamondback baseball, yes, Gambo, just sent us the video of the door blowing open.
You can see the door blowing open.
No,
it just blows open.
Just blows open. And
my dogs just had a field day going in and out of the house all day.
Diamondbacks in Cincinnati today, the first of 3 against the Reds. The Diamondbacks suddenly hot yet again, winners of 4 straight coming off a series sweep against the Atlanta Braves. Still has the Valley buzzing with how that game ended yesterday. Torey Lovullo is set to join us in about 25 minutes. from right now. And I think, Gambo, this weekend for the Diamondbacks, in addition to kind of carrying the momentum from what they've got and trying to see if they can get, stay back in this now that they've kind of gotten back in this, I think a big key this weekend is going to be the starting pitching. I think the starting pitching is going to be a huge storyline to follow all weekend for basically 4 reasons. Okay, reason number 1, Eduardo Rodriguez is back tonight. They just made it official. Tommy Henry was sent down to Reno. Number 2, Ryan Nelson is getting the start tomorrow, filling in for Corbin Burns for now. Reason number 3, Zach Gallen is starting on Sunday. We all want to see if he's turned the corner. And then reason number 4, I'm going to refer to your tweet from a moment ago. We could be close to knowing about Corbin Burns and what his status is going to be for the rest of this season. We're not there, but we could be close.
My understanding is that the diagnosis is back from the L.A. doctors, the specialists, the ones he met with in Los Angeles. My understanding is they are going to, that a plan will be made shortly. I would imagine it's today. Corbin Burns obviously will have a big say in it. It's his life. It's his elbow. So he will probably drive the decision as to what he's going to do. But the Diamondbacks and him and agent, everybody will huddle up, and here's what we sound. So the diagnosis from L.A. is done. It's over. Everybody has it. So now they'll sit back. Okay, what's the plan? What can we do here? I don't know what the answer is right now. I don't know what the answer is. The only thing I can tell you is that the diagnosis from LA is done. They're going to sit back and they're going to come up with a plan very shortly, and Corbin Burns is going to have a lot of say in what happens here.
Yeah, and whether that's today or not, I don't know. Whether we find out today, we'll, of course, ask Troy Lavello when he joins us a little later to see. But whether that's today, whether that's tomorrow, whether that's sometime this weekend, don't know. But we're waiting. We're kind of what we've seen the last 4 days. I mean, the Corbin Burns hurt himself last Sunday, so we've kind of had a week to process this idea that it could be really, really bad news for Corbin. We simply don't know. The way they've played this last week, and I don't know how much stock we want to put into this big picture, but at least in the short term, has, I think, led a lot of us to think, okay, can they survive this? Can they work around this? Can they find a way to get where they want to go even without Corbin Burns? And obviously that plan depends on a lot of things, Gambo. It depends on Zach Gallen returning to form. It depends on Merrill Kelly still being Merrill Kelly. Depends on Ryan Nelson and his ability to step into that rotation and be that guy. And in some part, it depends on tonight's starter, Eduardo Rodriguez, who, let's be honest, a year and a couple of months into his Diamondbacks career, hasn't been overly impressive. I think he pitched into some bad luck earlier in this season, and his numbers should have been a little bit better. But he's a guy that if they're gonna stay in this, every single name that I just mentioned needs to find a way to carry a little bit extra weight during this time, especially if the news is really bad when it comes to Corbin.
Yeah, and that's what we're just waiting to see. We're all just bracing right now, just bracing to see. I haven't got an answer yet. I just, the plan is, rehab it and get back, or go under the knife and get surgery, right? I don't know if there's any other plan. It's either one or the other. At this point, I'm trying to find out but I know they're going to meet up on it and try to come up with a decision, but I don't know anything definitive yet, except that we are going to know. We are going to know shortly on what the future will be for Corbin Burns this year for the Diamondbacks.
And understand when we say shortly, I mean, we're not trying to bake in like fake urgency here. Is it when we say shortly, we're not necessarily saying 15 minutes. We're not necessarily saying an hour. It might be later tonight. It might be tomorrow. It might be sometime this weekend. Just shortly. I mean, at some point, I think the story will kind of conclude itself. If it's not surgery, then I would assume the path would look something similar to what A.J. Puck is going through, right? I mean, A.J. Puck hurt his elbow, I'm going to say the third week of April, and they're thinking he's not going to be back until the end of June. So that was all of May, that was all of June, and a couple of weeks of April. I would imagine if it's not to be surgery for Corbin, it's going to follow a somewhat similar path where they'll just, complete shutdown, not do anything, and then eventually, start doing some plyometrics, start doing some long toss, start, throwing a baseball very lightly, just to kind of get them. That's the best case scenario, I would think. Doesn't have Corbin Burns back into your rotation until the end of and I'm just speculating here, but the end of July, right? Mid-July, end of July, something like, if it's following an A.J. Puck timeline, I would think that's probably what we're looking at here.
Yeah, and and it's tough, right? Because you want to be careful not to speculate because we just don't know. We just know that he's out. He's on the 15-day IL is just the initial start to go get somebody else up. That was it. Initially, he's not going to pitch right away, and he's going to take their time. And and I had tweeted this out, like his agent Scott Boras. So people are like, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means like they're gonna make sure that Scott Boras is not just about trying to get the player the most money possible. He's going to make sure to take care of his players. That's his responsibility, and he is not going to let him go out there and throw a baseball until he's looked at every opportunity and talked to every doctor and got advice on what's the best thing for Corbin Burns' future. Because he's a young guy. He's going to pitch in Major League Baseball for a long time. And so that was what I meant by that. Because it's Scott Boras, they are going to go the extra mile to make sure that they've got all of the information possible to present to Corbin Burns so they can make an educated decision on what they're going to do.
All right, hold on.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
According to the Twitter accounts of Chris Garagiola, play-by-play announcer for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Jose Romero, who is on the road with the team in Cincinnati right now, Troy Lovello just confirmed that Corbin Burns will have Tommy John surgery next week.
There it is. So we said shortly.
Yeah, I didn't know what shortly meant. I was questioning what shortly meant. Shortly meant we were going to know within the next 90 seconds or so. Chris Garagiola and Jose Romero have both tweeted out. Nick Bajoro has retweeted it. He's the dedicated Diamondbacks beat writer for AZ Central, but Jose is with the team on the road right now. Troy Lovello has just confirmed that Corbin Burns will have Tommy John surgery next week.
Yeah, there you go.
The procedure will be done by Dr. Neil Elatrash, the LA surgeon who he had the second opinion with. Corbin Burns is going to have Tommy John surgery, and he is out for the season.
Okay, there we go. The news that we were kind of bracing for. We were kind of bracing for this. Corbin Burns out for the year. Does this mean the Diamondback season is over? Not by a long shot. But they need the very, very best out of Zach Gallen. They need Brandon Pfaadt to pitch a hell of a lot better than he has in the last two starts. They still have quality starting pitching. It's going to be an uphill climb.
Yeah.
This is not great news.
Nope. In fact, I didn't mean to cut you off. We're gonna stay with this. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to react to the news that just came down a second ago. So we've got a lot to say about it. Corbin Burns, Tommy John surgery, season is over. Troy Lovello just confirmed it to reporters in Cincinnati. We'll react to the news and what it means for the season and our hopes and dreams for the Diamondbacks next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. The month of June means summertime is here, and you're out exploring the state of Arizona. You're heading to the mountains. Maybe you're heading to the beach. You need a vehicle that is designed for you to get where you want to go and take all the stuff that you want to go with you. You want the GMC Sierra 1500, and you want it from Liberty GMC, because nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC, and that includes the most unbelievable truck that is on the market, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. Save $12,500 off all month long at Liberty GMC on a Sierra 1500, or you can also get a terrific rate for it as well if you're going to purchase from Liberty GMC. 4.9% financing for 84 months. It's all in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th Dbacks game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply. Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, where Dr. Jay Schwartz has performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. Nobody better, nobody more experienced than Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Matter of fact, I've been talking about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for well over 20 years. That's where me and my entire family go for our vision correction needs. I had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center about 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. No glasses, no contact lenses. I had a lot of people at the time ask me, what's going to happen down the road? Nothing. I still see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I'll be 59 years old later this year. I don't wear glasses or contacts because of Dr. Jay Schwartz. He's helped my family with all of our eye care needs. Matter of fact, my son's going to go in and get an eye exam pretty soon as well. So if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, there is nobody better than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and of course 2 years of interest-free financing. All you have to do is call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, we were going to talk Suns here because the Phoenix Suns have officially announced the Jordan Ott hire and that they will introduce him locally to the media on Tuesday. And so we'll carry that press conference live. But we're in a little bit of a scramble mode around here because we did just get word moments ago from the reporters that are with the team right now in Cincinnati, and that includes team broadcaster Chris Garagiola. That includes Jose Romero from the AZ Central and the Arizona Republic. And now Gambo is confirming through his own stuff as well.
Yes, I just got a message, and yes, it sucks.
Yes, it sucks. Yes, it does. Tommy John surgery for Corbin Burns. We had a feeling the diagnosis was coming soon. We didn't know if soon meant within an hour or meant within a day. It meant within minutes. I mean, Gambo tweeted out right before the show he was expecting to get word soon, and we got it. And Torey Lovello just revealed to reporters moments ago he will have Tommy John surgery. The doctor in L.A. will perform that surgery, and Corbin Burns' season is done, and this news is a gut punch. Just a killer gut punch.
It is. Yeah, it is. His decision. I'm just finding out more things as I can, Burnsy. I'm just trying to work as we're doing this.
Of course.
It was his decision, but it was recommended that he have the surgery.
Okay. Well, he has a very, how can I put this, involved agent in Scott Boras, and that's neither good nor bad. He's just, I mean, all agents are involved, but you know what I mean. Like Scott Boras in particular is kind of the agent to the stars in Major League Baseball, and so he is going to want to protect his client, and honestly, this was something when the elbow injury happened last week. The one thing that happened that made me think this kind of disaster could be avoided was how casual Corbin Burns was about it in the clubhouse after the game. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. He was just he didn't seem like he had just been handed god awful news.
Didn't hear a pop, right? Didn't hear a pop.
Yeah,
so we were somewhat. I spoke with a bunch of people in the organization, and I know that they were very worried about this, even though they didn't hear a pop. But again, he went to the doctors. The first one was inconclusive. Then he went to L.A. They gave all the facts. Yeah, they laid out all the facts. Here's what it is, and then he made the decision.
Yeah, the start was on June 1st against the Nationals. He threw a pitch. He was in the 5th. As soon as he threw it, he screamed out an expletive. Geraldo Perdomo walked out, and he waved to the trainers with his glove hand. Geraldo Perdomo came out. You could read his lips, clear as day. My elbow is what he said. And so this is kind of what we've been fearing from this moment. Now, in that moment, when that happened, the Arizona Diamondbacks had lost, 9 of their last 11 games, and were seemingly, before they won that game, they had lost 9 of their last 11 games, and were seemingly kind of floundering, trying to figure out, what they were and who they were. And this season, they were playing some of their worst baseball of the year by far. Since then, they've won 4 straight games. It's provided a little bit of hope, a little bit of optimism. Is all that optimism and hope dashed now because of
it hurts? It hurts. I mean, look, two things. You've pointed it out. The way he was pitching going into that game.
Yeah.
I was at that game. I mean, I was there. He was dominant. When he left the mound, I was like, uh-oh. Me and my wife were at that game, and as fans, and he was pitching just so good. It's hard. It's hard to say you're going to take somebody's ace, the best pitcher off their staff, and they're going to be fine. I mean, you can't sugarcoat it. It's an uphill battle. It's going to be an uphill battle. They have the pitching to do it. But you can't have these blips by Brandon Pfaadt anymore. Eduardo Rodriguez has to pitch a lot better. So, and if he doesn't, right now, Christian Mena is their number 6 pitcher. That's why, they're trying to, what they did with Brandon Pfaadt, they're trying to extend him, trying to go 3 innings, go 4 innings. They don't want to make him a middle reliever, although they could use it because he's the next guy up.
Yeah.
He's the next guy to start. So they're in a tough spot with him. They used Tommy Henry yesterday, and now he's got sent back down. But obviously Mena would be better than Henry, but they want to keep him for the next starter. I think I have trust in Gallen. I still do. I have trust in Kelly. I still do. I have trust in Ryan Nelson. I'm concerned about Pfaadt. I'm concerned about Rodriguez. And I think if we call it like it is, those two guys have to step up. They have to step up. They cannot continue to pitch the way they pitch.
I'll certainly be open to suggestions on this. The first name that popped into my mind when you said, it's hard for a team to lose their ace. The first team that popped to my mind was the Atlanta Braves from a year ago. They lost Spencer Strider very early in the season, and they were still a playoff team when it was all said and done. They got in by the hair on their chinny chin chin. But they were a playoff team when it was all said and done, and they had lost a pitcher who the previous year had gone 20-5 with a 3.86 ERA and finished 4th in the Cy Young Award voting. They lost their ace, and they found a way. Now, they're 1, and there are probably 10 teams, 20 teams, 30 teams.
Yankees this year.
That lost their ace, and that was it. Yeah, the Yankees have lost their ace this season.
And they're in first place.
Yes.
Max Fried has been unbelievable.
And Max Fried has stepped up with Garrett Cole's injury, but when they lost Garrett Cole, there was this, that's it, and yet they found a way. The Atlanta Braves last year found a way. I bet if we really put our minds to it, we could probably think of teams that they lost their ace early in the season and still found a way. I'm not saying that means the Diamondbacks are going to do it. We're just offering those as examples of how it can be done. It has been done. We're seeing it this year. We saw it last year. So it does. It requires the leaky bullpen to not leak anymore. It requires, ninth inning blown saves, as you say, ninth inning blown saves to not be blown anymore. It requires Zach Gallen to be the ace we all remember him to be. It requires Brandon Pfaadt to turn this thing around. It requires Ryan Nelson to be special like he was in the second half of last year. There's a lot of moving parts for this to work, a lot of moving parts, but it can be done. I mean, we've seen it before, and we'll probably see it again at some point.
Man, I'll tell you, this team snake-bitten with the signing of free agent pitchers. Just snake-bitten.
Yeah.
And this one, not because he was pitching poorly, but now you're going to lose him for a year. You'll lose them for a year.
Yeah, it's tough, and between, you're right, their ability to go out and sign these big name free agents, it just has not worked out well for the Diamondbacks in that regard. Is this confirmed, guys? Are we doing this? Okay, we're doing this. We're gonna take a break. I'll just be honest with everybody because we're all about honesty here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We pre-recorded an interview with Torey Lovullo about an hour ago before we knew this news. Torey is now going to join us live from Cincinnati because of this news. So we're scrapping the taped interview we had with him, which was really good. We had a good conversation with him, but we didn't know about this. Torey's going
to come back on right now?
He's going to come back on right now. Yeah, we're going to take a break, and he's going to come back on right now because this news, obviously, and we appreciate Torey. He's been good to us. We're gonna talk with him live about the news about Corbin Burns and the state of the Diamondbacks. That's coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Okay. Make sure I say this right. If you trade for Mikal Bridges, he's going to sign here. We know that. But could you just get him next summer? I don't know that I would want to play that dangerous game. But if I'm negotiating with the Knicks, I would say, hey, I'm trading for a guy you might lose in a year, so I do want more than just him.
If you're not bringing in players to model your quote-unquote culture, you have no culture. Nobody in the association represents the culture that the Phoenix Suns want to have here more than Mikal Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You go online to SandersonFord.com. You can view new inventory. You can view pre-owned inventory. You can value your trade. You can schedule service, all online at SandersonFord.com. You'll also see employee pricing from America, for America, extended. So take advantage of that. It is extended through the 4th of July. Employee pricing through the 4th of July at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, and you can just go online at SandersonFord.com. Again, take a look at the new inventory. Take a look at the pre-owned inventory. Value your trade-in. Schedule your service, all online. You'll see they've got almost 500 new vehicles in stock right now for you to choose from. That's why Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. Online for more information at SandersonFord.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Corbin Burns' season is over. It was officially announced by the manager, Torey Lovullo, during the pregame media scrum, that Burns will undergo Tommy John surgery for the injury in his elbow, and it will be performed by Dr. Neil Elatrosh in Los Angeles. That means Burns' season is over this year, and the timetable for a return next year is not known. And to talk more about the injury status and what it means for his club going forward, the manager, Torey Lovullo, from Cincinnati, joining Burns and Gambo next. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovullo joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
As I mentioned going into the break, we had actually pre-recorded an interview with Torey to play back for you here at this point before we knew anything about Corbin Burns being out for the season. Since we have since learned that Corbin Burns is out for the season with the Tommy John surgery, we really appreciate Torey Lovullo coming back on with us, especially so close to game time, to talk about this breaking news and how it impacts everybody. So joining us right now, as he does 2:30 every day, the manager of the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Torey, I wish it were under better circumstances, but we really do appreciate you doing this, very much so.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. I know this is part of the journey and what we do. And I wish I could have given you the news when I talked to you earlier this afternoon, but at that point, everything hadn't been wrapped up. I wanted to make sure that I connected with Corbin, told him once we knew what the diagnosis was and what his decision was, what would be the game plan as to how to get that news out. So it didn't time well. We were within 25 minutes of us talking in that pre-recording, but once again, the news did come out. So, yeah, this is a tough day. This is a really tough day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tough day for Corbin Burns. But, it is what it is. These types of things happen in this game. I think, in talking to Corbin, he made me feel better. I was kind of shook up by it. But the fact of the matter is he's going to need Tommy John. He's going to step out for a period of time. And when we get him back, he's going to be the best version of himself. And I think that's ultimately what it came down to. Could we take the conservative route and, be curious about what was happening, maybe a couple setbacks, maybe ultimately wasted time, and then you have Tommy John. So he just figured that's his mindset. He wants to get it done as fast as possible, get back on the bump, and help the team win baseball games as soon as possible.
All right. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, that he was given all the information from the MRIs. He had met with the doctor in L.A. after the first MRI, had the second one. Tommy John was recommended. They never sway you. They just kind of give you the facts, and then you make the decision. And then Corbin Burns, based on all the information he was given, decided that the best route for him and his future would be the Tommy John surgery. Correct.
Corbin made this decision, and, he's got a team of unbelievable people around him, right? It starts with his own family, his agent, Scott Boras, us here, our doctors. So everybody was weighing in on what was going on, listening to what the potential plan could be, whether it was conservative or having TJ. And then Corbin got all that information, lumped it up, and made his own decision on this. And we're going to support him. We were going to support him no matter what. And that's what he needs from all of us right now, is a lot of love and support.
Torey, we always look at Tommy John and we figure about a year. We figure that it's at least a year. It's very rarely is it ever 9 months or so. So I don't know what he hasn't had the surgery yet, but from what you're hearing from the doctors and the prognosis, are we looking at, maybe next summer, the possibility of him being able to come back?
Most likely, right? Starting pitching, somebody like Corbin Burns, an elite starting pitcher, somebody like Corbin Burns, who's come on board to help us win world championships. We're not going to rush this. We're going to make sure that he is good and healthy. You see him rushed, and guys come back in 12 months, and they get banged up again, and it's not healed right. So we're going to really see this through with him. We're going to trust what the doctor's orders are, and we're going to take it from there. So whatever that timetable is, everybody wants to know how long will it be. I mean, look, everybody can go out and Google the length of time. It could be 13 months, it could be 15 months, it could be 16 months. We just don't know. But we're going to follow this protocol and make sure that we get Corbin back and it's the best version of himself, which I am guaranteeing that will happen, and then making sure that this never happens again.
Torey Lovello joining us live from Cincinnati here on the Burns and Gambo show with the news that Corbin Burns is out for the season with Tommy John surgery. Obviously, this has been hanging over you guys for a few days since he walked off that mound on Sunday. With that perspective in mind, how big was sweeping Atlanta and was winning that game yesterday? Not morale maybe is the word I'm looking for, but just for the overall spirit of the Arizona Diamondbacks to bounce back from a day like Sunday with what you guys have done in the 4 games since.
Yeah, it was painful watching Corbin come off the mound. I think it hurt all of us. And that's your guy that's coming in to help you win a world championship. And when you have him walk off the mound, like I said it the other day, it's a gut punch. You just don't know how to get over it. But that's why I'm so proud of these guys. These guys never shut down. These guys are hungry. These guys go out and give me their absolute best effort every single day, and those are my demands. You go out and win a couple tough games, a couple close games in Atlanta, a very tough environment, typically tough environment to win baseball games. And then to do what we did yesterday was magical. And I was so proud of what we did, not shutting down and just getting big hit after big hit, controlling the zone, getting the right mindset to go up there and do what the at-bat was asking you to do.
Yeah.
So we rallied around one another. For sure, I'm sure it started with Corbin, and it will continue that way. But at the end of the day, these boys were hungry, and they wanted to win a baseball game.
We saw it last year with the Atlanta Braves. No Spencer Strider. They get into the postseason. We're seeing it this year with the Yankees. No Garrett Cole. They're in first place in their division. Do you think the way your team is built, you can survive this and still get where you want to go?
I do. I feel very strongly about that. Corbin Burns jumped into an already very, very good, in my opinion, good starting rotation. 4/5 of our rotation last year were missing for a portion of the time, and all at one time, believe it or not, and we still won 89 games. So that group now is together and healthy here. With the addition of Corbin Burns, of course, we wanted to take that north of 89 wins. So I feel like this is a very, very capable group. With Zach Gallen throwing the ball the way that he did the other night, Merrill's been unbelievable with the type of year he's having. So, you're looking at 1 and 2 right there that's going to keep you in a lot of ball games, and then stop bad runs. And you're always looking for a closer or a stopper, somebody that's going to stop a run from a starting pitching standpoint. We feel very good about those 1 and 2.
When I look at Brandon Pfaadt, his struggles the last 2 outings, his ERA in the last 18 innings pitched, he's got an ERA over 11. How important is it to get him on track? What have you seen in his last 2 starts that has caused him to have these issues?
Well, it's probably a combination of things. Not throwing the ball where he wants, not landing it where he wants, not sequencing the right way, and then overall just big misses. Misses in the middle of the zone. Those types of pitches, I don't care how good you are, get squared up by big league hitters. So, the intensity of his pitches all been very similar. The movement of his pitches all been very similar. It's just landing them. You got to be able to land pitches where you want, go out there and have some finish, and make pitches. I want guys that make pitches. I'm not looking for extra velo, 100 miles an hour at the top of the zone with a lot of swing and miss. I want somebody to be able to throw the ball where they want in order to get somebody out. If Brandon gets back to doing that, hitting lines, get that swing and miss 4-seam fastball and 2-seam fastball, those strikeouts will come. But I want him to start to sequence and land pitches.
All right, last one for me because I don't want to keep you too long because I know your time is precious here. Corbin was a guy who was going to give you 6 or 7 innings. It's very unlikely that, The guys now are going to be able to give you that. He went deep into the games. He threw a lot of pitches. How important going forward is straightening out the middle relief going to be? We've seen several guys try to take that role and struggle with it. How important is it to be able to get a fourth, fifth, sixth inning guy to get you through some games?
Very important. I'm looking for those bridge relievers. We know that we have Shelby and J Mart on the back end. AJ Puck working hard to come back. What his timetable is, I'm not sure. So we got to find some guys that can go out there and get the job done. And guys that have done it before. Ryan Thompson. We're missing Kevin Ginkel. Joe Mansply is no longer with us. So those were some names that were counted on that either aren't here or haven't been pitching that great. And we need guys to step up and get the job done. Those bridge relievers keep that score where it is. Whether you're behind or ahead, they give you a chance to play catch up, or they give you a chance to close out the game. We got to find those middle inning relievers. We're working at it. Who it is, we don't know.
Torey, we appreciate it, you coming on, especially after having already been on. Good luck today against Cincinnati, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, fellas. Talk to you soon.
You got it.
Bye, Skip.
Torey Lovullo, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, back with us even after we had recorded an interview with him previously with the updated breaking news that Corbin Burns' season is done. When we come back, we'll react to what Torey had to tell us and react to the news about Corbin Burns being out and specifically the information we got from Torey. That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
D-backs manager Torey Lovullo, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really?
Really, really. So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona Sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Buyer's market right now. It's a buyer's market. A lot of houses for sale in Arizona, right here in the Phoenix metro area. We've seen prices coming down. It's a buyer's market. Seller incentive. So if you've been sitting on the sidelines, maybe you're still living at home with mom and dad, or you're renting with a friend, or you're renting by yourself, and you want to own a home. There are a lot of benefits to being a homeowner. Number one, equity, building equity into something that's yours. Every time you make a payment, money's going towards the principal. You're paying down the house. That's equity. It's one of the biggest ways, I think the most important way that people build wealth is through owning homes, the value of their home, especially once they've paid it off. So if you are looking to purchase a home, I want to tell you about the Lund Mortgage team. They've been here for over 30 years. They could get you pre-approved absolutely free. It's the only mortgage company I've used since I moved to Arizona. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, a family-owned business that does a fantastic job of helping you refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, the Lund Mortgage team, second to none. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Crazy busy day for all the wrong reasons here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We welcome you back. Corbin Burns out for the season, Tommy John surgery. 12 months, which means you're talking the middle of next season before.
Yeah, I was talking with our good buddy Daniel Hudson, who just retired after winning a couple World Series titles, former Diamondback. He said protocol used to be 12 months, but now it's 14 to 16. Because he had Tommy John surgery twice.
Yeah.
He had twice he had Tommy John surgery. And he said it used to be you can come back in 12 months, but now the protocol is 14 to 16 months is what they want you. They don't want you coming back in 12 months anymore.
Brutal. Just brutal. We have a poll question today. I do not know what it is. It was probably created before all of this, I would imagine.
Should my wife divorce me for not locking the door?
Yes.
And letting the dogs going in and out all day long and the door being wide open when it's 100 degrees outside and nobody home.
Gambo, you didn't even need the qualifier of you leaving the door open. The answer is yes, you should.
In full transparency, when you sent the ring footage, I was dying laughing while making dinner
Did you see
last
the door? Did you see the door just blow open?
I did.
The door just blew open.
Yes.
And the wind appeared. The devil's through and he appeared.
The wind
Don't be afraid.
appeared.
Come on,
Wind
baby.
appeared.
And she had no fear. And she ran to him.
The wind ever so vindictive.
How
towards
crazy is
Gambo.
that? And then you see all the video. I sent you all the videos of the dogs just kind of hanging out and saying, "Come on, coyotes, come and get me.
Come eat us." Yes.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Like if they were one probably would have followed the dogs into the house to get them.
Probably.
Mr. Fred Strong.
Mr. Fred is lucky. I imagine so the poll question is not about Mr. Fred or Gambo's impending divorce. The poll question instead is
Has aged well.
Okay.
Depending on how you look at it.
Okay.
Because the poll question today is which Diamondbacks pitcher will have the best start of the weekend against the Reds? Is it Erod, Ryan Nelson, or Zach Gallen?
Zach Allen.
I am committing myself to the Zach Gallen turnaround. It needs to happen for all of our souls. Zach Gallen is the answer.
Nelson is the answer to our listeners. 67% going with Nelson, 28% going with Zach Gallen, and 5% going with Erod.
All right, so that's the poll question. Again, if you're just tuning in, the news that broke right about 2:11, 2:12 this afternoon. Corbin Burns is having Tommy John surgery. Corbin Burns is out for the season. Torey Lovello, we had him on moments ago and said it's likely Corbin Burns is going to be back next summer.
Most likely, right? Starting pitching, somebody like Corbin Burns, an elite starting pitcher, somebody like Corbin Burns, who's who's come on board to help us win world championships. We're not going to rush this. We're going to make sure that he is good and healthy. You see him rushed, and guys come back in 12 months, and they get banged up again, and it's not healed right. So we're going to really see this through with him. We're going to trust what the doctor's orders are, and we're going to take it from there. So whatever that timetable is, everybody wants to know how long will it be. I mean, look, everybody can go out and Google the length of time. It could be 13 months, it could be 15 months, it could be 16 months. We just don't know, but we're going to follow this protocol and make sure that we get Corbin back and it's the best version of himself, which I am guaranteeing that will happen, and then making sure that this never happens again.
Yeah, I don't know how you make sure it never happens again, but
no,
it's pitching. All the strain on your elbow,
especially for somebody who's never had it done before. It's. I remember a long time ago, and this is probably outdated thinking, but somebody once told me who was in the game that it's inevitable. If you throw that hard, if you throw a baseball that hard, and it's just such an unnatural movement, if you do it for long enough, it is inevitable. You will have to get it at some point. And that was, quite frankly, the beauty of Corbin Burnes when the Diamondbacks, he was so durable and so reliable and never missed a start because of injury. I'm not saying that you could see this coming, but if you believe in the inevitability of guys hurting their elbows or their shoulders because they're doing this unnatural act throwing a baseball, then in some ways it was bound to happen at some point. And just the fact that it did right when he was pitching to a sub-2 ERA since he skipped that one start with the shoulder. He had been so good, getting so deep into games. It looked like just such a no-brainer, great free agent signing for them. It hurts. It's like the Arizona sports fan experience, just all wrapped into one on a Friday afternoon. Yeah. Just when you think you've turned it around, Corbin Burnes has Tommy John surgery in his season.
Terrible.
It sucks. It really sucks.
Yeah, and I think based on what I'm doing, and I told you I'm texting with Huddy right now, who's had 2 Tommy John surgeries. Daniel Hudson, former Diamondback pitcher, and he said, because I said it's longer than 12 months now. He said when he had his first one, it was 12 months, but then he retore it at 11 months in his first AA rehab start. And then a couple other guys had to have revisions, and then teams started pushing it to 14 to 16 months. So because Daniel Hudson had the surgery and then re-injured it trying to come back at 11 months, everybody's kind of said, okay, it's got to be longer. So it is the norm now, 14 to 16 months. Now, let's just talk about this. If it's 16 months, he misses all of this year and all of next year.
Oh, God.
If it's because I'm telling you, that's what it is. It's 14 to 16 months now. So 12 months from now, we're in June. 4 more months, June, July, August, September, season's over. So there is a chance that he misses all of next season too.
Boy, aren't you just the deliverer of great news today?
I spoke with the Diamondbacks, too, and I said, how long is it? Longer than 12 months. It is going to be longer than 12 months.
Yeah.
So at the very best, I'm just telling you, the best you could hope for, he comes back at the All-Star break next year.
Yeah, that's the best you could. I was just doing the math in my head. That would be the best you could hope for. He's back by the All-Star break next year.
Well, now, it is what it is. Now you got to battle. Do you go out and get another starting pitcher?
Can you afford to?
All of a sudden, the depth you had, now you're using that depth. Do you have to trade for a starting pitcher? I can't remember. I've already seen like 50 Trevor Bauer Twitter messages.
Oh, stop
Here they come.
Well, just deny them. Stop them. No.
Who was the Cardinal player everybody still wants them to bring back? What was that guy's
Darryl
name?
Washington. It was
Darryl Washington. Is he coming back? Yeah, he's 62
no,
now.
Trevor Bauer's not coming back. Stop it. Well, yeah, I mean, look, and this is something we talked about. This is before Jordan Montgomery got hurt, obviously, but we were, man, they've got so much starting pitching. Well, okay, here it is. They're now Jordan Montgomery, Tommy John surgery, Corbin Burnes, Tommy John surgery. You went from having too much to hopefully just enough, and now this puts pressure on all of them in different kind of ways. Merrill Kelly's been great; he needs to stay great. Zach Gallen has not been great, but he looked awesome against Atlanta. He needs to be the guy that he's been the last few years for them to have a chance. Eduardo Rodriguez, quite frankly, hasn't been a great signing for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He needs to be one. And I'm not even talking like he needs to pitch to a sub-3 ERA. he needs to not pitch to an ERA of 7, right? Like, he just needs to give them a chance in some of these games.
100%.
You mentioned the middle relief. God, that's a crucial element of this. Especially now that Ryan Nelson can't give them those innings, they're going to need the Christian Menas of the world and other guys that we don't even know about yet down in AAA who might get called up to give them those stretch innings. They're going to need Justin Martinez to be nails. They're going to need A.J. Puck to cut. Like, all of it. It's easy to sit here and make a list. They're all important. I don't know if, other than Zach Gallen and maybe Ryan Nelson, I don't know if I would prioritize one guy over another and say this guy is more important, that guy is more important. I would put those two in their own category. Other than that, everybody needs to step up if they're going to have a chance to do what the Atlanta Braves did a year ago when they lost Spencer Strider, what the New York Yankees are doing right now without Garrett Cole. Find a way to survive and thrive without your ace. It can be done. It has been done.
And I think I like the way you put it, but but not survive, right? Surviving, you got to thrive. You got to win. You're behind right now. You're behind.
This team was built to thrive, not survive.
Yep.
You know, that's still the mandate. That's still the goal. If I'm Ken Kendrick, that's still my expectations for this team is to thrive and not survive. And hopefully they've got the rotation to do it with what's left. Man, what a
punch to the gut.
I mean, just a kick
just
to
a
the
punch
just
to the
a
gut.
Kick to the you know what, man. I just
Yeah, I mean, you've signed what they signed to a 5-year contract, and two of those years are almost wasted.
So it was a 7-year deal, right? It was 7 years.
7-year deal. 7-year deal
for Burns.
It was
a 2 and a 4.
2 and a 4. That's right. 2, and then they opted in for the 4, so a 6-year deal.
And we've got 2 years that I mean, this year, and then look, there's a chance that he doesn't pitch next year too.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns. Jordan Ott was made official by the Suns. Now there's one coaching vacancy left in the NBA, and that one just got interesting.
Oh, I have info on that.
Oh, I knew that. That's why I was
off the phone recently,
baiting the hook on that. So we'll hear what that news is next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
It is amazing the damage that your roof takes, right? The elements, right? The wind, the rain, the heat, just protecting your home. Think about how your home would react if you didn't have a roof. It's really the anchor to everything. We can talk about the foundation, but the roof is so important to your home. It's so important, which is why JLC Roofing wants to come out and give you a free estimate right now. Whether it's the wind, the rain, the storms, maybe it's the sun and the heat, maybe it's the big overgrown trees that you have that are climbing up on your roof and they're all starting to peel the tiles off because you haven't trimmed that tree that's overgrown. Well, that's why you have to have JLC Roofing come out. Do a free estimate. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Roofs require maintenance. They do. You can't just ignore them because once you do that, all of a sudden you end up with a lot of problems. Drywall, paint, flooring, baseboards, insulation, mold. All of a sudden what could have been a repair for a couple $100 ends up costing you thousands and thousands of dollars. JLC Roofing, third-generation roofers right here in Arizona, 33 years in business. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back. This is giving them the ability to be their best version and really live their best life.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. For all of your banking needs, don't go to a bank. Go to Global Credit Union because they offer everything that a bank does. They just do it way, way better at Global Credit Union. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, a commitment to eliminating fees, great customer service. You can always talk to a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And because today's Friday, I feel compelled to mention to you that if you bank with Global Credit Union, and if you have direct deposit set up with your employer, today's payday could have been yesterday's payday. Today's payday could have been Wednesday's payday. At Global Credit Union, you can have access to money that's been directly deposited, direct deposit funds. You can access that money up to 3 days in advance. So if for whatever reason you need Friday's paycheck on a Wednesday, you can get it at Global Credit Union. So many more reasons. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news. Diamondbacks starting pitcher Corbin Burnes is out for the rest of this season and will undergo Tommy John surgery. He left his most recent start Sunday against the Nationals early due to elbow discomfort. Manager Torey Lovello told Burnes and Gambo that they will not push his return to play, or rush his return to play, I should say. The surgery will be performed by Dr. Neil Elatrosh in Los Angeles. The Diamondbacks return to play this afternoon. They're looking to push their 4-game winning streak to 5 tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez makes his return from the injured list, and he will get the start for the Diamondbacks. He will oppose a fellow left-hander, Nick Lodolo. First pitch is at 4:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona. He is set to be introduced to the media next Tuesday at 3 p.m. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what is on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. We've got Diamondbacks baseball coming up, although just like we did it a couple days ago, there is some rain in the forecast tonight, so we'll be here just in case. 4:10 first pitch.
I got nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, well, as long as the front door is closed, Gambo, and Mr.
God.
Fred is safe.
Oh, my God.
So 4:10 first pitch is what's scheduled to be. Looking at the radar, it looks like the rain's supposed to start in the 5 o'clock hours somewhere, so we'll see. We'll see what tonight ends up being. That's on tonight, and then Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals are on tonight. Edmonton currently leads that series 1-0 over the Florida Panthers. Also, a whole host of super regional college baseball action this weekend as well. Did U of A lose today? I think I saw they lost.
Oh, they lost today?
I think they lost to North Carolina today in the opener. Did they? They lost? Okay.
They got destroyed.
Right? They gave it like 5 home runs in the first inning or 5
But they're
runs
not out
in
of
the
it, right?
No, it's a super
Double
regional,
elimination?
so it's a best
Super
of 3.
regionals?
It's a best of 3
right.
in the super regional. So no, Chip Hale and the crew's not out of it down there. Anyway, that's what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. We got Diamondbacks on deck coming up in a couple of minutes. The Corbin Burns news still hangs over all of our heads. Jordan Ott also was officially announced today as the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Press conference is coming up on Tuesday. It's happening during our show. We do have confirmation. We'll carry that press conference live. Obviously, that'll be an interesting one, given all the scrutiny that this job search has brought with it. So while we wait for that, there was an interesting story today on AZ Central. Tom Izzo offering some quotes on, all the Michigan State hires and how he doesn't think it's the big deal that everyone is making it out to be. I'll tell you the interesting news in the NBA today, and it's unfortunately it's not game 1 of the NBA Finals because that was a hell of a game, and Tyrese Halliburton is a hell of a player. It's this news coming out of New York about who their next head coach might be.
Right.
You said you just got off the phone. What did you find out about Jason Kidd and the New York Knickerbockers?
Well, they haven't contacted him or the Mavs as of right now.
They have not?
So, no, they haven't. I mean, I think Jason put 2 and 2 together. He used to play there, and he coached Brunson. So he coached Brunson in Dallas, and he used to play in New York. So that's why I think a lot of people put those 2 things together. But right now, just hearsay. The Knicks have not reached out to Jason Kidd as of right now, and the Knicks have not reached out to the Mavericks to ask for permission to talk to Jason Kidd.
He's got 2 years left on his deal. On the contract, contract extension, he signed after he took the Mavs to the finals a couple of years ago. And I'm reading from the story of ESPN, and they kind of report theoretically the teams could work out a trade that would allow the Knicks to hire Kidd. The problem is that New York gave up so many draft assets to get Mikal Bridges. They don't have a ton left, right, to give up to Dallas. New York has a top 8 protected 2026 pick from the Washington Wizards in next year's draft. They have 8 second-round picks. They can do first-round swap rights in 26 and 30 and 31 and 32. But they gave up so much of their inventory to get Mikal Bridges. It's kind of a question of, what do they have to offer? What deal could they possibly make? But they're reporting the same thing you are. They haven't requested permission yet. It sounds like so far it's just an internal conversation with the New York Knicks about whether they would want to go make a move for Kidd or not.
And again, he coached Jalen Brunson, and he used to play in New York. That's a winning formula, and he's a good coach.
He's a good coach. He's a really good coach.
He's a good coach. Now, would he be interested? I mean, never say never, right? I mean, never say never. You never say no to anything. You always want to listen and see what somebody has to say. He's done a good job for the Mavs. He had him in the NBA Finals last year.
Yeah.
But at this point, he's hearing it all too. He's heard it all. He's hearing all the hearsay about him, but nobody's contacted him.
It's just a question of is his faith in Dallas shattered a little bit because of the Luka trade and the questionable direction of the Luka trade, and he might be looking around going, I Nico did this thing and went and made this trade, and I'm just speculating here, but there's a lot of they've got the number 1 pick in the draft. Cooper Flagg is incoming. He might be looking at it and going, no, it's a great place to be. I'm very happy where I'm at, but there's just been so many questions about Dallas and their future. Would he be looking around a little bit like, I just wonder
if you go to New York, you're going to get a 4 or 5 year deal,
sure,
right?
Yes.
Can you a lot of coaches like to parlay that. Okay, I'll leave because I'm going to add 2 or 3 more years onto my deal.
Yeah.
So, I'd have to look at what Jason's contract is, but I do know that a lot of coaches look at that because that could be something. And just keep your eye on that because Sean Sweeney could end up being the head coach if he leaves.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about this story before we went on the air, and I thought, if nothing else, they do have a very prized assistant there that is clearly knocking on the door of being a head coach in the NBA. And so from their perspective, they might feel like, we'll get compensation for letting Kidd leave. we'll promote Sweeney because everybody likes him. Everybody thinks he's a head coach, and la-di-da. We'll just work off of that.
He's great.
Yeah.
I love talking basketball with Sean Sweeney. He's really knowledgeable. I think he's going to be a great head coach someday. He was in the Final Five with the Phoenix Suns, and he would have been my choice, him or Quinn. They went with Ott, and mean, they were all good candidates. All of those guys were good candidates.
Here's something else to consider, too, with the Knicks pursuing Jason Kidd, if in fact they do it. We have talked a lot about the New York Knicks as a potential landing spot for Kevin Durant. That's going to take resources, too. Do they deplete their resources to go get KD, or do they deplete their resources to go get Jason Kidd? And
I don't know what the resources would be if they decided to go all in and get Jason. Right, it's gonna be a lot less than Durant. I mean,
well, no, of course. I just mean like if it's draft picks, and if the Suns want draft picks back, A, the Knicks don't have that many to offer anyway, and B, the ones that the Suns might want might have to go to Dallas for Jason Kidd, which might make a potential Kevin Durant trade there way more about current players than it is draft picks if they use their picks to go get Jason Kidd.
Which is why I thought the Clippers were interesting. Zubac and Powell and Dunn and like that. I think you focus more on the younger players than the draft picks. If you can get a couple thrown in, you do it just to have that inventory. But I think the focus should be more on what type of young talent can you bring back in a trade for Kevin Durant.
By the way, just to top off a conversation that we had yesterday on the Burns and Gambo show, if you're a Suns fan, you are more than allowed to hold on to your what-if questions about Tyrese Halliburton as long as you want. Do not let go any what-if questions you have about Tyrese Halliburton. That dude is a star, man. Just a star for what he's doing this postseason.
It's incredible. That's the 5th time in the playoffs that they've come back from 15 or more down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that's insane.
It's insane. His numbers in the last 2 minutes of games that could go to overtime or within a score of it's ridiculous. He's ridiculous, and that game last night was fantastic. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, fresh start for the Diamondbacks against the Reds. Unfortunately, this series is not top of mind right now, but we'll preview it next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks ace Corbin Burns will miss the rest of the season.
The manager of the Diamondbacks, Troy Lavello.
It's a really tough day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tough day for Corbin Burns. He's going to need Tommy John. He's going to step out for a period of time. He wants to get it done as fast as possible, get back on the bump, and help the team win baseball games as soon as possible.
Who takes over the starting spot for Burns? How will the D-backs cope with this huge loss to their pitching rotation? The latest news on Corbin Burns' season-ending injury coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You want to make sure your air conditioning is in working order. It's imperative to make sure that your unit is running efficiently, not only to keep your house cool, but to get you through the summer and save you money. I mean, it's like anything. I mean, if you take good care of your AC unit, you get it tuned up, well, it's going to run more efficiently. That'll save you money. When it's not running efficiently, it's working harder and harder and harder, and it's costing you more money. That's why I tell you about Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers does an AC tune-up for $129. Two of the most important things they do in that tune-up. They clean the condenser coils, big job, and they do the condensate drain line flush. They're up in the attic. They're outside cleaning the coils. They're doing all of this for $129 so your AC system can get you through the summer. Now, when it comes to repairs and new AC units, nobody's better than Christian Brothers. So if you need a new AC unit, they've got great pricing, and they carry all of the major brands on AC units. So whether you need a repair or you need a new AC unit, or you just want to get your unit tuned up to get you through the summer, call Christian Brothers, 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER 828-620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
Green flag of Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR and Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try sweet top lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Start of a 3-game series for the Arizona Diamondbacks today. They are in Cincinnati taking on the Reds. Coming off their series sweep against the Atlanta Braves, they've won 4 straight games now to get themselves back to 500 and right back in the wild card race. If only that was all there was to talk about with the Diamondbacks. Instead, there is so much more with the news about Corbin Burns and the Tommy John surgery. Let's talk about what tonight's pitching matchup is first. And tonight's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Tonight's pitching matchup, Eduardo Rodriguez is back after spending some time on the injured list. The lefty is 1-3 with a 7.05 ERA. Nick Lodolo gets the start for Cincinnati. The lefty is 4-4 with a 3.10 ERA.
Yeah, he's pitching really, really well. Last 5 starts, 1 win, 1 loss, but an ERA of just 2.86. He's got 7 quality starts this season, 7. They don't score a lot of runs for him, So, but twice they've failed to score any runs when he's pitched, but he has pitched extremely well lately.
He has. Eduardo Rodriguez, coming off the injury, his last time out was back on May 14th against San Francisco. Gave up 4 earned runs in 4 innings. It had been a real struggle for him in his last, 4 starts or so before he went on the injured list. Before that, for the first month of the season, he was actually pitching all right. He was pitching to a lot of bad luck, a lot of bad defense behind him. Steve Berthiaume has made the joke many times that he probably could have sued his defense for their lack of support behind him. But he himself started falling apart in his last 4 starts, and he becomes a real key guy to watch with the news about Corbin Burnes and how he performs kind of moving forward. Because quite frankly, we have yet to see even close to the best of Eduardo Rodriguez so far.
No, and like you said, right? I mean, he doesn't have to be great, but he can't be bad. He's got to give them more good starts than bad starts. We're not expecting this guy to go pitch to an ERA of 2.75 all year long. But he's a veteran pitcher, and he's crafty, and he knows how to pitch, and it's been, disappointing watching him these last few starts, and obviously now he's coming back against the Reds. Big opportunity for him to get back in good graces. We had spent so much time talking about what's going to happen when he comes back. Is it him or is it Ryan Nelson? Ryan Nelson had 3 starts while he was out, really 2, because then he went to the bullpen. But we had a lot of debate about who should be the starter over Ryan Nelson and Eduardo Rodriguez. As it works out, both guys are going to be needed.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I wish we had better news to pass along. We do not. Troy Lavello confirmed the news earlier today that Corbin Burnes will require Tommy John surgery. He is out for the season, and based off of the math and the recovery time, we're figuring best case scenario, he's back at the All-Star break next year. That's best case scenario for Corbin Burnes.
And it's no longer 12 months on these things. It's more like 14 to 16. So on the back end, if you go 16 months, he could miss all of next season. That's just the way it is. They no longer do 12 months to have a guy come back from Tommy John surgery. Too many guys have struggled coming back in 11 to 12 months, so they push it out a little bit further now. So he's going to be out longer than 12 months. It's just a matter of how long, 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, and so in his place, obviously Ryan Nelson had already been put into the starting rotation for Corbin Burnes when he injured the elbow last Sunday against the Nationals. Now he'll just stay there. And all of that starting pitching depth that we started this season talking about in March, about how they've got 7 starters and 5 spots, well, they've exhausted that now with Jordan Montgomery and his Tommy John, and now with Corbin Burnes and his. The Diamondbacks will need to lean on that depth and need all of their guys to come through, not only here but in the bullpen. That's the big injury news of today. The roster move that was made, Tommy Henry was sent down to make room for Eduardo Rodriguez. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day, the Arizona Diamondbacks 31-31, 6.5 games back of the first place LA Dodgers, and still in 4th place of the National League West. The Cincinnati Reds 3 games below 500, 30-33, 9.5 out of first behind the Chicago Cubs. Time for a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Keys to the Game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
This one's going to be easy for me. Eduardo Rodriguez has to get out of the first inning. The Reds have scored at least 1 run in the first inning 21 times this season. They're 3rd in the major leagues with 50 runs in the first inning, and they've outscored their opponents 50-22 in the first inning with 7 homers and a .289 batting average. So they're very good getting out of the gates, and that's been a problem for the Diamondbacks in a lot of their baseball games. So the key to the game is Eduardo Rodriguez, get out of that first inning.
That's the key to tonight's game. That's going to do it for us. We are out of here. We'll see you Monday or maybe later today here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're
still here, it's over. Go home.
Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
D-backs at the Braves.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 this afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things I really take to heart is investing and making sure that I can retire the way I want to. And there's a lot of information out there, but I recommend a local company named Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary. They're right here in Arizona. They've got 5 locations in the Valley, and they are here to help you. So whether it's a financial plan or a retirement plan, an estate plan, a tax plan, they're going to put it all together for you. Trust me, when you've got somebody putting it all together for you, it makes life a lot easier. You work hard, you've got somebody taking care of that money part of it and making sure you're going to have your goals reached. Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax is a fiduciary. They'll always have your best interest in hand. So if you are looking for a financial advisor that can help guide you the way they've guided me, give them a call. 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindow.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability, so whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball, presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, D-backs fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, D-backs BP Show.
It is a bittersweet day for the Snakes. Welcome to the D-backs BP Show, as the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to extend their winning streak this weekend with a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Ali Narini. Well, not the news we were hoping to see today. Diamondbacks ace Corbin Burnes will undergo Tommy John surgery to repair his right elbow. That means he will miss the remainder of this season and a good portion of next season as well. A tremendous blow to the starting rotation. Burnes is in his first season with Arizona since signing that mega deal in free agency, and hopefully the surgery goes well and we'll see him back out there down the road. But for now, the Diamondbacks will be without their best pitcher, and we'll talk more about it coming up in the injury report for today's game. I'm still kind of coming down off the high from yesterday's historic comeback. The Diamondbacks trailed by 6 going into the 9th. They score 7. They had a 0.1% chance to win at that point, and they came through. 7-run 9th inning, the largest 9th inning comeback in Diamondbacks franchise history. We'll talk more about that as well, and the opponent coming up. In fact, after the break, let's learn a little bit more about the Diamondbacks opponent when Reds beat writer Mark Sheldon from MLB.com joins me on the D-backs BP Show on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey there, I'm singer-songwriter Lainey Wilson. On my Whirlwind World Tour, I've lost count of the miles, the roads, twists, turns, pit stops, and drive-thrus we've been through. But wherever the road takes me, I'm never too far from a taste of home. Thanks to Whataburger and my favorite, the Honey Butter Chicken Biscuit. Open all day and all night with food that makes us feel like we're from here, wherever here is. Say it with me now. What a burger!
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. And no matter what tasty choice you make, our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, you get over $600 in digital coupons each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump and points. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Hi, fans. This is Dave Pasch, sports broadcaster, journalist, and longtime Arizona resident. Dignity Health knows the importance of a healthy, active lifestyle. We want to get you back on your feet quickly so you can return to play, whether you're a weekend warrior or an elite athlete. If you're ready to feel the glory, not the pain, find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Dignity Health, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Avnet is your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are a global technology distributor and solutions provider headquartered right here in the Valley. We help businesses all over the world source the right technology components and manage the logistics to get their products to market. The components we distribute are likely in the products you use and depend on every day, from your car to your household appliances. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-Backs BP Show.
After a series sweep in Atlanta, the Arizona Diamondbacks are off to the Queen City to face the Cincinnati Reds in a 3-game weekend series. And here joining me now on the pregame show to talk a little bit more about this series, it's Reds beat writer for MLB.com, Mark Sheldon. Mark, for those of us who maybe haven't had the chance to check in with the Reds here in a little while, what can you tell me about the brand of baseball that they've been playing lately?
Inconsistent. One of the problems they've had this year is they've been kind of the quintessential 500 team where they take a few strides above 500, then go a few strides below 500. They win some series, like they sweep Cleveland, and then they go ahead and lose the next series. They really have been hard to pin down. The one thing they do very well is pitch. Starting pitching's been very effective. Their bullpen less so, and their lineup's been a little scattershot. Sometimes they can hit a barrage for double-digit runs, and then the other time they're barely scratching again across 1 or 2 runs.
You know, when we saw that the Reds hired Tito Francona, we obviously knew that he was going to be well-equipped to do the job. This is a guy who's won championships before. But how have things been different around the team this year since he took over?
I think there's been a heightened sense of accountability and really focusing hard on the little things. The one thing the Reds do pretty well, or at least better, is team defense and infield defense, especially paying attention to those little things that you have to do to win a game. And there's been a couple of times when they didn't do it and it bit them and they saw the consequences, and he's been quick to point that out. Certainly their record right now is, I think, about the same, if not exactly the same as it was this time last season under David Bell. So it's clearly a journey, and they haven't reached their destination yet as a team, but they have work to do. But I would say that Francona, everything he does is in the service of winning, and he does not try to worry about a lot of extra things. He delegates well. He lets his coaches do a lot of the work too, and he's not focused on nonsense. He really does focus on the bottom line and trying to win.
You and I talked about a year ago specifically about Elly De La Cruz, who at the time was really starting to pop as a star player across the game of baseball. But despite all the raw natural ability, he had a lot of areas in his game that he needed to clean up. What have you seen from him growth-wise over the past year and really specifically this season?
Yeah, he's been playing through a lot. More recently, the passing of his sister, and before that, he was been kind of dealing with a lower body injury, a hamstring injury. It's kind of curtailed his ability to run. But the one thing he has been able to do is hang in at bats longer. He's not an instant strikeout or a guaranteed strikeout like he is sometimes in the past. He's had a few situations this year where he's run up double digit pitch at bats. 10, 11 pitches, and he works the pitcher, and he is not as strikeout prone, and he's also more selective with his running, partly because he was of the leg injury, but also he's just not running with reckless abandon anymore. He's certainly a little smarter and a little more selective, but he's on pace right now to have over 30 homers and be a 30-30 player. He won't have as many stolen bases as he had last year, but he's on his way to having a pretty good season.
Christian Encarnacion Strand is back today. What sort of boost could that provide to this Reds lineup?
That's a great question, because before he went on the IL in April, he was not very good at all at the plate. He was, I think, batting 158, and just his strikeouts were going sky high like they kind of were last year before he got hurt. But he was on a pretty good heater at AAA on his rehab assignment. He had a couple home runs, about 5 doubles, batting 324 with like an 1,100 OPS. They're hoping that transitions up to this level. If he can be more selective and not expand his strike zone and use his power, he could be a very big help in the lineup. This is a lineup is starving for power. They don't hit a lot of home runs even at this ballpark. So they're hoping they get the guy that they've been really liking as a prospect, and since they traded for him a couple seasons ago.
Today's starting pitcher, Nick Lodolo, has been a hot name for a couple of years now. I feel like an up-and-comer, but it looks like he's starting to finally put the pieces together this season. What have you seen from him in terms of his development on the mound?
The thing with Lodolo is he just, number one, he's healthy. And I know that sounds a very basic thing, but health has not been his friend ever since he's been in the big leagues. And he had 4 trips to the IL last year, I believe. Now this year, he's pitching really well. The one thing with him is he's got a devastating breaking ball to right-handed hitters. If he gets it in on him, he can get a lot of swinging strikes even when he hits him in the foot. So it's kind of interesting how he does that. He does it really well, and he manages his fastball really well and uses that to kind of establish his other pitches. So he's been very solid this year. This whole rotation, for the most part, has been pretty solid.
Knowing how things have been going for the Arizona Diamondbacks just the past couple of days, they're on a 4-game winning streak right now. They're coming off of the largest 9th-inning comeback in franchise history yesterday. So when you consider the context of it all, how do you perceive the Diamondbacks as an opponent in this series for the Reds?
The Reds have been so inconsistent this year. They play up sometimes when they can beat a good team like the Royals or the Guardians, and then they go and lose 2 out of 3 to a team like the Pirates. The Diamondbacks being hot certainly doesn't help them, but they've also knocked off some hot teams here and there as well. They just have to be. They have to do. The Reds have no margin for mistakes, and that's one thing that's been really biting them. Is if they don't take advantage of a run scoring opportunity, it usually bites them. If they make a mistake on defense, it usually bites them. If they don't, the bullpen guy reliever doesn't get the 3rd strike after having a guy 0-2, it comes back to bite him. So they have to play almost perfect baseball. And I guess against a hot team like Arizona, they're going to have to do that all weekend. I do remember over these last few years when the Reds and Diamondbacks play, the series, in a word, are maybe messy. A lot of back and forth, a lot of late inning heartbreak for either team. Just a lot of mess. And I'll be really curious how this goes this weekend.
Yeah, you certainly just described how things have been for the Diamondbacks as of late. Hey, Mark, thanks so much for the time. I really appreciate it, and we'll talk again here in the near future.
All right, sounds good. Enjoy your weekend.
Same to you, sir. That's Mark Sheldon, Reds beat writer for MLB.com, joining me here on the pregame show. When we come back from the break, we'll take a look at the injury report for today's game on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
12 News is dedicated to the Arizona Diamondbacks, bringing you the Friday fun. Lead off with Dbacks on Deck to get you ready for the first pitch. Then, tune in to watch select Friday home games on 12 News. It's all followed by 12 News at 10 for the latest developments across the state. Stream Dbacks on Deck, then catch up on breaking news, weather, and exclusive content. All available anytime on 12 Plus. It's baseball season in Arizona. 12 News, the official broadcast home of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
When I had a back issue, I put my trust into the board's certified fellowship-trained spine surgeons at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Hi, Greg Schulte. DISC surgeons choose the most minimally invasive spine procedure necessary for your condition to help restore your lifestyle. If you're feeling pain radiating down your leg or your arm, do what I did. Contact DISC. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez. Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond and your family jeweler since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for a free team bracelet and $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. You can redeem at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Best friends Rosa and Jess just joined an axe throwing league. So to sharpen their skills, they went to Planet Fitness. Rosa has a PF Black card, which means Jess can tag along for free. Now these besties are the strongest hatchet tossers this side of the Salt River. Bullseye!
Nice!
Get your PF Black card today and bring a friend for free to work out at over 40 locations around Phoenix. Just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends June 13th. Planet Fitness. Whatever you're getting strong for. See Home Club for terms and conditions.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-Backs BP Show.
Let's take a look at the injury report. It's brought to you by DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Home for all your back care needs. Go to sciatica.com and get back in the game with DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Diamondbacks ace Corbin Burnes will need Tommy John surgery to repair his right elbow. That, according to the D-backs manager, Torey Lovullo, this afternoon. Burnes left Sunday's game with right elbow tightness, and he was hoping that maybe he caught it early, but now the worst-case scenario has come to pass. He will miss the remainder of this season and a lot of next year as well. His surgery is scheduled for next week with Dr. Neil Elatrosh, and it's a real shame for Corbin, who was having such a good first season with the Arizona Diamondbacks. But as one starting pitcher hits the IL, another comes off of it. Eduardo Rodriguez has been activated this afternoon and will start today's game. He's been dealing with left shoulder inflammation. He last started on May 14th, and Tommy Henry was optioned back to AAA Reno to make room on the roster. A.J. Puck, still a few weeks away from returning from the IL. He's been working through some elbow inflammation. And Josh Naylor left yesterday's game in the middle innings. He's been playing through some shoulder and hand issues, but nothing too crazy. His manager has just given him the day off as a precaution. And Corbin Carroll, you'll also notice, is not in the lineup today, at least not starting against the lefty starter. He has the day off. Both of them could be available off the bench at some point this afternoon. That is the injury report for today's game, brought to you by DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. In just a moment, you'll hear what D-backs manager Torey Lovullo had to say about the breaking news and Corbin Burnes getting Tommy John surgery. The D-backs BP show continues next on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
I don't know how many times I've had someone come up to me and ask me about my experience with DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Hi, Greg Schulte. I'm completely honest. My back pain is gone. I had a herniated disc, and the work that was done on me by the doctors at DISC made that pain go away. I trust DISC, and I'd encourage you to schedule an appointment and place your trust in the doctors there. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Now remember, honey, you just got your license, so expect the unexpected.
Stop, Dad. I know already. What could happen? We're only going 20 miles an hour. What just happened?
It's okay. We're not going to die. A rock just hit the windshield, but we do need to fix it.
Call New Vision Auto Glass today at 480-210-9090 and get a guaranteed minimum $100 cash back and a free dinner at Rodizio Grill. NewVisionAutoGlass.com.
New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly. Drive safely.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. The D-Backs Manager Show. Brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Welcome back to the D-Backs BP Show alongside manager Torey Lovullo as we get ready for Game 1 of 3 against the Cincinnati Reds. Torey, your team is playing some great baseball. Unfortunately, we have to start with some bad news. You have an update on Corbin Burnes, and it sounds like he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, he is. He's going to need Tommy John surgery, and it's nothing that any of us ever thought would happen, but it's part of the game. My conversation with Corbin, He seems to be in a good spot, clearly dealing with some frustrating news. And, he's going to have the procedure some point next week with Dr. Elatrosh in Los Angeles, and we're going to get him on the road to recovery, love him up, and get him back on the field as soon as possible.
Based off what happened in that last start, was he able to mention anything like a singular pitch caused a pop? Was it just a sort of a degeneration of the muscle? I mean, is there anything in there that you can kind of put your finger on as to maybe where things turn south?
Not really. I think once I got this news, I went back and was trying to think of those types of things. Overusage by my part, where I've asked him to go too hard, too long. But with Corbin, he's just such a competitor, and he was out there doing everything he could to win a baseball game, call us out there in the 5th inning. That was the first time I had heard about it. I think after learning, he said he felt a little bit of discomfort the prior inning. He just thought it was some normal fatigue, normal feeling stuff that he's felt before, and he was going to go out there and pitch through it. But when he's turned around and saw the velocity was 91, that wasn't necessarily him. He knew something was wrong, and he had to get off the field.
On the injury news as well, slightly more positive is the fact that Eduardo Rodriguez is activated. He'll be getting the start here today. I know you had hinted at that now for a few days, but he is healthy. He's thrown bullpens. Everything is checked out so far. With all that said, your expectations for him going into this opener?
That he's going to go out and pound the zone and hit lines and help us win a baseball game. That's what it always is with all of our starting pitchers. Eduardo has worked really hard. He's had 2 outings, both in the ACL, and it leads me to think that he's going to be just fine being able to go out there and compete and follow a game plan. We need to pick up the ball behind him. He's a ball and play type of pitcher. He's going to put the ball on the plate, hopefully get some quick, easy outs, get us back in the dugout where we can hopefully win a baseball game.
In the spring, Torrey, there were a lot of questions about this rotation. You basically had 7 guys for 5 spots, and you had referenced that depth. Well, now that depth is being tested because 2 of those guys are out with Tommy John surgery. As you think about where your rotation is and now seemingly the lack of depth, what do you think the plan is going to be like in your conversations with you and this front office, trying to identify potential guys who can help out should there be another injury that flares up?
Yeah, that's exactly what we do every single day. We were talking about 6 and 7, and with Monty, Jordan Montgomery, and Corbin Burns out now, we have our 5 guys. Where it takes us from that point, one of them's here right now with Mena. He's in our bullpen. We know that he's very capable, and we got to continue to stretch him out, maybe a little bit on the Ryan Nelson plan to make sure if there is something or a hiccup with one of the 5 that we have here that he's ready to step in. Then you go into your depth that's sitting in AAA, and I know that everybody there is working their butts off, staff, players, to make sure that they're putting themselves in a position to be a potential starting pitcher if the need arises, and that's why we build depth in this organization. It's a very important feature of what we do here.
I don't know if you answered this after the game yesterday, but you did remove Josh Naylor. It looked like he'd picked up a knock kind of running the bases. I know he's been carrying a couple injuries as well, and he's not in the lineup against a very good left-handed starter in Nick Lodolo. So it's going to be tough regardless. But what's he kind of dealing with right now, and when can we expect him to be available?
Well, he's an extremely tough player. He's dealing with a lot of aches and pains, all normal stuff for players right now that have been playing every single day. But his has been a little bit more serious on the level where it's taken a little bit out of him, but he continues to go out there and play, and I'm asking everything I possibly can. It just caught up to us yesterday. It's his left hand, right shoulder, and I think between those 2 things, just needs a little bit of a blow. So he's going to work his day, get his day going, and work through his day, and hopefully be available at some point during the night.
Torrey, the last question for you. Obviously, you guys are playing much better baseball. You've won 4 in a row. It's an incredible comeback, and I know you spoke to it yesterday, but it really seems like the engine that has driven this 4-game winning streak has been a much better bullpen for you, especially in high-leverage, late-game situations. It felt like this team was struggling to get momentum when they were struggling. It feels like now there's some wind in your sails that Shelby Miller and Justin Martinez and a few other guys are able to lock it down in tight situations.
Yeah, we know on the very back end we've got J. Mart and Shelby. They've been very dependable, and they've been very consistent. J. Mart coming back, I don't love that he threw 36 pitches the other day, but it happened, and we helped us win a baseball game. We're looking for those bridge guys. I'm trying to figure out who those guys are, and some are stepping up. Christian Mena was one of those guys. It's just a matter of them getting the opportunity, following through, going out, and taking advantage of the situation.
Torrey, as always, appreciate the time, and good luck in the opener against the Reds.
Thanks so much.
I was the manager, Torrey Lavello. We'll take a break and wrap up the BP show right after this on the Morgan & Morgan D-Backs Radio Network.
Join the D-Backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-Backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
It's a beautiful day at the grocery store. The shopper is rounding the end cap. Uh-oh, looks like there's some spilled tomato sauce. Here comes the slide. Oh,
that's going to leave a mark, Bob.
Talk about a curveball.
Clean up on aisle 5.
At Morgan & Morgan, we know injuries can come out of left field. As America's largest injury law firm, we've recovered over $20 billion for our clients. If you've been injured in an accident, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sanderson Ford's 70th anniversary sale was a huge success. Hundreds of you saved thousands of dollars, and we took in hundreds of quality trade-ins. So the celebration continues with a huge pre-owned sale. We have 25 vehicles under $25,000, like this 2018 Escape for under $13 grand. Employee pricing on new vehicles has also been extended. Check out this new Maverick for under $35 grand, with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. For a new or used vehicle, get into Sanderson Ford.
With the Caesars Sportsbook app, you can bet while all the Diamondbacks action is in full swing. Parlay your favorite player props, home run hitters, and more with same-game parlays. Or select from today's pre-built parlays with quick picks. Plus, bet every inning live in the app. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Caesars Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is proud to partner with the Arizona Diamondbacks to support STEM education in Arizona schools through the Future Shaper STEM Grants program. 10 schools will receive $5,000 each to fund STEM projects that inspire students and teachers. Are you looking for a rewarding career? Do you want to work for a company that is positively impacting the world through cutting-edge aerospace technology and community engagement? If so, Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is the place for you. Visit www.honeywell.com/careers to check out all of the career opportunities and learn how to become a Future Shaper. And go Diamondbacks!
Is your AC ready for summer? Emergency Air, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, truly cleans your system while the other guys just check a box. Their techs spend up to 2 hours deep cleaning, basically refurbishing your unit. They guarantee it won't break down this summer or the service is free. First-time customers get this service for just $39. Visit emergencyair.com to book with the trusted team that keeps the D-backs cool and knocks it out of the park.
Emergency Air. The difference is we care.
With her Planet Fitness Black Card, Rosa can bring her bestie, Jess, for free at over 40 locations around Phoenix.
Yes.
Get your PF Black Card today, just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends June 13th. Planet Fitness. See Home Club for terms and conditions.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-Backs BP Show.
I know we've been talking about some bad news with Corbin Burnes today, but let's not forget that this team has been rallying ever since the injury to their ace. They're carrying a 4-game win streak into the Queen City today and looking to win the series opener. Eduardo Rodriguez is back on the mound for the D-backs. He will face another lefty in Nick Lodolo. Chris Garagiola and Tom Candiotti are standing by with more on those two pitchers, the starting lineups for both teams, and all the play-by-play. D-backs versus Reds is coming your way next on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball, presented by Talking Stick Resort, Life Well Played, Avnet, delivering what's next in technology every time we take the field. Fry's, with Boost by Fry's VIP. Win game day with free grocery delivery, 2 times fuel points and more. Visit frysfood.com/boost today. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. This has been the Diamondbacks BP Show.
Hey D-backs fans, did you know milk is one of the most requested but least donated items at food banks? Together we can change that. On June 14th, D-backs pitcher Merrill Kelly will be at the Fry's on 20th Street in Highland from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. for the 1,000-gallon challenge milk donation drive. Stop by, donate a gallon, meet Merrill Kelly, and make a difference. Join Arizona milk producers, Fry's, and the D-backs to help fill fridges and fuel families. Learn more at arizonamilk.org.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Ah, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez. Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond and your family jeweler since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for a free team bracelet and $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. You can redeem at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
If you love ice cream like we love ice cream, you gotta love Cold Stone Creamery. We make our rich, super premium ice cream fresh in every store to create the ultimate ice cream experience. Indulge in our signature creations, cakes, cupcakes, cookies, and shakes, all made with our signature ice cream. The flavors that won the hearts and taste buds of ice cream lovers around the world. Order yours online at coldstonecreamery.com. The ultimate ice cream experience.
Sanderson Ford's 70th anniversary sale was a huge success. Hundreds of you saved thousands of dollars, and we took in hundreds of quality trade-ins. So the celebration continues with a huge pre-owned sale. We have 25 vehicles under $25,000, like this 2018 Escape for under $13 grand. Employee pricing on new vehicles has also been extended. Check out this new Maverick for under $35 grand, with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. For a new or used vehicle, get into Sanderson Ford.
Record-breaking global sensation Chris Brown presents Breezy Bowl 20 Stadium World Tour. Celebrate 20 years of Chris Brown live in Phoenix. Performing at Chase Field September 11th. With special guests Summer Walker and Bryson Tiller. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss the biggest R&B event of the year. For more, visit ChrisBrownWorld.com.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, Dbacks fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
Broadcasting live from Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. It is once again time for Arizona Diamondback Baseball. And tonight, the D-backs look to build upon their 4-game winning streak in the first of 3 against the hosts, the Cincinnati Reds. Good evening, everybody, and welcome inside the radio booth. My name is Chris Garagiola. I'm joined by our analyst, longtime Major League pitcher Tom Candiotti. We're also joined by our producer, engineer Leo Gilmartin, and Ali Narini is our technical director back in studio. Well, Candy, the big news for the Diamondbacks. It is official that their ace and their golden free agent signing, Corbin Burnes, is going to undergo Tommy John surgery next week in Los Angeles. It will cost him the remainder of this season and a majority of next. It's a huge blow to this Diamondback team and specifically pitching rotation.
Yeah, that certainly is a stinger right now, losing Corbin like that. But, you know, these things happen, especially to pitchers. And, you know, you hope they don't happen, but you know, it's just part of the nature of the business. So now Corbin will just go out and rehab, and you know he's going to come back charging, you know, whenever that rehab ends. But in the meantime, it's the other guys have to pick up the pieces. And Ryan Nelson will move to the rotation. You got Eduardo Rodriguez making a comeback here in this game on the mound. And so, you know, you have very capable pieces. And one of the things that Mike Hazen and company have gone out and done, they gave some starting pitching depth. And you're already tapped into it.
Yeah, people were a little critical of having 7 starters going into spring training for only 5 spots. And obviously there was some jostling with Ryan Nelson in and out. Of course, Nelly's back in there now. But that depth is going to be big here. And like you mentioned, Eduardo Rodriguez activated off the injured list today. Tommy Henry was optioned back to Trino after his multi-inning performance yesterday afternoon against Atlanta. And for a guy like Erod, classic case of someone who the shoulder wasn't feeling great, but he tried to push through it. He wasn't having a lot of results, so he was down for 3 weeks. Now he's back, and when he's right, it's a lot of swing and miss, and hopefully be able to give you some coverage here with 5, maybe 6 strong innings.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard thing nowadays to really try to go out there and pitch unless you're really healthy. You know, it's hard to overcome and go out there and be effective unless you're feeling, you know, to that point where you're like almost 100%. So, you know, he's healthy now, you know, which is a good sign. You need him healthy. And if he's on and he gets locked in, we've seen what he can do. You know, he can strike guys out. You know, so far this year his walk rate maybe a little bit high as he likes to pitch away from contact at times, but he just needs to keep the ball in the ballpark and not walk a lot of guys, and he can be successful.
On the other side of the equation, the starter for the Reds, it's 27-year-old left-hander Nick Lodolo. He was a first-rounder by the Reds, 7th overall pick in 2019, and this is a guy who's had a huge problem staying healthy. He's never pitched 120 innings in a single season in his major league career. Big point of emphasis for him in spring training and in the offseason. And so far, Candy hasn't missed a start this year. It'll be his 13th this season, a 3.10 ERA, and he has done a really nice job, especially as Hunter Green has now just picked up an injury, and he could be out for a little bit of time.
Lodolo really is a talented left-handed pitcher. You know, he's got a power arm. You know, he'll run it up there 94, 95, even 96 miles an hour. But, you know, it's that health factor that you were talking about with him, and they're doing a good job really keeping him healthy and keeping him taking the ball. You know, to combat him, I mean, you really have to be patient, but he doesn't walk a lot of guys. He doesn't give up a lot of home runs, less than 1 per 9. And so you're really going to have to battle, but try to get his pitch count up and then get into that red bullpen.
For the offense, for the Diamondbacks, no Josh Naylor in the starting lineup. He's been carrying a couple of injuries. This just a day off, says manager Torey Lovullo, as is the case with Corbin Carroll. But this offense, they really haven't been the problem this year. They score runs. They do it dynamically. We saw them build an inning in an incredible 7-run 9th inning against Atlanta. And we all know, Great American Ballpark, it's a great place to come to, especially if you're in a little bit of a hitting slump.
Well, hitters like to lick their chops when they get in here, especially like when you start getting to the summer months and the weather heats up and the ball just seems to really fly here to all fields, left, right, center, you name it. So, you know, yes, this is one of those places where hitters like to get a little bit healthy. And for pitchers, you have to be that much more fine. You can't be scared of contact, but you really have to make, you know, good pitches and really live on the edges and be able to break the ball and change speeds to be successful here.
The D-backs have won straight. The Reds have lost 4 of their last 5. It should be a very interesting tilt over the weekend, and we'll see if the good times can keep rolling along on the field for the Diamondbacks. We're going to take our first break. When we come back, starting lineups and first pitch. Diamondbacks versus the Reds, and the play-by-play action comes your way right after this on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
It's a beautiful day at the grocery store. The shopper is rounding the end cap. Uh-oh, looks like there's some spilled tomato sauce. Here comes the slide.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark, Bob.
Talk about a curveball.
Clean up on aisle 5.
At Morgan & Morgan, we know injuries can come out of left field. As America's largest injury law firm, we've recovered over $20 billion for our clients. If you've been injured in an accident, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Visit forthepeople.com or an office near you.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack, and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We welcome you back to Cincinnati. Let's take a look at the starting lineups brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. Download the app today and use code Dbacks when signing up. For the visiting Diamondbacks, they are back to 500 at 31 and 31. Leading off, designated hitter Ketel Marte. Batting second at shortstop, Geraldo Perdomo. Batting third in left field, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and batting fourth at third base, Eugenio Suarez. Batting fifth in right field, Randall Grichuk. Batting sixth and catching, Gabriel Moreno. Ildemaro Vargas at second base, batting seventh. Tim Tawa at first base, batting eighth. And Alek Thomas, the center fielder, rounds out the starting 9. Again, the lineup for the D-backs: Marte, Perdomo, Gurriel, Suarez, Grichuk, Moreno, Vargas, Tawa, and Thomas. And back on the mound for the Diamondbacks, it is the 32-year-old left-hander, Eduardo Rodriguez. Rodriguez missed the last 3 weeks dealing with left shoulder inflammation and trying to get his year back on track. 1-3 this season, the ERA at 7.05. Today marks his 10th start of the regular season. Now we'll look at the Cincinnati Reds. They are 3 under at 30 wins and 33 losses. Leading off in center field, TJ Friedl. Batting second, third baseman Santiago Espinal. Batting third, designated hitter Tyler Stevenson. And in the cleanup spot in left field, Spencer Steer. Christian Encarnacion Strand just activated off the injured list. He's at first base batting fifth. Jose Trevino is catching and batting sixth. Connor Joe in right field bats seventh. Matt McClain, the shortstop, batting eighth. And Garrett Hampson, the former Diamondback this year, at second base, rounding out the starting 9. Once again, the lineup for Cincinnati: Friedl, Espinal, Stevenson, Steer, Encarnacion Strand, Trevino, Joe, McClain, and Hampson. And Candy, on the mound for Cincinnati, it is the left-hander we talked a little bit about earlier, Nick Lodolo.
4-4 this year. He's got a 3.10 ERA, a really good whip of a 1.11. 69 and 2/3 innings pitched, 63 hits. He's going to come at you with a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer. It's about 94, 95 miles an hour. A curveball that he really likes. He'll throw the changeup too. He'll throw all of those, and it seems like his most effective pitch so far this year really has been the curveball and the changeup. And they don't slug high against that. They don't hit high against that. But he also has the really good fastball that really sets up those two pitches.
Overcast skies here in Cincinnati, 78 degrees the time of first pitch, and that should come down as we get a little bit deeper into this game. The Reds are in their all-black City Connects with the word Cincy written across the chest. The D-backs in their more traditional road uniforms, gray jerseys with gray pants. Our home plate umpire is Alex Tosi. Manny Gonzalez is at first, Ron Kulpa at second, and Corey Blazer, the umpire, at third. Let's play some baseball. Lodolo is ready. The left-hander winds, and his first pitch of the night swung on, and a fly ball into right field. Under it is Connor Joe, and he reaches up, makes the catch. One pitch, one out. That's how he gets started tonight.
Well, when Ketel's hitting from the right side, he is very, very aggressive, and you knew he was going to swing at that first pitch. Lodolo, 94 upstairs, and just got an easy fly to right.
7-11 is the time of first pitch. One up, one down. Here is Geraldo Perdomo in the 2-hole tonight with no Corbin Carroll in the lineup. Lodolo rocks, fires, and the fastball fired in there for a strike. The count is 0-1. Lodolo was a star at TCU back in his college days. He was drafted in the first round twice as an amateur. Once out of Damien High School in California by the Pirates. That was the 41st overall pick. As now Lodolo's 0-1. Up and in. That's going to make it 1-1 strike. Usually you think it's hard to improve upon being the 41st overall pick out of high school, but Lodolo did exactly that. His 7th overall selection back in 2019. As now a swing and a liner foul by Perdomo. The count and 1-2.
Well, just a big, tall, strong left-hander, and that's really the key. That throws really hard. And even we've seen a couple pitches now hit 96.
Lodolo ready, and his 1-2. Another half swing by Perdomo, just trying to foul it away. And he has been good, and he has been, more importantly, healthy from the Reds' perspective, something he has not been able to do much of as a major leaguer. Last time out, solid outing against the Cubs. Now the pitch, and he missed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 6 shutout innings, 5 hits, 2 walks. He's struck out 5. Matter of fact, Lodolo coming into this one over his last 3 starts, a 2.12 ERA. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And Perdomo swing and a foul tip. It's held on by Trevino. And that's the first strikeout for Lodolo tonight.
Well, that was his curveball, went down and in. It really kind of has the shape of a slider, and he gets good depth on it, and that ball breaks right under Perdomo's bat.
And Diamondbacks curious to see if there was any catcher's interference on that swing. There was not, so no challenge incoming, and 2 down. And here is Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 253 hitter, 9 homers, at 35 driven in. Lodolo ready, first pitch. Swing and a miss.
Pretty nasty curveball, that first pitch. Knowing Gurriel is a pretty aggressive hitter also, and starts him off with that big curveball, and he gets a swing and a miss.
No balls and a strike. Lodolo rocks and deals, and he missed high with a heater. 95-mile-per-hour four-seamer. Count is evened up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Gurriel's been quite good for the D-backs as of late. 1-1 swung on. Fly ball hit to right center field. Playable, though, for Joe. And to his right, reaches up, makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3. Top of the first inning for the D-backs. And we go into the bottom of the first. D-backs nothing, and the Reds coming up against Eduardo Rodriguez when we come back on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
At Fry's, an annual Boost membership is better than ever. Save up to $1,100 each year on gas, groceries, delivery fees, and streaming options. With double fuel points, unlimited free delivery, and exclusive savings for members, there's so much to love about Boost. Sign up for a Boost membership today. Fry's, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Avnet is your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are a global technology distributor and solutions provider headquartered right here in the Valley. We help businesses all over the world source the right technology components and manage the logistics to get their products to market. The components we distribute are likely in the products you use and depend on every day, from your car to your household appliances. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
D-backs Front Office Focus, Wednesday mornings at 11:45 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It is the bottom of the first inning, and it's a return to the mound for left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez. And Candy, hopefully for the D-backs, this is going to be the 5-man rotation going forward now, obviously with the loss of Corbin Burns for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, and I think the important thing is to really be able to stay healthy, and you know that Torrey's going to really try to guard these guys the best he can, which he always does anyway. But you're hoping that Rodriguez stays healthy here the rest of the year.
TJ Friedel, the only lefty in the starting lineup for the Reds, leads off. He takes off the plate for ball 1. Friedel having a nice season for Cincinnati, batting .300, 4 homers, 20 driven in. The 1-0 pitch, and that one outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. 29 years old, a Pennsylvania native. And already it is 5th season with Cincinnati. Here's a 2-0. And Rodriguez able to dot the corner with that pitch. It's now 2-1.
I think a lot of clubs, a lot of hitters going to be a little patient, knowing that Rodriguez has struggled a little bit with his control this year.
2-1. Swinging a high chopper to first, right to the glove of Tawa. He will step on the bag. There's one down. And Candy, tell us a little bit more about what Eduardo Rodriguez brings to the table.
He's going to throw both the 4-seamer and the 2-seamer. 4-seamer's been about 92 miles an hour, throws about 44% of the time. Also with the changeup, a cutter, and a slider. So he's got basically 3 different off-speed pitches that'll come at you with. You know, one of the things you have to worry about, lefties, they've hit him pretty hard. 314 average against. Righties 307 average against. But they hit 7 home runs. So, you know, he's got to be able to command. Make sure you get the lefties out and keep that number and that ball in the ballpark against the righties.
Second consecutive batter he's fallen behind. This is Santiago Espinal. 1-0. Swung on, rolled over to third, right to the glove of Suarez, the former Red. And he throws across the diamond in time. 2 down for DH Tyler Stevenson.
Nice pitch, a changeup. He pulled the string on him. And he sees the ball well, but he's over the top. He just hits it on the ground right to Suarez.
Stevenson, a former top pick for the Reds and top prospect in their system. 232 average this year, 5 homers. He's driven in 15. And the first pitch to him, caught on and missed. The count 0-1.
The Reds kind of need him to kind of provide some right-handed punch to this lineup.
Stevenson drafted 11th overall at a high school. As that pitch from Rodriguez missing inside. 1 ball and 1 strike, no score, 2 down in the bottom of the first inning. Now the pitch, swing and a miss. Nice changeup outside corner, and that's going to make it 1-2.
You know, it's a few changeups now he's throwing. That looks like a really good pitch for him right now. Normally throws out about 23% of the time.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Rodriguez winds and deals, and he missed that time low. Another changeup. That makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned before that the Reds in a little bit of a cold stretch. They've lost 4 of 5 entering play today, and their big problem, they cannot seem to score. Here's the 2-2, swung on, fly ball to right, and slightly towards the line. Randall Grichuk will get behind it and make the catch. And that's going to do it for Cincinnati in a 1-2-3 bottom of the first. We motor our way onto the second. It is scoreless between the D-backs and the Reds on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
With the Caesars Sportsbook app, you can bet while all the Diamondbacks action is in full swing. Parlay your favorite player props, home run hitters, and more with same-game parlays. Or select from today's pre-built parlays with quick picks. Plus, bet every inning live in the app. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Caesars Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
At Streets of New York, we've got something for everyone. From the best pizza, pasta, and sub sandwiches to wings, appetizers, salads, desserts, and more. We've even added more items to our lineup, like gluten-free herb crust, deliciously healthy cauliflower crust, and even plant-based vegan mozzarella cheese to cover all your bases. Craving a pizza? Whether you're at home or at the game, we've got you covered. Find out more at streetsofnewyork.com. Visit us today and taste the excitement.
A blown call at the plate? Safe. Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Ah, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
D-backs skipper Torey Lovullo talks with Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Top of the second inning, and leading off for the Diamondbacks, it is Eugenio Suarez. Suarez, originally signed by the Tigers, but really came to prominence at the big league level with Cincinnati. Seemingly, Candy, a fan favorite everywhere he goes.
Yeah, they loved him up in Seattle. They love him here. Of course, we love him in Arizona.
First pitch from Lodolo, and Suarez swings and misses right through a good heater. It's 0-1. Suarez, 189 career home runs in 7 seasons with Cincinnati. Here's the pitch. It's another swing, and this time a foul tip. That's going to make it 0-2.
The Reds are going to pitch him up with high, hard stuff. They know where his weaknesses are, and then spin it on him down. But fastballs down is where Gino really likes to hit the ball.
He has homered at this park 99 times. As this 0-2 swung on and fouled. Catcher could not hang on in Trevino, so the count remains at 0 balls and 2 strikes. Talking Stick Resort Playcation is back. Stay and play with rates as low as $129.
This is where you just want to see Lodolo just make a mistake to Gino.
The 0-2 pitch a little bit low, and that'll make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left-hander ready. Winds, rocks, and fires. And Suarez swings and fouls it back. "16 home runs on the season for Suarez, 46 RBIs. And right now, this is game 63, so 99 to go. Ooh, look out, that pitch up and in. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And when you've got 16 homers and 46 RBIs at that pace, I mean, he should.
It's a big pace.
He should be able to clear 30 homers and 115 RBIs. Should being the key word here. Now the pitch, and strike 3 called. Fastball inside edge, and Suarez, the second strikeout victim of Lodolo's.
Boy, close pitch. Lodolo got the benefit of the call in this one, but he surprised Gino, and maybe that's why the umpire called that a strike, as he lifted his hands up.
It's going to bring up Randall Grichuk, 262 hitter, 3 homers, and 11 driven in. First pitch on the way. Grichuk takes a breaking ball for his strike. One of the biggest changes for the Reds that we have not talked about is the hiring of Terry Francona as their new manager. Francona, a 2-time world champion. As that pitch missed inside, a 3-time pennant winner and a 3-time manager of the year. 24 years of coaching experience. As this pitch is in too tight. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, former teammate of mine. And remember the last time I saw him, I was watching a game with him down at U of A.
The 2-1. And it's outside ball 3. Of course, U of A, his alma mater. But Francona now likely to surpass 2,000 career managerial victories in the big leagues. 2,000 wins. There's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on. That one hit pretty hard to center field. But Friedel in good position, reaches up, makes the catch. Line drive pretty much right at him. And that's a 5-up, 5-down start here for Lodolo.
Now, Terry's done a good job no matter where he's been. I mean, pretty amazing. 24 seasons as an MLB manager. You know, you see a lot of managers that manage that long. A lot of them don't have winning records.
No.
And he does. I mean, it's pretty special.
Now Moreno goes after the first pitch, hits a fly ball to left field, and onto the warning track. Spencer Steer makes the catch. The inning comes to an end. It's the second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for the Diamondbacks, and it sends us to the bottom of the second, scoreless between the Diamondbacks and the Reds on the Morgan & Morgan D-Backs Radio Network.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Is your AC ready for summer? Emergency Air, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, truly cleans your system while the other guys just check a box. Their techs spend up to 2 hours deep cleaning, basically refurbishing your unit. They guarantee it won't break down this summer or the service is free. First-time customers get this service for just $39. Visit emergencyair.com to book with the trusted team that keeps the D-backs cool and knocks it out of the park.
Emergency Air. The difference is we care. Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Nice looking start for Eduardo Rodriguez in that bottom of the first inning. 3 up, 3 down. He'll face Spencer Steer. To get the bottom of the second started, we are at a 0-0 impasse to the early going. And Steer this season, .222 hitter, 4 homers, and 18 driven in. And first pitch to Steer, a little pop-up to first. Tawa racing back, can't reach it. That's going to parachute down for a base hit just inside the right field line.
Not a bad pitch. It looked like he came inside on him and jammed him a little bit on that fastball. Only came in at 90 miles an hour, but he fought it off and just blooped it into right field.
Chris Garrettiola alongside Tom Candiotti. Glad to have you guys joining us for this opener. And a special welcome to any folks maybe tuning in because they don't have Apple TV Plus and have nowhere else to turn. Been there. Welcome aboard. As Rodriguez now fires a little bit in the dirt. Nice block by Moreno. They count 1-0. And the batter is Christian Encarnacion Strand. Activated off the injured list today. Corresponding move, the Reds DFA'd veteran catcher Austin Wins. Here comes the 1-0. And there's a strike. Encarnacion Strand was dealing with a bit of a back issue, listed as low back inflammation, but it's kind of the second time in already a young career where that back has kind of given him some problems.
A lot of power when he gets a hold of one.
Runner goes, and a balk, I believe, has been called on Rodriguez. They say his leg broke the plane behind the rubber, so unfortunately for Steer, he doesn't get credit for a stolen base since a balk was called.
Yeah, he would have been in anyway, but I think Rodriguez saw him kind of taking off, and then even though his leg kind of crossed, he decided to throw over there anyway.
I mean, didn't have the 45-degree angle either, just kind of brought it up and down. Now a swing, ground ball to third, fair ball. Suarez looks Steer back, now throws perfectly over to Tawa in time for the out. And that was one down for Trevino.
Yeah, that's a nice little job of pitching there, getting the roll over and pull the ball. That way it keeps Steer at second base.
Well, up until the roster move that was made today, the catchers kind of going old school, and they were carrying 3 catchers on their roster. Here's the pitch. And the right-handed hitting Trevino takes outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Trevino, who previously was with the New York Yankees, signed a 3-year deal, just under $15 million with Cincinnati. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. And now the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. They gave him that deal after an offseason trade in which the Yankees upgraded their bullpen by acquiring Fernando Cruz, who has one of the best splitters out of the bullpen in Major League Baseball. Runner at second, 1 out. And the 1-1 pitch, Trevino swings and misses. In front of another changeup, it's 1-2.
A lot of changeups right now early in this game. And it's way out in front of that one.
294 average, as I mentioned, the 3 homers and 12 RBIs, some unexpected pop. Especially at this ballpark, it is a very short left field and right field corner. Here comes the 1-2. And just missed outside. Really nice idea there with a 4-seamer. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, good try. I mean, Moreno set up outside, gave him the target. He nailed it. Just a little bit off the plate.
A look at second. Now the 2-2. Ground ball to short. Going to third is Steer. That's where Perdomo goes, and they got him. Bad base running by Spencer Steer. Really heads-up defense by Perdomo. And now there are 2 down on the fielder's choice. And the catcher Trevino at first.
They just showed a shot of Terry Francona in the dugout. He is not happy about that. I mean, that's the second time that they've hit a ball in front of Steer. He held on the first one to third base, but this one he decided to go, and he was dead.
You know, usually when you make those types of mistakes, even though it's a little bit longer, that's where you go in the dugout on the far side, away from the manager. And now here is Connor Joe. Swings at the first pitch, hits a lazy fly to right center. It'll be Alec Thomas who makes the call. Thomas makes the catch. And the D-backs and Rodriguez get out of trouble. No damage done. We go to the third. It is scoreless on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs radio network.
At New Vision Auto Glass, you can get your window replaced and get up to $250 cash back.
I got $140 from New Vision Auto Glass.
I just went online, answered a few questions, and before you knew it, I got a new windshield and a check.
Call New Vision today.
480-210-9090.
We'll come to you, repair or replace your windshield, and hand you the cash.
NewVisionAutoglass.com. 480-210-9090.
New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely.
If your AC is over 10 years old and you're dreading the inevitable replacement, fret no more. This month, Parker & Sons has state-of-the-art, high-efficiency heating and AC systems for $99 a month. Just $3 a day.
Wow. $3 a day? That's less than a fast food cheeseburger.
$3 a day? I'm paying that for a gallon of gas. And with a yearly utility savings in the $600 range, it pays to act now. Call Parker today at 602, the number 2, then REPAIR. Parker & Sons. We're not your average Joe. ROC 152656.
Best friends Rosa and Jess just joined an axe throwing league. So to sharpen their skills, they went to Planet Fitness. Rosa has a PF Black card, which means Jess can tag along for free. Now these besties are the strongest hatchet tossers this side of the Salt River. Bullseye!
Nice!
Get your PF Black card today and bring a friend for free to work out at over 40 locations around Phoenix. Just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends June 13th. Planet Fitness. Whatever you're getting strong for. See Home Club for terms and conditions.
At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
D-backs Front Office Focus, Wednesday mornings at 11:45 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
With Boost by Fry's VIP, win game day with free grocery delivery 2 times a few points and more. Visit friesfood.com/boost today. Beautiful night here in downtown Cincinnati. Reds and D-backs, 0-0 our score. First of 3 in the first of the two regular season matchups between these two sides. D-backs, they've had great success in recent history against the Reds. Last year, they won 5 of 6, including a sweep here in the early part of May. And the D-backs have won 8 of the last 10 against Cincinnati, including each of the last 3 series.
Let's hope that we can just kind of keep that one going. That's a good stat.
Ildemaro Vargas, switch hitting infielder, is leading off. Vargas, a huge base hit in that 9th inning rally against the Braves yesterday afternoon. And the first pitch from Lodolo, breaking ball down. 1 ball and no strikes. It's a fascinating matchup in this game because of the fact that Garrett Hampson is starting for the Reds at second base. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. And these were the two guys battling it out for the last roster spot towards the end of camp.
Yeah, for spring training. And, of course, Hampson won that job. And now he's gone. Now Vargas is here.
It's so amazing how baseball can work in that way, Candy. Here comes the 1-1. Swinging a jam shot, grounder to short. McLean gets around it, shuffles his feet, and then a strong throw to first in time. D-backs do not have a base runner. 7 up, 7 down. Now that's going to bring up Tim Tawa. But, you know, you can understand Hampson. He could play the outfield. He could play the infield. Good pinch runner. You know, nice stolen base acumen. But the problem for him was obviously limited opportunity. And then after the first couple of weeks, picked up a lower body injury and just had a hard time kind of getting any sort of momentum towards his season. So, as Tawa now comes to the plate, he takes a strike. Jordan Lawler, at the time, was just raking in Reno. I mean, the average was well over 300, the OPS over 9. Here comes the 0-1. Tawa swings, cues it towards third. Tough play. Espinal coming in. Bare hand pickup, off target, and not in time. Tawa, the master of the pull side homer and the swinging bunt, has a single here. You know, there's now 1 on and 1 out for Alek Thomas.
I mean, you can't do that any better. The swinging bunt, and it just deadened up the third base side. He'll take a hit any way he can get it.
Hampson will be due up second in the bottom of this inning. But as we know, Lawler got called up. Hampson unfortunately DFA'd. As Thomas swings at the first pitch, lines it foul. And the count 0-1. Lawler's struggles unfortunately meant he went back down, and the corresponding move was to bring up Ildemaro Vargas, a guy who knew the organization, had played in the big leagues as recently as the last couple of seasons with Washington, and well, it's only been a couple games, but he has fit in seamlessly. Now the 0-1. Thomas swings, hits a high fly ball to center. Just got under it, though. Friedel slowing down as he reaches the track and hauls it in. 2 down, back to the top of the order, and Ketel Marte.
Alek really hit that ball well. Unfortunately, it didn't carry out of here, but he has some good wood to it.
There is Ketel Marte. Flew out to right his first time up. Lodolo ready. And his pitch. Way outside for ball 1.
Well, let's see if Ketel can really get into one here. Love to get on the scoreboard first.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on. High fly ball out to left field. Steer going back at the track. Out of room. It is gone. A 2-run home run by Ketel Marte. Number 12 on the season. And the D-backs strike first. 2-0 here in Cincinnati.
2 big RBIs. Well, he did a nice swing on a curveball. And he got that ball way up in the air, and it just carried out of here.
And with that trip around the diamond, stop by any Daniels Jewelers and say home run for your free team bracelet and $50 gift card toward any purchase of $99 or more. Daniels Jewelers, own the dream. Short porch in left. Really didn't matter with Ketel. He hit it high, he hit it deep. And now for Erod, he can pitch with a lead here on the road.
Boy, just what you needed to get that 2-run lead.
And now Perdomo, the pitch to him, swung on. That one barreled out towards left field again. Steer looks up. It is gone. Back-to-back jacks for the Diamondbacks. Perdomo's 7th. And in the blink of an eye, it's 3-0.
This time it was the fastball, and it was right down central. Couldn't throw it over the middle of the plate better than that, and Perdomo made him pay.
And with that trip around the diamond, stop by any Daniels Jewelers and say home run for your free team bracelet and $50 gift card toward any purchase of $99 or more. Daniels Jewelers, own the dream. Well, now almost by rule, Lourdes has to swing at the first pitch.
He most likely will anyway.
3-0 our score. The first one swung on, fouled back. It's just the rules, all right? If you were a hitter, you do the same thing in the same situation. It is one thing we have learned about this group since the beginning of last season. They can put up runs in a hurry. And now the 0-1 pitch. Swung on. And that one, an inside-out swing. Foul ball off to the right. It's 0-2. For Lodolo, a guy who does not give up a ton of home runs historically, has now given up 9 in just under 73 innings pitched. Home run per 9 of still under 1.
Yeah, it's still really good, especially for this ballpark.
Absolutely. Here comes the 0-2. Lourdes takes down low, and that's going to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Problem is for Lodolo, he tends to have more of an issue pitching here at home. A lot of pitchers struggle at Great American Ballpark. Here's a 1-2. And nice take by Gurriel. That one down and in. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. (3-0) D-backs. Nobody on. 2 down. The 2-2 pitch. And Gurriel just spoiled one. Pulls it foul. Nearly killed Thomas in the process.
I mean, he was way out in front of that pitch.
12th homer of the season for Cattell, and for Perdomo, career high 7th home run. His offense has just continued to grow every year. And now this one swung on. That's barreled towards center, but there is Friedel moving to his right. He'll make the catch. And that does it for the Diamondbacks. They score 3 runs. They do it on 3 hits, but the 2 big blasts by Marte and Perdomo. That's the moment of this inning. And we go to the bottom of the 3rd. D-backs 3, Reds nothing on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Avnet is your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are a global technology distributor and solutions provider headquartered right here in the Valley. We help businesses all over the world source the right technology components and manage the logistics to get their products to market. The components we distribute are likely in the products you use and depend on every day, from your car to your household appliances. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
With the Caesars Sportsbook app, you can bet while all the Diamondbacks action is in full swing. Parlay your favorite player props, home run hitters, and more with same-game parlays. Or select from today's pre-built parlays with quick picks. Plus, bet every inning live in the app. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Caesars Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. And no matter what tasty choice you make, our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, you get over $600 in digital coupons each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump and points. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
D-back skipper Torey Lovello talks with Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It is the bottom of the third inning. Chris Garagiola alongside Tom Candiani. And leading off for Cincinnati, it is their shortstop, Matt McLain. McLain really struggling to pick up his offense after missing the majority of last season with a knee injury. Rodriguez ready, and the first pitch taken for a strike.
You know, I watched Matt McLain over a weekend series when he was in college at UCLA, and he looked like he just oozed with talent. He was like a can't-miss guy.
Rodriguez, home of the 0-1. Missed outside that time with a fastball. Did not feature at all last year and played in 89 games in 2023. There's a swing, line drive, right center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. He's flying around first and now hits the brakes. Nice job by Grichuk. Got around it quickly and hit the cutoff man Vargas with a strong, accurate throw. It's the second consecutive inning the Reds get a leadoff base hit.
You know, that makes Terry Francona happy. He's been waiting for that guy to get going, McLain. You know, when he's swinging the bat well, he's going to be hitting up at the top of the order, but he's dropped him way down until he gets a stroke.
And now here is the former Diamondback, Garrett Hampson. Two teams combined, just 7 for 54 on the year. It's a 167 average. And Rodriguez, a high leg kick step towards first. I don't know if he's ever tried that pickoff move before.
I don't know if that was just because of the balk that was called on him earlier or not, but.
Was that the Bronson Arroyo? Just the straight out leg kick? Here's a pitch. Bunted foul. And the count 0-1. With a 3-0 lead, the D-backs are safe at home with Blue Sky Pest Control, the official pest control provider from the Arizona Diamondbacks at Chase Field.
Rodriguez only a 31% ground ball rate. You think he'd get a little bit more with the way his stuff moves.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, popped up on the infield. Shortstop Perdomo calling off Vargas. And Perdomo makes the catch. One out, runner at first, top of the order in TJ Friedl.
Nice job coming back and getting him out. Little pop up by Hampson. Now top of the order again, second time through.
Friedl with a ground out his first time up. Rodriguez set. His first pitch. Outside for ball one. Suarez playing in tight on the grass, about 5-6 paces in on that pitch. Almost like he was expecting Friedl to bunt. And he is still on the grass, maybe a couple paces back towards the dirt.
Yeah, just taking it away from him. Lefty on lefty. A lot of times lefties will drop that bunt down the other way.
Step and a throw to first. McLain back there safely. One-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled. 1 ball, 1 strike. Friedl, another guy who might not be the toolsiest player on this team. That's probably Elly De La Cruz, who is not in the starting lineup today. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And it's a little bit low. De La Cruz is returning back from the Dominican Republic after the passing of his older sister. But Friedl, many within the Reds organization have considered him to be kind of the heart and hustle of this group.
Kind of a gritty guy.
2-1. Friedl swings, drills it, deep right field. Grichuk going back, and that thing is way gone. 10 rows deep here at Great American Ballpark. That's his 5th. And the Reds are back to within 1. It's now 3-2.
Boy, there was nothing cheap about that one. I mean, that was way out of here. And the higher you hit him in this ballpark, the more it seems to carry. That was like all the way in the bullpen.
So the bases are now empty for Santiago Espinal.
9th home run that Erod has given up this year.
And the first pitch to Espinal, that is a strike called. The count is 0-1. Those are the first runs that Rodriguez has allowed in his career in this ballpark. The pitch, Espinal swinging a foul tip, and the count 0-2. Espinal once an all-star back in 2022 with the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Espinal swings, pops it up, first base side. Tawa is going to have a play. Near the netting, will reach up, make the catch with about 5 or 6 feet to spare. It's a foul pop out to first, and a nice bounce back for Erod. 2 down for Tyler Stevenson.
I wasn't sure if Tawa was going to have enough room, but that ball really came back towards the playing field where he was able to corral it. That's a good out.
Stevenson flew out to right field his first time up. First pitch, and he takes off the outside corner. Pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 14th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com. 1-0 pitch. Rodriguez missed inside. It's now 2-0. The one issue with Erod, Candy, is that usually you hear guys talk about as a starting pitcher, you need to have a minimum 3-pitch mix. Here comes a 2-0. Stevenson swings and fouls it out of play, first base side. But with Rodriguez, it's kind of down to 2. It's a fastball, it's a changeup primarily. That fastball is at about 91 miles an hour. And while he's had a lot of high strikeout games, he's also had a lot of high hit total games. And that's because when those two pitches are not just in perfect tandem, you're just looking for kind of one trajectory, right? No lateral movement for the most part. It's going to come straight at you. It's going to be firm or it's going to be soft.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you really need to have something that breaks, whether it's a slider, a sweeper, a curveball, whatever it is. He does throw a slider. He doesn't throw it that often. He throws his cutter maybe a little bit more, but it's a really itty-bitty cut. Not like a big breaking ball that changes, planes.
2-2 pitch missed inside, and that's going to make it 3-2. 70% of his pitches are a four-seam fastball or a changeup.
Yeah.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Stevenson swings in on his hands, grounds it to third. Suarez, nice grab on his left side, and now throws to first. That's in time. The inning comes to an end, but Friedel's 2-run homer sends us now into the 4th inning. It's a 3-2 lead for the Diamondbacks on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
Don't miss exclusive conversations with Derek Hall, Tori Lavello, Mike Hazen, and more weekly on Arizona Sports. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45. Team president Derek Hall joins Bickley and Murata Thursday mornings at 7:45. The skipper joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30. Never miss another D-backs conversation when you subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez. Daniel's Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond and your family jeweler since 1948. Daniel's is giving every fan a voucher for a free team bracelet and $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. You can redeem at any of the 100 Daniel's Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniel's Jewelers.
If you love ice cream like we love ice cream, you gotta love Cold Stone Creamery. We make our rich, super premium ice cream fresh in every store to create the ultimate ice cream experience. Indulge in our signature creations, cakes, cupcakes, cookies, and shakes, all made with our signature ice cream. The flavors that won the hearts and taste buds of ice cream lovers around the world. Order yours online at coldstonecreamery.com. The ultimate ice cream experience.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Top of the fourth inning. D-backs lead the Reds 3-2. All the runs so far have been scored via homers. D-backs have 2 home runs, the Reds with just 1. And a reminder that at Dignity Health, our team of orthopedic experts can help keep you in motion. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Visit dignityhealth.org/ACOrtho to learn more. Leading off for the D-backs, it is Eugenio Suarez. And the pitch to him here, way outside from Nick Lodolo. Roughed up by those 2 homers by Cattell and Perdomo. We'll see what kind of bounce back he has. 1-0 pitch. Suarez swinging a foul tip.
Well, we always knew the ball carries here. We've seen 3 home runs so far in a couple innings.
Now, you never pitched in this ballpark. It opened shortly after you retired as the 1-1, that missed inside. So I ask you, Riverfront Stadium, that's where the Reds made their home prior to the opening of this ballpark. How was that for a pitcher?
Well, that was like one of those cookie cutter ballparks that they had, you know, with kind of like with St. Louis, with Philadelphia, with Pittsburgh, with, you know, they're all kind of cut the same way. And they all pretty much played the same way. The hardest thing about those ballparks wasn't like the distance or how the ball carried, but the AstroTurf was so hard.
2-2 pitch. And that one just missed. Check swing to first, pardon me. No swing, says Manny Gonzalez. Now, I imagine it's probably better for you as a pitcher because you were at least on a dirt mound.
Yeah, it's a dirt mound, but you have to remember, like, when a ball hits on that, at that time, really hard AstroTurf, it would just fly.
Roll over to short by Suarez. McLean has it, and no problem with the throw to first. 1 down for Randall Grichuk.
You know, a lot of the grass, the artificial grass they have now, you know, it plays more like real grass. But back then, some of those parks, you know, Exhibition Stadium might have been the worst, but Minnesota was real spongy where the ball would bounce, and it's always a double if you don't catch the pop-up. So, you know, like I said, all those cookie-cutter parts, the ball just flew.
There's a rocket line drive into straightaway center for Grichuk. First pitch that he sees, and he's got himself a base hit.
Randall has really been seeing the ball well. I mean, even his first at bat, he had a line shot out to center field. This time, another line shot, but it falls in.
I'll bring up the catcher, Moreno. I'm trying to think. I want to say it was Paul O'Neill when he was with the Reds, that great clip of him kicking the ball back in.
It was.
Well, Moreno takes a called strike. That's only possible when you're talking about like razor thin turf, probably blanketing over a big old slab of concrete.
And remember, a lot of those parks were dual facilities where they played football too. I can't even imagine, getting tackled on that stuff.
Just getting your shoulder just driven into the concrete ground. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Most of us don't have the chance, obviously, to play in the major leagues or certainly in the NFL. As the 1-1, swinging a ground ball foul, third base side. But I can imagine kids playing in, rec tournaments, particularly in basketball. I remember in middle school going out to school playing on they didn't have hardwood. They basically had like laminated concrete, it felt like this thin plastic covering. But man, you did not want to take a charge that day.
No. You're basically playing on asphalt out there.
3-2 D-backs. The pitch reached for, fouled away. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs radio network.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Runner at first, 1 out. And Lodolo's 1-2 pitch. Swung on, ground ball left side. It's fielded by McLean, goes to second for one, throw to first, not in time. Wow, I thought they maybe turned that. It looked like they got there a step before Gabby. Ruled safe. We'll see if Cincinnati decides to challenge, and they will.
Yeah, I thought from the eyeball, I thought, they got him at first base too. They really turned a quick double play. McLean has really been playing second base since Ellie De La Cruz has been here, but he's really shown his former skills, being a shortstop. I'm watching the replay in this, and, I'm having second thoughts about this maybe.
Are you?
Maybe not.
Replay
They
review.
slowed that one down.
Replay review brought to you by Planet Fitness. Get fit for less at $15 a month. Close, but it does look like Moreno is indeed just out. And the Reds outfielders slowly walking back towards the dugout.
Yeah, they're in the stroll mode. And now the crowd's reacting.
And now everyone coming off the field for Cincinnati. It's going to be a really nicely turned inning-ending double play started by Matt McLean.
I'm actually surprised it's taken this long.
Maybe they're using dial-up. AOL's still around, right?
I love it.
I mean, it looked very close, but it did look like the ball was in the back of the mitt before that foot was fully down. Here we go. It's overturned, an inning-ending double play. The D-backs get a hit. They don't strand anybody. And we go to the bottom of the fourth. D-backs 3, Reds 2 on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs radio network.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
D-backs Front Office Focus, Wednesday mornings at 11:45 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We make our way now into the bottom of the fourth inning. 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Redlegs. Spencer Steer is going to lead it off. Injured in a car accident or slip and a fall, call in the closers. We're Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Rodriguez ready, and the first pitch to Steer, that is a called strike. Started him off with that four-seamer. Steer with a base hit to right his first time up.
He's kind of dunked it out there.
Now he takes in too tight. 1 ball, 1 strike the count.
Reds are really waiting for Steer to get back to normal again. He really had some problems with his shoulder, and Missed a lot of time, but he was a dynamic player.
There's a half swing and miss. And the count is 1-2.
There's 4 home runs, 18 RBIs, a 622 OPS, and they know his potential is a lot better than that.
There's the 1-2. And a swing and a foul. Rodriguez slams his fist into his glove, knowing he missed his location there. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And Rodriguez gets his first strikeout of the night.
Well, nicely done. Just ran the 4-seam fastball. A lot of the middle of the plate, but just powered it by him. And Rodriguez comes into this game with almost 10.5 strikeouts per 9. I'd love to see him get on a roll with that.
Over 1,200 strikeouts in his career. Now the pitch. There's a hard hit line drive into center field by Christian Encarnacion Strand. And the Reds have themselves a 1-out single.
Boy, another fastball had a lot of the middle part of the plate, a little bit elevated, and Strand really nailed that ball.
All right, trying to get something on the ground maybe with Jose Trevino. Right-handed hitter with an open stance. And the pitch to him. That's right there for strike 1. D-backs 3, Reds 2, first of 3 here in Cincinnati. D-backs after the series gonna head back home and get ready for a nice homestand. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, broken bat pop-up out towards shallow left field. Gurriel can't get it, that's down. And Encarnacion Strand hustles into second base. A broken bat bleeder. And now 2 on for Connor Joe.
Boy, bad break that time for Erod. Made a good pitch. Inside, off the plate. Got his bat broken. And Gurriel actually saw the ball and had a pretty decent jump, I thought. But the ball just, had no carry to it because it wasn't hit hard enough. Well, this becomes a big out right now for him.
First and second, 1 man down. And now here is Connor Joe. There's a swing and a pop-up to third. And Suarez into foul territory makes the catch. I mean, that is why Cincinnati, as of late, has had a hard time scoring. You think about the other golden scoring opportunity they had in the second. Well, the next 2 batters do. They pull the ball to the left side. That is just not a good at bat by Connor Joe.
Yep, and bad base running to boot on top of that. Joe, after the first pitch, just popped it up weakly with a couple guys on.
But now they have one of their young studs in Matt McLean, who already had a base hit his first time up. Some unfriendly clouds looking out in the distance. Here's the first one to McLean. And he takes just off the corner. Wow, it's a nice pitch by Erod.
Sure was. Nice pitch, nice take. I'd love to keep throwing that pitch there.
1 ball, no strikes. Rodriguez set. And now the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Got a good fastball to hit. A little bit up in the zone, but right in that middle lane. Yeah, that's going to make it 1-1.
Yeah, just a big swing, was not fooled. He just didn't center the ball up.
McLean, a base hit and a run scored back in the third. 2 outs. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. In the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. I mentioned this before, but the Diamondbacks actually drafted McLean out of high school with the 25th overall pick. This was back in 2018, but they could not agree on the signing bonus, and he did not sign. Instead went to college at UCLA as a 2-1. And that one at the knees for a called strike. A changeup And that makes it 2-2.
Well, that really has been his best pitch so far in this game. Just pulling the string. He's got a lot of confidence with that change.
Two pitch. Strike three call. Got him looking. McLean, a stare down for the home plate umpire, but it's not going to change the verdict. The Reds strand 2, and we go to the 5th. 3-2 D-backs on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs radio network.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13th. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
This is Dave Pash. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life and for my family. Planning ahead helps keep all of us healthy. Dignity Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So, keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/DHMG.
Bases are loaded with Right Now Power Sports and Polaris. Visit the Right Now booth at any D-backs game to step up to the plate and enter for a chance to win one of 2 sets of 4 Diamondback tickets. It's time to swing for the fences and become an MVP. Don't strike out. This is your chance to hit it out of the park. Visit the Right Now booth during a D-backs game to enter and score big with Right Now Power Sports and Polaris. No purchase necessary.
12 News is dedicated to the Arizona Diamondbacks, bringing you the Friday fun. Lead off with D-backs on deck to get you ready for the first pitch. Then, tune in to watch select Friday home games on 12 News. It's all followed by 12 News at 10 for the latest developments across the state. Stream D-backs on deck, then catch up on breaking news, weather, and exclusive content. All available anytime on 12+. It's baseball season in Arizona. 12 News, the official broadcast home of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
D-back skipper Torey Lovullo talks with Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Top of the 5th inning. And the D-backs right now leading Cincinnati 3-2. There is some rain in the forecast, and there is a light rainfall coming down right now. But you could, at the moment, play in these conditions for hours and not have much of an issue. Ildemaro Vargas leads off. And the first pitch takes down low as Vargy. 1 ball, no strikes. Vargas, Tawa, and Thomas, the due-ups.
Well, right now, the way this game's setting up, you want to get some action here at the bottom of the order. There's Marte swinging the bat well. Perdomo swinging the bat well.
Rolled over foul, left side, pardon me. It's 1-1. Vargas, a ground out to short, his first time up. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Fooled that time by a curveball. He was trying to jump on a fastball.
The thing about Vargas is that, he's not like a real big guy, but he really swings like he wants to hit the ball a long way. He doesn't get cheated.
Lodolo ready. The lefty's 1-2. Swung on and missed. He just carved Vargas apart in that at bat. And he gets his 3rd strikeout in the process.
He did. Kept that breaking ball down, out of the strike zone. Never even crossed the strike zone, but he got the swing.
Well, Tim Tawa, an infield single back in the 3rd. That was our first hit of the game. Presented by New Vision Auto Glass. New Vision and the Arizona Diamondbacks Foundation are teaming up to donate funds to veterans with every hit this season as part of the Hits for Heroes program. Tawa takes a changeup off the plate away for ball 1. He's done a nice job vacillating between trying to pull the ball with authority and hitting the ball to right center. As now he swings and foul tips it. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I think when he came up, we saw him as a pull hitter all the way, and probably still is, but he knows he can't survive in the major leagues just being one-dimensional like that. So, they're working with him. He's trying to hit the ball the other way. I mean, he's a good athlete. He can do it, but you just got to do it.
And we always talk about from the pitching perspective. First the 1-1, and that one on the corner. It's now 1-2. You might have a third pitch, a fourth pitch that nowhere near your best pitch. You still have to show it every now and then to have some effect.
Yeah.
Seems like with Tawa hitting kind of the same way. 1-2. Swung on, fouled off right side out of play.
That's a good point, because if you don't, pitchers are going to throw you the same way once they find a formula to get you out. When you start as a hitter, a pull hitter like he has been, and starts hitting the ball the other way with some authority, then you have to change things around as a pitcher.
The 1-2 pitch. Missed inside that time, did Lodolo. He's got some sneaky Chris Sale crossfire action in his delivery. Not quite as tall as Sale, obviously at 6'6", but that inside heater can really sneak in on the righties.
Yeah, his arm angle might be a little bit higher, but you're right.
There's a hard hit ball ripped through the left side, a base hit. And Tawa 2 for 2 this evening.
He tried to muscle another fastball by him, and that's where Tawa's good. That's right in his happy zone. A little bit on the inside part of the plate, about thigh high, and he just crushed that ball to left. Well, it's one guy on here towards the bottom of the order. See if Alec Thomas can get something going here.
Flew out to deep center his first time up. D-backs lead 3-2 in the fifth. And first pitch, he steps out of the way of a slider for ball one. You would think this is a very uncomfortable matchup for Thomas. He does not like staying in against lefty breaking balls. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. That one a good 6 inches off the plate. It's 1-1.
Yeah, he was not interested in going out there and hitting the ball the other way. And you're almost have to do that against Lodolo. Once he sees a swing like that, he's probably going to come at you with the same pitch, at least work the outside part.
Stepping to throw to first to check on Tawa. That was pretty close to breaking that 45-degree plane and being a balk. The front foot came very far forward. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, top of the fifth inning. And Lodolo's pitch. Swung on and missed. Same slider, off the plate away. Thomas behind 1-2.
And once you show it like that, then you're very vulnerable to a pitcher that can put the ball where he wants. So Lodolo right now, he can either work him up, just waste the ball pitch or whatever, but probably going to come with that same pitch, sweeping away from Thomas to try to get him out.
There goes the runner. He's picked off Tawa. Encarnacion throw to first, pardon me, is in time. And a caught stealing. The put-out goes 1-3-6. It was Encarnacion Strand who made a low throw towards the shortstop McLean. But McLean, a beautiful backhand pick.
Yeah, McLean did a nice job on that. That was not a good throw by Encarnacion Strand. And McLean almost like turned his head. I don't know if he thought he caught that ball or not.
Yo, look what I found. Here's the 1-2. And just missed outside with a slider, did Lodolo. I'm surprised he didn't just try and pump a heater on the outside corner.
Yeah, for whatever it is, he's going to stay away.
2-2. Swung on and fouled away. That was a high fastball. Hey, grab your favorite Pepsi products this summer at Fry's Food Stores and score points with the D-Backs Rewards program. Points can be used for amazing merchandise, game tickets, and more. Visit frysfood.com/D-Backs for details. Couple balls, couple strikes. Lodolo ready, the 2-2 pitch. And Thomas takes just outside. That was 95. And the count full. He's making him work for it. Lodolo winds and fires. And strike 3 called. Fastball went back to it. This time landed the pitch on the outer third. It's a 4th strikeout for the Reds left-hander. And that sends us to the bottom of the 5th inning. Rain coming down. D-backs 3, Reds 2 on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
It's a beautiful day at the grocery store. The shopper is rounding the end cap. Uh-oh, looks like there's some spilled tomato sauce. Here comes the slide. Oh, that's going to leave a mark, Bob. Talk about a curveball.
Clean up on aisle 5.
At Morgan & Morgan, we know injuries can come out of left field. As America's largest injury law firm, we've recovered over $20 billion for our clients. If you've been injured in an accident, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4-day super sale and get 40% off paints and stains June 6th through the 9th. With prices starting at $29.39, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bottom of the 5th inning, D-backs lead the Reds 3-2. And leading off for Cincinnati this inning, it's the number 9 hitter, Garrett Hampson. And rain continues to fall here. Very gradually is it picking up in intensity, and unfortunately, the forecast does show it is supposed to rain for the next hour or so. Rodriguez, first pitch to Hampson, and he delivers a strike. He just needs a quick inning right now, does Rodriguez. And then, I mean, by the rules, it is an official game if the rain becomes so torrential and doesn't stop. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Change up outside corner. It's 0-2. Chris Garagiola alongside Tom Candiotti, Leo Gilmartin, our producer engineer, Ali Narini, our technical director. No balls, 2 strikes. Rodriguez ready. And the pitch to Hampson missed outside. City of Hope is revolutionizing cancer care with life-saving speed. Here in the Valley with dedicated experts, targeted treatments, and appointments available in as little as 24 hours. Learn more at cityofhope.org. 1-2. And Rodriguez missed high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And some fans seeking drier pastures at GABP. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that one fouled back. We'll do it again.
Yeah, it's starting to come down with a little authority right now.
Here's the 2-2 now. Swung on, that one hit out to left field. Gurriel went in, now racing back, and that's going to get over his head. One hop off the wall. The throw goes in towards the shortstop, Perdomo. And Lourdes just got fooled by the impact off the bat. And as a result, the Reds have a leadoff extra base hit.
You know, I think so with Hampson is, you know, not a real big guy anyway. And so your first reaction is that you're coming in. And then he saw that ball had backspin on it and it got over his head. Kind of a bad break.
Oh boy, now it's really coming down. Runner at second, nobody out here is TJ Friedel. He homered his last time up. And the pitch, Friedel squares to bunt, takes high for ball 1. When it rains like this and you're on the mound, just take us through the mind of a pitcher.
Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do. You want to keep executing your pitches right now, but you know, if it's one of those games where you're winning by 5 or 6 runs, you just want to hurry up and get it over. But you're in a close game right now.
Friedel bunts it towards third beautifully. Suarez, bare hand pickup, throws to first. That is in time. Friedel is out. Hampson gets to third on the 5-3 sacrifice, and that's going to bring up Espinal.
Boy, that was a really nice bunt and a nice play. Rodriguez getting out of the way of Suarez so he has a clear path to throw. That was worked excellently by Suarez.
Infield is going to come in for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 3-2. Runner at third, one out. And Rodriguez, he throws. Espinal takes inside for ball one. A steady rain continuing to fall here in Cincinnati as the 1-0 pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Nice changeup, outer third. Right now, Rodriguez is looking for one of those infield pop-ups. He's got a couple of those tonight. He's also got a couple strikeouts.
He needs a strikeout here. It would be perfect.
1-1. Swung on and fouled back. Tried to sneak a fastball by him. It's 1-2.
Boy, that was like right there in the middle of the plate. A little fortunate he fouled that one off.
Infield remains in. And here comes Rodriguez at his 1-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up first base side. Foul, though. It's going to get about 5 rows out of play. Still 1-2. Welcome to the Midwest in the summer. Rains just about every other day, it seems. Here's a 1-2. And that one way high. Rodriguez trying to wipe some of the rain, the moisture off his hands and get a firm grip on the ball. I'm surprised he hasn't asked for a new one.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. When you start getting moisture, that's the hardest thing for a pitcher. Got to have a grip out there. And even a hitter right now, too, you know, they're not able to grab the bat like they're used to, you know, with the pine tar and the stickiness. They're rubbing their hands also.
The Reds ground crew is assembled at the far end of the Reds dugout near the camera well. 2-2 pitch. Espinal swings, pops it up. Out goes the second baseman, Vargas. He'll be called off by Randall Grichuk. Grichuk makes the catch and then throws a one-hopper to the plate. That's not going to bring home Hampson. And a nice job by Erod. There are now 2 outs. The infield can sag back, and that brings up Tyler Stevenson.
Oh, this would just be like fantastic if you can get out of this jam. Just a high pop-up in there. And nice job by Grichuk coming in, taking voice control over Vargas. It wasn't an easy play, and Randall hauls it in.
He had to run a long way as well, did Grichuk. So, to your point, really nicely job conducting that play. And now Stevenson 0 for 2, 1 fly out, 1 ground out. 3-2 D-backs, 2 down, runner at third. First pitch and check swing. No on appeal. It's 1-0. It's gotten really dark here now.
Yeah, real quick it did.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Erod. Swing and a miss. And the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Went upstairs. That was one of his better fastballs there. That little velo to it, 93.
Out of the windup, Rodriguez home with a 1-1 pitch. Swung on, that one fouled out of play. Right side, it's 1-2. D-backs lead by a run here, trying to get to the halfway point of this game. And the rain has been coming down pretty steadily for the last 15 or 20 some odd minutes. 2 outs, and Erod's 1-2 pitch to Stevenson is a fastball he wasted high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You're just 1 pitch away from getting out of this jam right now. Throw your best pitch See if you can generate a ground ball.
Here comes the 2-2. Strike three called. Got him looking with a fastball. And the inning comes to an end. The Diamondbacks lead it 3-2, and we move into the 6th on the Morgan & Morgan D-Backs Radio Network.
It's been several years now since I first came in contact with DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. My problem turned out to be a herniated disc. Hi, Greg Schulte. I put my trust in the doctors at DISC, and that pain I had disappeared. Here I was thinking I might have to live with that pain, maybe for the rest of my life. Not the case. If you're suffering from back or neck pain, give DISC a chance. You won't regret it. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Now remember, honey, you just got your license, so expect the unexpected.
Stop, Dad. I know already. What could happen? We're only going 20 miles an hour. What just happened?
It's okay. We're not going to die. A rock just hit the windshield, but we do need to fix it.
Call New Vision Auto Glass today at 480-210-9090 and get a guaranteed minimum $100 cash back and a free dinner at Rodizio Grill. NewVisionAutoGlass.com.
New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly. Drive safely.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez. Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond and your family jeweler since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for a free team bracelet and $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. You can redeem at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Hey, D-backs fans, Dr. Jay Schwartz, the Team Eye Doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks, has 3 Valley locations, one in Mesa, one in Scottsdale, and one in Glendale for all of your eye care needs. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
D-backs Front Office Focus, Wednesday mornings at 11:45 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Top of the 6th inning, the D-backs have a 3-2 lead. Top of the order coming up for Arizona, beginning with second baseman Ketel Marte. Marte, Perdomo, and then Gurriel, the first 2 hitters of that trio, have homered earlier tonight. Lodolo ready, first pitch. And Marte takes a breaking ball just down. Such good lateral movement on that slider. But you count the 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, there's no doubt Lodolo's got good stuff.
1-0. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, he's still young enough. You know, he's still really finding his way in this league. But you can see he's very talented.
The 1-1. Swung on, grounded to third. Backhanded near the line by Espinal. And his throw to first is in time. 1 out. And that brings Perdomo to the plate.
Got Marte with the changeup. Probably a good pitch to Marte when he's hitting from the right side, especially. He swings so hard, but still hit that ball crisply, but it was just on the ground.
You know, one thing to keep an eye on here, Candy, as these guys continue to play in the rain, guys who try and leg out base hits to first have a tendency to slip on the bag. And we have seen in the last 5 to 10 years, as that pitch missed down low, quite a few guys with some knee injuries, ankle injuries as well, because they extend out to get to the bag.
And the bags are slippery enough anyway. Even when they're dry, they're slippery.
1 ball, 1 strike. Perdomo fouled that one out of play. So
we saw that happen to Harper, actually.
It's exactly who I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, Cody Ross for us came down on the bag a little bit awkward and got his hip. As he just kind of slid with his spikes on across the bag. That was a bad break.
Now the pitch, line foul right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. 3-2 D-backs here in the top of the 6th inning. When this game started, it was slightly overcast, but a mixture of gray and blue. Like a bad bruise, this night has turned to a bit darker. As that one off the plate away, 2 balls, 2 strikes, where now it's more navy and black.
It is. You're starting to see some lightning also.
D-backs have action in their bullpen. As a 2-2 pitch is high for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. If it stays like this, it'll be unpleasant. If it gets harder, it'll be unplayable.
Yes.
3-2. Perdomo swings, sends a fly ball out to center. Friedel moving back. Huge bolt of lightning behind him as he makes the catch. It made for a stunning visual on an otherwise routine fly out to center field.
That visions of the natural right there. I mean, just a lightning flash. I mean, we're watching Friedel out in center field go after that ball, and just the whole outfield sky just turned into a big lightning bolt.
But to be fair, Friedel homered before the lightning bolt, so it's not quite like the natural now. He already has the ability. As now Lourdes Gurriel takes a first pitch strike, and that is going to make it 0-1. Lourdes 0 for 2, fly out to right, line out to center. Lodolo sitting at 78 pitches. And now the left-hander's 0-1. Gurriel takes way inside. Evens things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Two outs, nobody on. And Lodolo's 1-1. Swung on, and he slams it off the plate. Foul, pardon me, does Lourdes. Pretty much middle of the plate breaking ball, but when you're looking for a fastball, you can easily swing over the top of it.
You're right, that had a lot of the plate. It's really difficult when you have a guy out there throwing 95. It's kind of a different arm angle than a lot of guys, and again, with a good break in the ball also. He's got good stuff.
1-2. Lourdes swings, rolls it foul. There is sitting water on top of the respective dugouts for these teams.
It comes down hard.
And the corners of the infield starting to get a little sheen. 1-2 pitch from Lodolo. Gurriel reached for it, fouls it away. I'm almost half expecting in one of these swings for Lourdes to throw his bat. He does that on a dry day in the desert. And now the 1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Showing some shots of the umpires and some of the players. The umpires are getting soaked.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and weakly fouled. Talk about just the worst time to have a pesky at bat.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if I were the home plate umpire, if this pitch doesn't touch the ground, you're getting strike 3, pal. It is just coming down in buckets. Lodolo ready. And another 2-2 pitch. Swung on. Another little bouncer foul. Why not have a 10-pitch at bat?
Or more.
It's a fun game.
Getting his pitch count up, that's for sure. He's up at, what, 85?
3-2 D-backs. 2 outs here in the 6th. And now Lodolo will have to wait. Lourdes using his timeout. Well, now he's just rubbing it in. I mean, just lean into it, pal. Another 2-2. Swung on. Great jam shot grounded to short. McLean charging gloves and throws to first in time. The inning comes to an end. And the D-backs down in order here in the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is the D-backs 3 and the Reds 2 in the Morgan & Morgan D-backs radio network.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a reliable Medicare plan that lets you focus on all the things that matter to you? Well, with United Healthcare Medicare plans, that's exactly what you get. With 45 years of experience, we support our members every step of the way. We provide coverage that allows you to focus on what matters most. Count on United Healthcare to be there, with Medicare coverage for your whole life ahead. Learn more at uhc.com.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
D-backs skipper Torey Lovullo talks with Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Chris Garagiola alongside Tom Candiotti as we are awaiting to start the bottom of the sixth. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Best play to New Ford is at Sanderson Ford. The new pitcher for the Diamondbacks is right-hander Christian Mena. And Mena taking over for Erod, who was able to deliver 5 innings of 2-run ball. D-backs lead at 3-2. Now for Mena, making his 3rd appearance of the season, the 4th appearance of his big league career, and this year has not allowed a run in 5 2/3 innings pitched. Rain continues to come down. The Reds grounds crew with a lot of diamond dry around the circle of home plate and the batter's boxes, and they also dress the mound. But this rain continues to come down, and there have been significant lightning strikes what looks like to be a good distance behind center field. It's kind of that vantage point, and I'm just surprised as the Reds have put up a severe weather note on their video board that the umpires are content to just continue this one at the moment.
Yeah, and besides the lightning, it's raining really hard there. You can see every hitter's trying to wipe the perspiration or the rain off their bats. I mean, pitching, the mound's going to start really kind of clogging up on your spikes. Getting a little dangerous.
First pitch from Mena, and he missed high with a fastball for ball 1. So now, as I mentioned before, just the 4th career major league appearance for Mena, and he's doing it in heavy rain. Let's see how this young pitcher can adjust. As the 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2, because the worst thing he can do right now in a 1-run game is put a parade of walks on the bases.
Yeah, and even though this Cincinnati team looks pretty inept when they get guys on, you just don't want to give them that opportunity. And Mena's throwing the ball great. I mean, he's been a warrior for the D-backs.
Swinging a foul ball by Spencer Steer. That's going to make it 2 balls and 1 strike. On a day they announced that the season is over for Corbin Burns, Eduardo Rodriguez comes off the IL, gives them 5 strong innings. Now a awkward swing and miss by Spencer Steer. That evens the count at 2-2.
Oh, Steer swung at a ball that was unhittable. I'd throw that pitch again.
Here's a 2-2. Strike 3 called right on the corner. And he strikes out the first batter he sees.
Great way to start. He came right back with that breaking ball. Good curveball, outside black, down in the zone. That's a money pitch. And he got the call.
Mena's going to ask for a new baseball as Christian Encarnacion Strand comes to the plate. Talking Stick Resort. Playcation is back. Stay and play with rates as low as $129. Righty pitcher, righty hitter. Encarnacion Strand, a base hit his last time up. And the first pitch he missed outside for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Mena ready. Right-hander kicks, fires. And that one swung on and barreled. Center field and deep. Thomas on his horse, looking up. That ball's gone. It's a game-tying home run by Christian Encarnacion Strand, his third of the year. And we're all tied at 3.
Encarnacion Strand really has a lot of power when he gets into a little bit of a groove. And that time he got a breaking ball, and it wasn't really a bad pitch. It was located away, about maybe elevated a little bit too high, but boy, he just barreled that ball, didn't try to pull it, and that ends up tying the game. Splash down when it hit over the wall in center field.
And now taking a strike is Jose Trevino. Wiped his eyes in between pitches. This is just ridiculous. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. The count 0-2.
A little sweeper that time. It almost looked like he dropped his arm angle just a hair, but made the ball sweep instead of go down like a curveball.
Bottom of the 6th, tied at 3. Mena comes set. And the right-hander's 0-2 pitch on the way. And he bounced it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. Mena kicks, fires, swung on, and fouled left side. Immediately, Trevino, after that swing, wiping the brim of his helmet and the moisture out of his eyes.
Mena's done a really good job coming in and really commanding his breaking ball. He's thrown some good ones. Not easy conditions to do that.
1 out, and the 1-2. Swung on, popped up, foul territory, third base side. This is going to get out of play. And the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Some of the Diamondbacks, their uniforms are starting to change colors. Tim Tawa looks like just hopped out of the shower, it looks like.
Yeah, well, like you said before, you know, it's getting really shiny on the infield dirt.
We're tied at 3 thanks to the home run by Encarnacion Strand just a batter ago. Nobody on, 1 out. And Mena comes set. Is 1-2 pitch. Swung on, line drive, base hit into left field.
Another of the sweeper variety of a breaking ball. There's more of a lateral break to it, and that's why Trevino is probably able to get a little backspin on it. Going to launch it to short left field for a base knock.
Reds are trying to take the lead in this inning and then throw the tarp on the field. Connor Joe is 0 for 2. And now it looks like a mound visit here between pitcher and catcher. And the Reds are going to go to their bench and bring in a pinch hitter. Here is Will Benson hitting in the spot of Joe. Only in the 6th inning, but this one being managed like it's a short game. Mena ready, first pitch, Benson. It's in the dirt, and it hits Gabby somewhere in the knee or the wrist, ricochets to the backstop, and that's going to put Trevino in scoring position. Oh, it had to hurt.
Yeah, that could not feel good. He's feeling it right now. Someone's got to come out and take a look.
Here comes the trainer. He took his helmet off, his mask, and he's holding his wrist. Immediately took the glove off. He is in quite a bit of pain.
Looks like it's on the left wrist. That's why watch the replay. A bouncing curveball comes up. Oh, a lot of catchers used to have their hands behind their back to prevent that, but his hand was just kind of hanging over his inner thigh, and that ball got it.
Looks like Gabby's going to stay in this game. He's going to get a couple throws to Gino Suarez just to get some feeling back in that hand. And this is why you don't play games in heavy downpour, right? You don't want guys to get hurt. Sometimes it can be from a slip. Sometimes the ball can just slip out of a pitcher's hand.
Yeah, and the more time you're just waiting, even on this, I mean, you keep taking a look from our view, the infield, and just how bright it's getting and shiny it's getting. It's starting to puddle up a little bit.
And they're going to pull Moreno from this game. So Moreno is done. They're going to have to bring in now Jose Herrera as Gabby exits due to injury. And you're right, during this downtime while they evaluate Moreno, I mean, the rain continues to fall, and now it is just glistening on the infield, particularly at first base and pretty much the entire left side of the infield.
Well, we all know that, you know, conditions just can't be ideal all the time. You try to make them as close as you can, especially when you have an open-air stadium where it has a tendency to rain. You can have games like this. Well, I remember having to pitch many years, even in Cleveland, where it was just miserable and snow and sleet and rain, and it's just really difficult trying to keep yourself ready and warm and having the feel in your fingers where you can throw the ball where you need to. Hitters